Welcome everybody to the BrookLAN Mid-Season Showdown. I'm here with Tyson. We also have Courtney on the mic too. This is gonna be a
Introduce
crazy.
yourself too.
I'm Lorcy. But it's gonna be an interesting event today, right? You have a new regulation, new Pokemon, good stuff. Been around it for probably a month. How are you feeling about this reg?
Yeah, so I mean, like we said, Lorcy, welcome to BrookLAN. The events is super exciting today. I'm feeling super hype about this regulation. I mean, we've only had 2 events so far, and we have 2 more with Liverpool and Knoxville in this regulation. I think after Knoxville as well, we have a little bit of an extended break after that for people. But I think right now, like Regulation E is in a really cool spot where a lot of the people are able to experiment with Pokemon. We've seen it between even Charlotte and the regional before that, where you see someone like Underhill, right? They have this dominating team that wins this tournament and then just goes completely off the face of the earth. And we see so many different teams, right? We've seen the rise of Blood Moon. I think today we have a couple of Blood Moon players as well, but there are so many interesting teams. I mean, even in Liverpool, you see things like Porygon and Tinglu start to make a return, and there's so many of these Pokemon that players are experimenting with and trying out and trying to find their foothold in the format. But
So I think that it's very interesting how the format has progressed, right? From the last 3 events to current. I've always was very interested about the Blood Moon team it was known before Portland, but it wasn't as big in North America. It was very big in EU. But now, like, everybody caught whiff after the performance by Nick, I believe his name is, against Wolfie, and that, Blood Moon's here, and it's here to stay, I mean, it's very strong Pokemon, very high special attacking Pokemon, paired up with, Farigiraf, and just having that duo, it's just a very strong team. As for like meta Pokemon, I feel like it's just a toss-up. Like everything's kind of viable, right? We have people running Gouging Fire, we have people running Raging Bolt, we have the old Protomons that are really good, and it's just an amazing time to play Pokemon. I think it's a refreshing time as well because I think that for the previous reg, it was a lot of just stale Torn Shifu, kind of balanced Roaring Moon stuff, and now that a lot more teams are viable, it just brings a lot more action to the Pokemon scene, which is pretty cool.
Absolutely. And speaking of like the Blood Moon team, we are actually going to hop right into our round 1 between Brendan Zhang and Jacob Morriston, and both using what we've seen a lot of people in Charlotte use, and that being the Blood Moon there on Brendan's side and the size spam choice for Jacob there, Iron Crown. We saw specifically Jacob's team being used by Toller Webb, using the Iron Crown team to get top 8 there. And Brendan, I forget exactly how they did it, Charlotte as well, but very notably using the Iron Jugulus, which was a super cool choice as well, as we see both of our players on the camera here. I do think we are going to hop into our game 1 here as we see our leads, with that being the Ogerpon Water and the Iron Jugulus here on Brendan's POV. What do you think about these leads?
So what I like is that with Brendan's team, his Iron Jugglers has a really good matchup into Side Spam with that Snarl, correct? And the booster energy allowing it to pretty much outpace everything, barring if, Jacob decides to go for Talon. Kind of forces Jacob to kind of bring the Tornadus, right? I think that I like both leads. Ogerpon is sitting in a very comfortable position. You could probably just Terra, just off rip, because you don't want to, take that super effective Bleak Wind damage, and possibly with a double up of maybe Snarl or like Ivy Terra Water, Ivy Kojo, you could probably just get rid of the Tornadus immediately. So we'll see what these trainers decide to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with the Snarl pressure here on Brennan's side, I think Jacob is going to have to find a way really around that to kind of position, Jacob wants to position their size spam, right, in a spot where they can actually be able to get off those attacks. So the first aspect of that is getting rid of this Jugulus somehow, but as you said before, Brendan being able to Terastallize their Ogerpon and get that special defense boost against something like the Bleakwind Storms, and now you're not taking super effective damage from that U-turn, and your Ogerpon's actually sitting at a decent amount of HP here.
Yeah, so we're gonna just see the Urshifu switch out. Let's see what Jacob decides to do here. Maybe pivot into a Pokemon that could better deal with the Ogerpon, and he brings in his own Ogerpon.
Yeah.
So, having that stab grass move into a Pokemon that is now fully water type is actually pretty good in this position. But they're just going to see them both just match Tailwind here.
Yeah, and Brendan matching Tailwind there I think is super important. You really need to, I think, especially as teams that don't really have options to that Prankster, you don't get to immediately press it. And even with Boost Energy, unfortunately, the fact that Tornadus would be able to press it at any time is like super important. The Ivy Cudgel there doing a large amount to that Tornadus, right? Now that you've matched Tailwind, Tornadus, depending on how it's EV'd as well, might be able to stall speed, but I think the booster energy on Iron Jugulus here is actually going to be able to allow it to maybe outspeed this Tornadus under Tailwind, and something something like a Snarl could just be really good, or you could even fire off something consistent like an Air Slash into the Tornadus. But we're going to see a switch here from the Ogerpon out into the Incineroar here to get that Ogerpon at -1.
So Ogerpon being at -1, most likely going to tear here to try to position himself to get maybe a knockout into the opposing Ogerpon slot or the Iron Juggler, depending on what they decide to do. But no Terra, just a straight Air Slash into the Ogerpon, doing over 60% of health, and a Icy Wind from the Tornadus. So it's going to reduce the speed on the Incineroar and Iron Juggler by 1 stage.
Yeah, and I think that's super interesting from Jacob's side where, again, even though you've matched Tailwinds now, you want to start gaining control of the speed still, right? And I think Icy Wind is really, really good at doing that. You want to make sure you're slowly figuring a way around the Jugulus there, but something I want to point out there that's super interesting is the Horn Leech coming out into the Rocky Helmet Incineroar, which I think is a super unique way of approaching something like the Urshifu Water that still is around, right? We've seen the rise of Urshifu Dark, but with Rocky Helmet on Incineroar, I think it's a really unique way of approaching something like the Urshifu Water. But instead, we're going to see Sarnea switch out here into the Urshifu.
Urshifu going to switch in, sitting in a very comfortable position, I think, in front of Incineroar and the Iron Jugulus. Jacob preserving his Terra is actually like pretty good in this scenario because now you could Terra with the Urshifu and lose that fighting weakness opposing the opposing Iron Jugulus with the Air Slash. You don't have to take super effective damage from that Air Slash, and I like Jacob's positioning here. I think that not tearing with the Ogerpon is like really good. I didn't see what he was going for, but now it kind of makes sense. He kind of wants to put the Urshifu in position to kind of just get off as much damage as possible. The Ogerpon on Brendan's side lost the water absorb ability, so now Urshifu doesn't have to kind of guess on where the Ogerpon's going to switch. He could just go for straight damage. So I really do like this positioning from Jacob here.
Yeah, and this is the scary thing, though, is like as I was kind of mentioning before with the Rocky Helmet, is you're still going to have to be careful about Urshifu because even though Incineroar is going to drop something like a Surging Strikes, the Rocky Helmet is going to be able to do chip as to where the Jugulus and things like the Ferrograph can, they don't do a lot of damage by themselves, but with combination of that Rocky Helmet, might be able to get Urshifu in a position where it's going to get knocked out of a combination of the Rocky Helmet plus an attack, as we see here. And the thing is even though Air Slash isn't going to be super effective against Urshifu if it does decide to Terrasilize here, it's still going to be doing a lot of chip coming off of a stab type bonus here on the Iron Jugulus. As we do see its Terrasalization, most likely that Urshifu, as you were alluding to before, just trying to get as much damage on the field with this Terra Water. And if this is into the Ferrograph slot, Rocky Helmet's going to be doing a lot of damage back.
Rocky Helmet is going to be doing a lot of damage back, but I think it's a decent trade, right? Like, you're only probably going to take 2 ticks of Rocky Helmet damage here because of the Terrasalization on the part of Jacob's end. So getting rid of this Incineroar, not having to deal with those fake out parting shot mind games, and just allowing yourself to just proceed on the board state, just picking up knockouts with this Terra Water boosted Urshifu, just allows Jacob to just put the matchup more so in his favor. I mean, Air Slash into Ogerpon, I like that Ogerpon's gone, but Tornadus comes back in. Iron Jugulus on the end of Brendan is at -1 speed, so it's basically at neutral speed without the booster energy item.
Yeah.
So just an interesting board state in my opinion. I don't know how Brendan is going to deal with the Terra Water Ogerpon, even though like you do have close combat and you do have Bleak Wind. I think that Ogerpon is sitting kind of comfortably, all depending on what Jacob decides to go for here this turn.
I think something like a Surging Strikes and a Bleak Wind is just kind of free here, right? You don't really need a CC, especially because you are a -1 from that parting shot that we saw before. You're going to get you just want a Surging Strikes as your most consistent option as well, and if you do go -1, those air... Yeah, and something like Rain Dance here also makes a lot of sense, just boosting up the damage. And this is the problem, I think, with Iron Jugulus, right, is that if Jacob decides to not bring the Psy Spam mode, something... Oh, that does so much damage. I think we forgot how broken Urshifu is. That might just be able to get the knockout there on the on the Ogerpon with the Rain Boost, Terra Water, right? Everyone's like, oh, I'm going to run Urshifu Dark now, but if that isn't a reason to run the Urshifu Water again, I don't know what is.
Wow. Amazing turn by Jacob there. Like you said, that parting shot into the Urshifu, bringing it at -1, but having that Rain Dance and that Surging Strike combo, and knowing your damage calcs there, and realizing like, hey, I could probably just pick up the opposing Ogerpon here from this range with that Rain Dance. So that pretty decent play on Jacob's end. I just don't know how Brendan could kind of deal with this offensive pressure with this Surging Strikes in Rain, and now Fluttermane just coming in.
Yeah, Jugulis is able to sit in front of things like the side spam mode, but in front of a special attack booster Fluttermane and a rain boosted Urshifu, Brennan understands that this board state is not favorable at all, and there's really no way out, right? Surging Strikes into the Farigiraf and like a Dazzling Gleam just is able to pick up both Pokemon there.
So very well played on Jacob's end. I still like the 4 that Brendan brought. I guess it's all about positioning, right? Ogerpon Fire seems like an option on Jacob's end to Terra, but like I said, that's what I first saw. But once I saw the Urshifu come in, I'm like, wait, no, this makes a lot of sense. You get the Ogerpon Water to Terra, and then now you make the game much more easier for you to play, right? I think with Brendan's end, he's going to have to try to maneuver his Ogerpon a little bit better, right? In the sense like you don't want to take too much damage and put yourself in range of that Rain Dance Surging Strikes play. You know, Jacob's probably going to be looking for that again because it just makes a lot of sense. If I'm able to get your Terra away, I could just click Surging Strikes into your whole team, basically for super effective and or neutral damage. Now, on top of that, I have Rain Dance, and that's doing even more damage, right? So I really do like this play style by Jacob. You're just utilizing the brokenness of Urshifu, right?
Yeah.
To its max potential. And we still got to be we still have to pay attention to Ogerpon Fire too. That's still a threat. You know, at +1, you know, Ivy Cudgel and or Woodhammer, if they have it, or Hornleech, is still going to do a lot of damage at +1. So I think that, interestingly enough, I thought Brendan's team was kind of favorable in this matchup, but I do kind of see it like landing on like a 50-50 end where it's just going to come down to positioning how well these players could call leads and kind of play into each other's teams.
Yeah, right. Like, it's super interesting as well, right? Because you look at Jugular, it's like, oh, this just is totally good in the Iron Crown stuff. But I think what the Iron Crown team does really good into Brendan's team is that Jacob has a lot of pressure on in terms of terrestrialization, right? Brendan feels like, I feel like in this matchup as well, is you want to terrestrialize the Water Ogerpon, like almost always, right? Even in front of the Fire Pond, just the Iron Crown, you want that +1 Spidef, you want the +1, like you want the +1 against Jacob's Tornadus, you don't want to be weak to Bleakwind. And like there's just so many opportunities that Jacob has to force a terrestrialization on Brendan's end, and then once the terrestrialization comes out, as an offensive team that Jacob does have, is you're able to play around that terrestrialization a lot more effectively, and as we saw, even if you don't have to play around it, just rain boosted Surging Strikes does so much damage, and you don't really have to think. Not that Jacob isn't thinking, but it's so much damage, it's really hard for Brendan to respond.
We're just going to see a double protect on the end of Ogerpon and Iron Juggle. It's kind of just scout out and see what Jacob kind of wants to do on this turn 1, right? Definitely probably a Tailwind on Jacob's end and maybe just a Dazzling Gleam, but we're just going to see another protect on Jacob. Players just scouting out and trying to get a feel of what their opponent wants to do here, and Tornadus is just going to go for Icy Wind, which I like. Just kind of just reduce the speed immediately and then go for that Prankster Tailwind, so you're always faster in that sense with Flutter on the opposing Iron Juggler. So I kind of like that play a lot on Jacob's end. But now I feel like for Brendan, you got to make like a business decision. You have to almost always Terra Ogerpon Water in this situation.
That's the
you
problem.
Don't want to take a Bleakwind plus Moonblast, and you want that Spidef boost. But we're going to just see Iron Juggler switch out.
Yeah, this is the scary part before, like I was alluding to, where the Ogerpon feels like it has to Terra every single time. And I think, like you said, I want to highlight that play a little bit more where that Icy Wind, right? Jacob realizing that I don't have to click Tailwind yet. He has the benefit of that Prankster Tailwind, so being able to go for an Icy Wind and having that dual speed control option, you're always able to match the Jugular's Tailwind. So there's no need to click the button early, and especially when Brendan has the option to go for things like the double protect. You have flexibility in Icy Wind to go for that. But see, now we just go for Tailwind here. Now it's very safe. Jugulis does lose its booster there, and Dazzling Gleam comes out here. Not going to do a lot of damage to both Pokemon. A little decent chip to Ogerpon. Ivy Cudgel here at Terra with Terra should be able to knock out this Fluttermane here. You know, I don't think there's any world the Fluttermane lives there. Terrestrialization. That is the one benefit of tearing your Ogerpon, right, is you do get that extra damage buff. Into opposing Pokemon, and things like Fluttermane, right, you're able to knock out. But forcing that Terra, I think, is still super good for Jacob.
I think it's good. I don't even think Jacob's behind here. You get your Tailwind up. Yes, Flutter gets some decent chip onto the Ogerpon, but now you could bring in Ogerpon Fire, which is good into both the Ogerpon Water and the Amoonguss, right? Amoonguss cannot spore the Ogerpon Fire. Ogerpon is able to get off super effective damage into the Ogerpon Water. And with Tailwind being up, you know that you're faster, right? The only possible way I think that Brendan could get out of this situation is probably like pivot and switching, right? You have the Incineroar, you have Amoonguss, so these are very good pivot and switch mons that I think do decently into Jacob's combination of Tornadus and Ogerpon Fire.
Yeah, and the scary thing here, though, is that Incineroar, right, doesn't really have any recovery. We see a lot of Incineroars running the safety goggles, or this one has Rocky Helmet, for example, but a lot of Incineroars aren't running things like Citrus Berry anymore, so things like even if the Ivy Cudgels or the Bleak Winds aren't super effective, it is damage that adds up on Incineroar, and, you know, as we saw before, I mean, Incineroar does avoid there. That is going to be good. Ivy Cudgel is going to follow off here, and Incineroar, it's not going to be doing a lot of damage, but chip is chip, right? So anything like to get range of Bleak Winds later in the game, or, you know, even an Aqua Jet from Urshifu or Surging Strikes, like anything to just lower the Pokemon bit by bit so Jacob can get in a position where Surging Strikes in range just start knocking out everything. I think that's what Jacob's end game is, or end plan really is.
Yeah, so now we're like, I think 2 turns to Tailwind. I think that Jacob there was kind of calling a read, right? Like, yeah, you have to kind of protect your Ogerpon here. You don't want to just lose it. So I'm going to just target the Amoonguss, maybe see if I can get a knockout, especially with having the chance to crit. I think that's a very decent play. We're going to see Fake Out into Ogerpon here, doing minimal damage and just a Bleak Wind. And both these Pokemon take it pretty well. Let's see what this Ogerpon Water decides to do here. Speed Drop not really mattering because the Prankster Tailwind, of course. And the Ivy Cudgel is going straight into the Tornadus. It should do around maybe 80–90%.
We saw last game it lived as well, so I would expect it to live this time as well. It's going to be able to fire off another Bleak Wind, and again, even if they're not you know, doing a lot of damage, chip is chip, right? And this Tornadus is mostly going to go for something like Rain Dance this turn, just to set up an Urshifu endgame, and the Ogerpon looks like it's in range of another Terra Water Surging Strikes again, like last game as well, Incineroar as well, obviously. I do think this game, though, Jacob has to be worried about the Amoonguss that hasn't really been able to be chipped, and if you do lose your Tornadus here, right, you aren't going to be able to fire off those Bleak Wind Storms, and if you do decide to set up Rain Dance, now you're actually lowering your Ogerpon's damage, right? Because you aren't going to be able to fire off those Ivy Cudgels in Rain. They're not going to be the same level as damage as before. Bleak Wind Storm opting that you don't want to lower your Ogerpon's damage. You'd rather just suffer that fate and just try to out damage in with maybe a Terrestrialization on Ogerpon's
Incineroar is just dodging these Bleak Winds here. Ivy Cudgel coming out into the Incineroar's end. Again, Jacob on the aggressive end, calling out every protect on the end of Brendan, but Brendan just going for a knockoff, getting rid of the Tornadus. So now we have a 4v2 situation, but with Follow Me and potentially Urshifu in the back, this is still a game.
Yeah, I think Brennan has done a lot better job this game preserving his pieces, preserving that Jugulis, preserving that Amoonguss, knowing that Jacob's game is trying to get that Urshifu in the field and steamrolling, so preserving the Amoonguss and the Jugulis I think is a great plan, right? Because if you are able to find a board position, even if you lose Ogerpon and Incineroar, pivoting those pieces in and out and where a position, as long as you get Amoonguss in and Jugulis, we know that Aeroslash is able to 2-hit KO the Ogerpon, and you're able to threaten super effective damage on one of them and force a Terror out. So Amoonguss Jugulis is looking like a very good endgame as long as you are managing the Ogerpon and of course it gets crit and things like that.
The only thing that's very interesting about this position for Jacob, you could make a lot of calls here, right? You could call the Ogerpon switch, you could kind of just Surging Strikes and Ivy Cudgel into that slot freely because Incineroar is not really doing much here, right? If you get this call correct and you're able to get a knockout on a potential Amoonguss switch, you kind of change the favor of the game into yours. And Ogerpon now being at, I believe, a neutral attack with this Ivy Cudgel and or Horn Leech, it should do a lot of damage. But we're going to just see a close combat into the Amoonguss. I wonder if Jacob here is going to follow up with the Ivy Cudgel into that slot, seeing as though Incineroar is at low health. And he does. I believe we're going to just see a straight Ivy Cudgel.
Oh, wow. And this is going to be a neutral as well. And that's just going to knock out the Amoonguss. That's super huge, right? Yeah. The whole issue that we were just talking about is that Urshifu would be able to be redirected, excuse me. But now that it's gone, there's no more redirection.
But this is not too bad for Brendan, right? You get the parting onto the Ogerpon here. You've got it at -1. You're able to bring back your Ogerpon Water in and able to get the Intimidate off on both these attacking mons as well. We're not in the same scenario that we were in Game 1. Rain Dance is not up. Urshifu's not really boosted to the point where it could just pick up those kind of knockouts with Surging Strikes. So now I think that it's a close ending, but it's going to be depending on how well these, well, not how well, but how fast these Pokemon are. What's the speed interactions between Ogerpon, both these Ogerpons that we haven't seen outside of Tailwind, pretty much, since Jacob has been able to just play under Tailwind and or Icy Wind speed drops.
Yeah, precisely. We do see a Fake Out there go off into the Urshifu, and this is a Horn Leech, depending on which Ogerpon is faster. I would expect Jacob's to be faster. It's actually not. Brendan's Ogerpon is faster. That means a Horn Leech is going to be able to fire off and heal a significant amount of HP. And this Ogerpon is at -1 on Jacob's end, so I'm really curious if it's actually going to be able to eat a hit.
I like that play a lot by Brendan. Just
Yeah.
just like a veteran play, right? Like fake out Horn Leech. You lose nothing from that because the Urshifu Scarf. You don't need to play into the opposing Ogerpon because it does have the ability to just kind of just click Spiky Switch. Pretty solid play on Brendan's, and I like the positioning from Brendan this game. Like we were talking about after game one. It's really just gonna come down who can outposition each other in this game too, right? Brendan just showing that his Ogerpon is faster, and that he realized like if I could play Ogerpon outside of Tailwind and just get rid of Tornadus, my Ogerpon could kind of go in because I think I know that I'm faster because he knows how his Ogerpon is trained, right? So
that's so funny, right? Usually you would not expect the water one to be so fast. So seeing it there, I think is a huge sigh of relief for Brendan. And I think that actually establishes the game 3 game plan really, really well, right? Because you found a position in this game, if you're Brendan, that you can find a way to terrestrialize your Ogerpon but not get as punished for it. And I think Brendan did an amazing job of just playing safely this game and really positioning that water pond, like you said before, positioning and making sure that it had just enough HP to fire off that fake out into Horn Leech and get that just the right amount of HP in between Incineroar and the Ogerpon in the end game there, allowing you to reposition in the perfect spot where Brendan was able to feel finally comfortable in an end game and secure that out.
Any changes that you would like to see? I think that Brendan doesn't need to bring the Iron Jugulus at all. I think that if I'm Brendan, I'm feeling confident enough that you're not bringing Side Spam into Iron Jugulus. And like the whole matching Tailwind thing is kind of hard with Torn, right? Because it has Prankster. So you're not really getting that immediate speed factor as Jacob is getting, right? So maybe we could see something else. Maybe even maybe a Farigiraf.
I was going to say, Farigiraf could be cool, but the only thing I think is scary for Farigiraf is that now you're playing the Ogerpon game, right, where now Jacobs is actually faster than yours and Trick Room and things like that. So it could be a little scary, right, because you just have to call Tailwind turns correctly. I still do, even if there is no side spam, I do like Jugulus because you're able to threaten with air slashes into things like the Urshifu and the Ogerpon. So I do still like Jugulus, and it seemed decently bulky as well, so actually being able to eat hits. But we actually do see the Farigiraf switch up, but it's into Psy Spam, or at least the Iron Crown.
Okay, I still like this though, right? Ensign, Farigiraf, very good into Iron Crown. I think Brendan can make a lot of assumptions now seeing the Iron Crown. If you see Iron Crown, then you definitely might have Ndidi in the back, right? You could almost always play into that. So I know Brendan's been playing the game for a while, so he definitely knows that, all right, he's going with the Iron Crown stuff. I need to kind of figure out how can I get some damage without taking it damage. But Ensign, like I said, and Farigiraf are good bonds in front of Iron Crown at the sense that you're not going to be able to just spam the expanding force into it.
Yeah, and we are going to see a Bleakwind Storm actually hitting its mark there. Tachyon Cutter going off from the Farigiraf into a Protect. This Iron Crown actually, is Choice Specs, and it has Volt Switch. So if that turn we did see a Volt Switch instead with the Tachyon Cutter going off in the Farigiraf, just trying to do damage. Bleakwind actually, again, chipping down Incineroar. We saw it live last game on like 30 HP, so chip is chip, right? And something like the Iron Jugulus could come in here. So Brendan actually opted in to bring Farigiraf and the Iron Jugulus. That's like really bad for Psy Spam there if Ndidi's in the back.
Very bad for Psy Spam, but very good for Brendan, right? Having the ability to just kind of click Snarl and not care if they set up Tailwind and not get punished, right? It's actually like very, very huge. Like, you can literally just click Snarl, click Hyper Voice. You don't even need to really set up Trick Room here. But we're just going to see the Iron Crown switch out.
Yeah, and you actually have Psychic there on your Farigiraf too. Something like Snarl Psychic is so free and everything else. What's switching an Urshifu or Ogerpon? It's so hard for, I think, Jacob to switch into that, right? And Snarl obviously isn't going to matter for Urshifu, but even lowering it into the Tornadus, like, see, that's already starting to add up. That's so much value that Snarl is providing there. We do see a speed drop there, Hyper Voice just being able to do chip, and that does so much. That does way more than I ever would have thought.
So this is really good in the sense that now Jacob has to target this Farigiraf, right? Like, Iron Jugulus being able to knock out the Urshifu now because it's in range for Air Slash, even if it tears. And the fact that Jacob has to target the Farigiraf because it's at +1 and Hyper Voice is just going to pick up the knockout on these opposing two Pokemon kind of gives Brendan some leeway to kind of just trade the Farigiraf for the Urshifu, which I don't mind that trade at all. I think that's a perfect trade. We're just going to see a Terra at the end for Jacob, Terra Water, Urshifu, most likely going to target down that Farigiraf. But I think if I'm Brendan here, if a trade for Urshifu and Fergraph is about to happen, I'm 100% okay with that.
Yeah, like there's already so much damage that has come out there, and I mean this does look like it's going to be able to pick out the KO on Brendan's Fergraph there. Those were two drastically different roles there. That's scary a little bit, but yeah, no, this trade is super favorable, right? And Urshifu doesn't have that fighting or resistance at all, so Snarl's actually going to be doing a decent amount of chip here. Might even 2-hit KO, to be honest, depending, or air slash even. Yeah, just knock out the KO on Urshifu. Super, super safe from Brendan there. You're doing. You just made so many better trades, I think, in those first turns, and Brendan is so far ahead. And like you said before, just being able to threaten things like Hyper Voice and Snarl into Jacob's team it's really hard to switch into and kind of play around that Jugulus.
And now that you don't have your Terror, your Iron Crown is almost like a sitting duck in front of these two Dark types, right? Snarl already putting the Tornadus at -120. Even though Torn is going for Bleak Ones, they have a chance to miss, and it's at a lower special attack damage range. So now, if I'm Brendan, I'm kind of just feeling comfortable just clicking Snarl, clicking Flare Blitz, clicking Knockoff, whatever you want to do here. It's kind of just, you could do whatever you want. It's just unfortunate for Jacob, though. I think that their game plan was correct. I think Iron Crown is fine to bring it in the Game 3 scenario, but I think Brendan just kind of called that in a sense.
Oh, the critical hit doesn't add up there. I thought maybe with the critical hit and the Volt, that was choice specs, by the way. That's really sad damage there from the Iron Crown. I think maybe if you got a K out on the Incineroar, you had a way to get back in, but I think with the Incineroar not getting knocked out here, a knockoff is going to be fired off into this Indeedee, doing so much damage. That is insane. And, of course, the Rocky Helmet is going to be able to knock out the Incineroar, so you still do get the knockout, but indeed he took so much damage there.
Yeah, but the combination of knockoff and I believe Snarl this next turn, and having your Terror available and able to go for the Terror Water and in front of 3 Mons that are special attackers, I think like Brendan is sitting very comfortably here. Just clicking Snarl and Ivy Cudgel, Terror Water Ivy Cudgel should just kind of close up this game here.
And it's really scary too, right? Because even though you're both, even though Jacob's up a Pokemon, like you said before, bringing Psyspan into a double dark team is really scary. I get Jacob's game plan of wanting to like maybe, oh, he's going to adjust. He's not going to bring Jugulus, but like we were saying before, I think like Jugulus is always a safe bring. Even if they don't bring it, even if it provides the least amount of value, you need it. Like you, unfortunately. And we do see a Follow Me just come out here, maybe directing Air Slash or something of the sort. But like you said before, Bleak Wind, and it is just going to miss the Ogerpon there. Does a decent amount of Jugulus, maybe.
We're just going to see a Snarl to KO the Indeedee. And a follow-up of Ivy Cudgel should put this in a 3v1 situation. But like we were talking about, this is what makes Ogerpon Water such a good Pokemon, right? Having the ability to Terra, having the ability to get that +1 Sped F boost, and being able to sit in front of special attackers pretty well for the most part. And also, we can't forget, Brendan has Snarl on his Iron Jugulus. So the interaction with Snarl and having that +1 special defense boost allows Brendan to kind of utilize Ogerpon to its peak. And he showcased here in Game 3.
Precisely, and I think it was so well adjusted, right, Brendan, after realizing Game 1, positioning their Water Ogerpon they didn't really position it well, right? Like they kind of got in a position where it was uncomfortable to take the Surging Strikes, but I think in Games 2 and 3, they made an excellent decision to position their Water Ogerpon, especially in Game 3 where they position the back. This is the first time we've seen a game where the Water Ogerpon's actually at full HP, and it doesn't have to Horn Leech or go for anything to recover HP. So the fact that you do have your +1 and are able to just sit here, and Snarl's is like the icing on top, right? But with an Ivy Cudgel and a Snarl, or Ivy Cudgel and a Snarl here, should just be able to pick up this Iron Crown and seal out the set here for Brendan, taking a 2-1 over Jacob in our round 1.
Also, I wanted to point out, like, there's something that we didn't talk about, what Brendan did to kind of win this set. He conditioned his opponent to kind of bring that Iron Crown, right? Game 2, we saw the Amoonguss, right? I think in Jacob's eyes, like, he could not deal with the Amoonguss the way that he wanted to deal with it. And what makes it easier for him to deal with Amoonguss is just bringing that side spam matchup. Because it's like, okay, yes, you have a +1 special defense boost Ogerpon on your team. But in the day, I mean, Expanding Force is still going to do a lot of damage, right? Especially with Indeedee. But it just shows how a veteran player like Brendan just kind of realized, all right, I got him to kind of like maybe respect the Amoonguss. I could kind of maybe just go with Fergraph. And I do agree with you on the Iron Jugulus, and I think that I was definitely wrong. I think that you always bring it But there was just, I felt like there was some Pokemon that was missing. I think Fergraph was kind of cool, right?
Yeah.
Conditioned, well, forced him to kind of target it and made it a threat. I think that's what made Wolfie's team kind of really cool and good about the throat spray stuff, because it's like, Fergraph, we just know it to just kind of be a Trick Room helping hand, just a support Pokemon. But once you get that +1 with Fergraph, you're like, wait, this thing's kind of doing a lot of damage. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
you saw in that game 2, or excuse me, game 3, where the Hyper Voice went off, and it did like just under 50%, but with that +1 offsetting it, guaranteeing those 2-hit KOs with the Hyper Voice. And as we, like, with the Blood Moon team in general as well, spread moves are so valuable. So the fact that you are able to have Terra Normal, Life Orb boosted, that's nice. But having Fergraph with the Throat Spray and boosting your own Hyper Voices on them as well is super nice. And you don't have to play the mind games with the Torn and stuff like that. And the fact that they're 100% accurate is also so much more valuable, right? We saw the Bleak Winds missing there a lot for Jacob. It might not have added up in the long term, but the fact that you do have the consistent option for Brett inside was super cool. I think we do actually want to try to get a winner's interview here with Brendan for round 1. That'd be super cool to talk to. Unsure where they are at the moment, but if we do want to get them on the mic, Lorsi, I'll pass it off to you, and you want to do the first interview. I'll
I'll
grab
get my boy
Brendan
Brandon up here.
Yeah. But we will cut right back to an interview with Brendan Zhang, our round 1 winner. If I can go find him.
Welcome again, guys. Back with Brendan Zhang after
What's
that
up?
amazing performance.
Thank you.
Let's talk a little bit about Charlotte. Before we get into the match, let's talk a little about Charlotte.
Sure.
Top 32.
Yes,
Hungry for more?
definitely.
How does it feel to kind of like? I feel like we spoke a little bit before. You said that you're fishing for that that win at a regional, and how do you feel about your prep going into regional level events? I think that some things that are just not have been spoken about a lot with top players. Like, how do you feel as though what makes your prep different? Because you're a very consistent day 2 player from last year to this year. Like, I don't know how many day 2s you missed, but I definitely know how many day 2s you kind of made. And in the sense, like, how can we be more like you? How can we be more like you and be consistent and be able to day 2 a lot of events?
Right. So I think team comfort
Okay.
is something that I prioritize.
Okay.
A lot of people kind of just, play around with teams that are popular, and they won't really like try to make it their
Okay.
own. They won't
Gotcha.
try to like put their own DNA in it.
Okay.
And I think it's like, you can really, do decently well when you kind of follow that flow chart. but
Gotcha.
You really have to be comfortable with your team, be comfortable with the matchups. I think that's really why I've been doing well in the past couple of regionals, making day 2 at like I think the past 4.
Yeah.
I really like my teams. I really like the way that I've been playing. I really like how like the teams, you can tell like all of the teams are like a me team.
Yeah.
I think that's really important. But at the same time, it's like, you all obviously also have to practice a lot,
Yeah.
think about matchups. I don't know. I don't know if I'm like necessarily the best example. I still feel like there's like another step that I need to take in terms of my preparation in order to actually like be one of the best,
Got it. Question number 2. How do you feel about this format? It's been kind of crazy for
Yeah.
me. I feel like almost every team is like viable, right?
Right.
But like you said, with comfort. So I think that's going to play a big part in Reg F, because the viability of Mons just allow like almost every kind of team archetype to kind of be good. We've seen Rain Archaladon. We've seen Dozo. We've seen Chen Pao D-Knight. We've seen a Blood Moon Fergraph. And I think the big thing is knowing your team and comfort,
Right.
like you said. I think that's the main thing that a lot of players need to take into consideration when going into an event. Don't try to go in with something last minute that might be the call.
Right.
You're better off just playing something that you know. And even if like the meta kind of shifts and you think your team isn't good, the best options is probably what you're comfortable with, right?
Yeah,
Just play
exactly.
into the bad matchups if it comes into you. And if
Exactly.
you play in your good matchups, you just take it for what it is.
Right. I think like the cool thing about like having so many different like viable archetypes
Mhm.
is that like they all are like strong teams and they all like always have strong options. So it's like if you play into a bad matchup, you can play really well and still beat your opponent,
Yep.
right? It's not like you're just gonna have to take an auto loss.
Yes.
And I think that's just like the cool thing about formats where it's like you have a lot of different things that you could possibly use. And I because of that I really like this format. Obviously like Jugulus has been really good for me the past couple of tournaments. And I think like just being able to be unique, find that Pokemon or find a couple of Pokemon that like can kind of take advantage of what's popular in the format is always a really cool thing in any metagame.
Yeah, and it's always good to kind of use something unique with kind of like a meta team, like because players are just so used to seeing like the same kind of
Right.
6 variants of archetypes. Like this is what they got. I know what I'm doing to this, and now you kind of throw this Jugulus in the mix. Not trying to say that a lot of players don't know what it does. It's just like that not being familiar with it
Right,
could also
exactly.
help you, right,
Exactly.
in terms of playing against somebody. But we're gonna talk a little about the game with you and Jacob. Game one, right?
Game one, yeah.
Kind of I just outpositioned you. We were just
Right.
talking about it. I think like we were talking and I said like think this matchup is literally coming to just who could position better in the matchup. I don't think there was like a favorable there was no favorable team in my sense. I think it was just 50-50 and who could just play the game better and bring the better mons.
Right.
Game one you lost. How did you approach that loss into game two?
So yeah, I think I kind of figured that like Urshifu was pretty threatening into my team, especially if I just blow the Terra on Ogerpon immediately, which I kind of like to do against Side Spam teams, especially against Flutter too. Like I usually use Ogerpon to deal with Flutter and don't want to take a huge attack, so I want to get that special defense boost immediately. So I kind of like thought about like what went wrong in game one, and I realized like Farigiraf really didn't do much. I kind of wanted to maybe get myself into a position where I might want to Trick Room because Trick Room seems pretty threatening against his team. But I didn't obviously get that going in game one. So I figured, okay, like let me switch it up. Urshifu was a huge problem. I'm going to bring Amoonguss this time. And it obviously worked out pretty well. It was good into his Flutter. It was good into his Urshifu.
Yep.
And then, yeah, in game three, I kind of figured like he's probably like going to try to counter that.
Yeah, I was literally like, as I'm watching you play, and I'm like, I realized towards the end of the set, I was like, wait, what Brendan did was so undervalued, and a lot of a lot of people will miss what you did. Like you kind of conditioned him to bring Iron Crown
Right,
and Ndidi, right?
exactly.
After beating him game two with Amoonguss, and we were just talking about it, I was like, wait, he kind of went crazy with that idea, like. You bring Amoonguss because Urshifu gave you problems, and he didn't really have a solid way to deal with Amoonguss, even having Torn and Ogerpon Fire.
Right.
So he knew that he needed backup from his friends from Iron Crown and Ndidi, which I thought game three, I'm like, wait, I don't know how Jugs is great in the matchup, and I was like, maybe he drops Jugs for Farigiraf and kind of maybe goes the Trick Room mode. I don't know. But you ended up bringing Farigiraf and the Iron Jugulus, which I think was amazing into his game three plan. I think that the combination of Snarl and being able to Terra Water and just Ivy Cudgel things and just reduce the special attack while having a +1 spit F with your with your Ogerpon Water in that end game was just kind of curtains, right? He had like one physical attacker and I believe 3 special attackers. So once you got rid of that Urshifu with that Air Slash,
Right, exactly.
I was like, wow, okay, he definitely is going to position this in the end game where he's just kind of clicking Snarl and clicking Terra Water,
Exactly.
Ivy Cudgel, which I really liked and I really appreciate. And a lot of that stuff goes undervalued in a lot of matches that you see. Like people kind of like forget. Like you could kind of, if you play into somebody, right, and you win in a way where they need to respect them on,
Right.
and they're gonna adjust. You could play to adjust at time. This is what makes best of 3 kind of good. But
Yeah.
Brendan, you're a phenomenal player.
Thank you.
You've been killing it in the Master Division so far, and I'm hoping to see more from you this season. What's your next event?
Probably EUIC.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're going to kill it wherever you go. I mean,
Hope
four
so.
day twos in a row. We'll keep it up for EUIC with your
Hopefully.
fifth. and hopefully we see you in top cover at this event. But I'm gonna let you go, get ready for your round 2. But it was a pleasure having you here.
Yes, thank you.
Guys, we're going to take a little break. Round 2 pairings will be up. I believe it's up right now, but
Yep.
we'll have new casting and a new group of trainers for you guys to see. So take care.
Welcome back, BrookLAN. I'm Tyson Hughes here with Joshua Lorsi, and we're back at it for round 2 here of our MSS today. And I'm honestly super excited because after that round 1, going to a game 3, I hope all of our games today go to a game 3, honestly. I love watching Pokemon, right? And having the opportunity to commentate here today is always a blast. And we have another electric matchup between two players here for round 2. One of them being Arvin, who just came off of a top 4 in Charlotte. I'm super excited to see how they play today. They're actually not rocking the Blood Moon team. We have a Gouging Fire mirror. And that's why I say electric, because I feel like Gouging Fire wasn't really respected. You actually could talk more about it. You did run it in Charlotte if you do want to talk about that.
I don't want to talk about the run, but I'll talk about the Pokemon if that's fair. So gouging, very interesting, very, I would say, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Yeah.
Interesting, and not how I feel about it, right? That is an accurate way to describe Gouging Fire, I think.
It's really good. It's really good into matchups that it's supposed to be good in. But the bad matchups is what makes me so scared to use the Pokemon, right? You don't want to see Lando Y. You don't want to see a lot of things that just kind of hit Gouging Fire for super effective damage. The more normal set of gouging is the speed boosting, because you just want to outpace everything on the field and able to go for howls and be able to click those breaking swipes and be just kind of faster than your opponent and kind of have some damage mitigation and also boost your partners as well, right? Heat Crash is it's just a weird move to me where it could hit Mons for very hard damage, or it could be like a 40 base power move into Ursaluna. So it's like a hit or miss. So I just don't know how I feel about the Pokemon, but it's definitely a group of Pokemon that are built around Gouging Fire that have done well at events at Charlotte. And there was, like, I believe, like 7 or 8 Gouging Fires in day 2, which is really good for the Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it's bad at all. I think that you just need to run it correctly.
Yeah.
It needs to be partnered well. If it's not partnered well, it kind of just fumbles. But I think that this mirror should be interesting. Different terrors on the gouging, which might play a part in the matchup. But
For sure.
I do think that Gouging Fire, I think it's here to stay.
Yeah.
I think it's here to stay in the meta.
I agree as well, right? I mean, Luca, if you're watching this, right, you might be the best Gouging Fire player out there, but I think a lot of people are picking up after that result as well. I think in the mirror as well, more so than the Terrace, to be honest, the option that both of these players have on their team is how you support the Gouging Fire, right? Is you can go the all physical route, like kind of Arvin is kind of doing, right? Where your only special attacker is that the Flutter Mane, and you have things like King Gambit, Iron Hands to really take advantage of the Gouging Fire, and things like Chan Pao to just offset the damage to a level that's unseen of with the howls and the sort of ruin and the terras and things that just boost your damage and things like that, where Brian's approach is more of the Landorus Eye and Golden Go, where you have 2 different modes, so you're not as reliant on the howl set as you have things in Tornadus with the Rocky Helmet and Golden Go, where you're able to Tailwind and make it rain. And that's another Pokemon I want to talk about as well, is Golden Go, where I think it actually has a decent matchup into a lot of the meta right now. I think maybe not into the Gouging Fire stuff. I mean, Shadow Balls will hurt it still, but you don't really get to click your broken move in of Make It Rain, which is primarily what you want to be using it for. But I think Golden Go, like, overall into the meta has a decent amount of possibilities out there that it could be used for, as we do see both of our players here hop into our game 1.
Interesting enough, the gouging set on Brian's end is going to be very different than Arbin's, right? We see how Breaking Swipe and Flare Blitz. So just to keep note that Brian is definitely running a more physical advantage in the gouging set, being able to click Flare Blitz, and that base power on Flare Blitz kind of just hits everything for that power. So we'll just see how both these trainers decide to go with a lead of Chen Pao, King Gambit on the end of Arbin's side, and Gouging and Ogerpon on the end of Brian.
Yeah, and these I feel like are 2 very normal leads, right? Especially the Water Pond and the Gouging Fire, just very normal, right? You can just howl, click Ivy Cudgel, you follow me Breaking Swipe. I mean, not in front of a King Gambit, obviously, but it's actually kind of scary for Arbin, right? Is because you feel almost forced to Trials your King Gambit, which is that Dragon type. I mean, of course, you go for Protect as well, but I think Gouging with Flare Blitz in particular does a great job of pinning this King Gambit, where next to Chan Pao, which we do see Arbin decide to switch out, is you're threatening a lot of damage into this King Gambit, and even if you're dropping the King Gambit by -1, if it does decide to Terrasilize or something like that, it's doing super effective damage, which is a little scary. So I think if Brian does get Howls off, you are able to balance those back and forth. As we see a translation here, I would assume that to be the dragon. Maybe into the King Gambit here. Doesn't want to eat a blitz, and you really want to try to find a way to weave in a Swords Dance. I think that's what Arvin's game plan is.
So yes, I like this Terra on Arm's end, but it could also backfire, right? If you're able to click how, maybe even once, to be honest, breaking swipes is still going to do a lot of damage into this King Gambit. King Gambit is also known for its decent bulk, but at the same time, you don't want to be taking like maybe a +1 or +2 breaking swipes. And we're going to just see a Kowtow cleave into the Ogerpon slot. You're going to see the Ogerpon, obviously, spiky shield there. King Gambit's going to take a little bit of damage due to the spiky shield, but I think that this is a wonderful turn one by Brian, right? Got that howl up. Now you could start clicking the breaking swipe. You can also tear on your end to kind of lose that dragon typing, but you kind of don't need to, too. If you're dropping the attack stat of the opposing gouging and able to kind of click moves with your Ogerpon, I don't think Terra's more so needed. I think I would just take the trade of just having breaking swipes hit super effective damage. Also, we don't know the speed interactions between these gougings as well. So I think the important thing in this turn is seeing who's actually going first with breaking swipe, because they might have just complete control of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like the Terra here. I do think if you are going to Terastallize, though, is don't go for a breaking swipe yet, because you're most likely not going to pick up the King Gambit there. I think going for another Howl, maybe it's a little greedy, but yeah, I think another Howl might have been a little bit safer with something like a Follow Me, but this breaking swipe also is fine as well. The fact that, again, you're able to play out those speeds and figure it out. I mean, you do that with Howl as well, but breaking swipe is going to go off here. But like the scary thing is I wish you're giving this King Gambit boosts, which is always going to be scary, I think. And Ivy Cudgel is going to fire off here. I don't know if that's going to... Yeah, that's all, like, if you howled, I think... Oh, but it goes into Ogerpon anyway, so you get... Oh, it lived? Wait, okay.
So this is really
I was
good.
not expecting it to live.
So this is really good for Brian. If Brian could somehow double protect and maybe scout out for a protect on the end of Arbin, right? You're able to pick up the knockout with breaking swipes the following turn. But we're going to just see maybe Brian just straight up just go for the offense. Because the thing about gouging mirrors is, like, you don't want to double protect into a howl. You know what I mean? You don't want to do that. So I understand Brian's thought process here. But we're going to just see the King Gambit protect, kind of scout out and see what Brian wants to go for here. And gouging's just going to click breaking.
Yeah, and this is most likely going to confirm that Brian's Gouging Fire is going to be faster since this is the second time in a row now, where that Breaking Swipe is going to go off, lowering that Gouging Fire there on Arbin's side to -2, and Breaking Swipe not even able to pick up the Ogerpon there. I think Arbin's Protect there from King Gambit made a lot of sense, right? You want to get rid of the Ogerpon so you don't have to play the Follow Me Mind games, because your King Gambit is at boosted attack, and I'm not sure if that critical hit mattered. You were at +1, right? Or actually, excuse me, with the Breaking Swipes, maybe that could matter.
Yeah, so... That's what makes Ogerpon good, right? It's able to punish this whole breaking swipes game plan. Being able to crit. Ogerpon living on the end of Brian is super huge now, because now you have a really simple play of just clicking just breaking swipes and Follow Me. Just to avoid that sucker punch, because that King Gambit is actually a threat right now, right? And the only way it could get off some damage right now, I believe, is through sucker punch. It might actually be able to live with breaking swipes, depending on how these... trainers train their Pokemon, obviously. But I think the big thing that we need to take from this game one so far is the fact that Brian's Gouging Fire is faster. So having that faster breaking swipes, being able to lower the attack stat of the opposing gouging and also any other physical attacker first is actually pretty huge in the mirror, in my opinion. But we're just going to see a Sucker Punch here. Not going to do too much damage at all.
Yeah, and the breaking swipes that Arbin was able to fire off, allowing that King Gambit to live another turn and be able to get another Defiant boost. That's super, super scary, I think, there. And Hornleech getting the KO on the Ogerpon. So Arbin's like, okay, your Gouging Fire is faster than mine, but my Ogerpon's faster than yours. So being able to get that KO there, now there's no more mind games. Now there's no more Follow Me Mind games, and this King Gambit is setting at a scary amount of attack, and you're able to threaten sucker punches into a lot of things here on Brian's side of the field. Maybe even being able to pick up a KO on the Gouging Fire next turn if it doesn't go for a Protect. And I think what's also interesting is that this Gouging Fire is opting for Protect instead of Burning Bulwark, so you are able to, I wouldn't say freely, but being able to go for Kowtow in a slot without being worried of getting burned is reassuring, I think, to say the least.
Yes, I do kind of like Protect on gouging, because, like, I get the whole burning bull mark. You want to get the burns on a lot of these physical attacking Pokemon, but one thing that we got to, that this metagame, it's Urshifu, it's Ogerpon, for the most part, that are the main physical attackers, and Incineroar, right? Incineroar is not going to get burned because of the fact of its fire typing. Urshifu if
Goes to protect.
goes to protect, and Ogerpon Ivy Cudgel
Doesn't
is
even
not
make contact.
So I do like the protect on the end of Brian, but still a very interesting interaction that these next two turns are going to have, because at the same time you did click breaking swipes into King Gambit. Yes, you get the -1 attack, but at the same time you're giving him that Defiant boost. But we're just going to see the Gouging Fire just switch into the Tornadoes here, and let's see what the trainers decide to do. Urshifu just goes for Sucker Punch. What a good play. That's
Yeah.
really, really smart,
Yeah.
because you know that on Arbin's end, you kind of want the Ogerpon here kind of wants to attack, because like Follow Me Sucker Punch is just kind of like a very slow play. Like you need to get as much damage as you can. I'm sorry, as much as possible. So I really do like that play on the end of Brian. And having Tornadoes here with Tailwind is going to be really, really clutch in this endgame.
Yeah, I really like that play from Brian there, realizing that Arbin most likely was going to go for something like a Sucker Punch plus an Ivy Cudgel to try to get a knockout on the Urshifu, knowing it has that sash, being able to double that. But Brian calling out that game plan out, I think, and going for a Sucker Punch into the King Gambit, not risking it, right? Understanding that if it does follow me, then you at least have sash and you're able to preserve it. And if Sucker Punch does fail, then the King Gambit Sucker Punch fails. Even if it went for a Cow Tower or something, right? You're forcing Arbin to make that play kind of in their head. Turner's going for protect here. Not going for a Tailwind, not being too hasty about their game plan yet. Sacred Sword going off for the Urshifu. I'm not too sure about that. I think Tailwind, you needed to click at that turn. Maybe they were hoping that they can get in gouging here, but the scary thing is, right, is I'm unsure if you're going to be in range of a Sucker Punch from this Chen Pao. If it is adamant, I think you do threaten maybe a KO on gouging. It might live on like 10 depending on how it's EV'd, but it seemed relatively fast, so I'm unsure how bulky it is. I also have like 0 games of gouging fire. I have no idea how bulky this thing is going to be.
So gouging has some good stat distribution. It's pretty bulky, but at the same time, like it can't like take all the hits, especially Terra Fire gouging, right, in front of an Ogerpon. It's just gonna do a lot of damage. What I think Brian, I don't want to say like failed to realize, but like Tailwind is like an easy play, right? It just makes your Urshifu faster, and you could just click close combat into the Ogerpon. I believe it should have been at Rage to be knockout with Chen Pao on the field. I think that's a risk that I'm willing to take, because the idea is you get Tailwind up, and then if you do lose your Urshifu, your gouging comes in. Now your gouging is faster than Chen Pao, right? And it's able to click the breaking swipes. So we're just going to see a Flare Blitz, though.
And we don't see a Sucker Punch very notably as well, which I think is super big. So if you get something like a burn here on the Flare Blitz, you are still in this game. Gouging Fire is going to be able to hang on from that recoil. Icicle Crash coming out and missing the Tornadus there. And Brian able, oh my god. And the Ivy Cudgel is going to go off into the Gouging Fire, knocking it out. But that's super big for Brian now.
Super big for Brian, and that's one of the painful things about running
Yeah,
Chen Pao with Icicle Crash. This is why when I ran gouging Chen Pao, I ran Ice Spinner, because at the
You
same
need
time,
Spinner.
you need Spinner, because you need Spinner to kind of deal with those kind of side spam teams, and you're like kind of boosting yourself, right? So you could get that Icicle Crash damage just by just clicking How, Icicle Crash damage and even more than that, because of just having How on your team, and yeah, we're gonna just see that miss play a big part, but I don't. Is it over?
I mean, a critical hit from the Ivy Cudgel here could play a part. Something like if you get a miss, obviously there's always misses, right? We saw the Icicle Crash miss. Bleak Wind Storm is more likely to miss, to be honest. So Sucker Punch is going to fire off here into the Tornadus. Tornadus hangs on. Bleak Wind needs the hit here. I'm holding my breath. But I think from Brian's end is you had a lot more of a Bleak Wind does hit, taking game 1 there for Brian. But I do want to talk about that game is because, like you were saying, I think when Tornadus protected that turn, I think going for Tailwind and attack, actually maybe not even into Ogerpon, into the Chen Pao, right? Being able to break its sash, and then you threaten a lot more damage with the Gouging Fire. Mm-hmm. So when it comes in and you force a Sucker Punch, because there, it was very safe for Arbin to just go for Protect or go for an Icicle Crash, like unfortunately it missed. But it was a very, very safe, I think, from Arbin to go for that play because of the Protect, and Brian kind of provided Arbin that game, that end game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think either or could be objectively correct. I just think that if you fixate the damage on close combat onto the Ogerpon, I'm not sure on the damage range, but I think Ogerpon had somewhat of some chip. Now, if you get rid of the Ogerpon, it becomes like a 3v1 situation, depending on what moves he decides to click. If he decides to click Icicle Crash into Torn, does have a chance to knock out. We don't know how this Tornadus is trained. That's one. Two, I think that The only like misplay that I saw on Brian's end, to be honest, was just that turn. Like you said, we both pointed out, you don't need to click protect in that sense. You kind of just want to get that speed interaction where your Urshifu's going first that turn because you know it's going to go down within the next turn or two. So might as well just get as much use as you can out of that Urshifu just by kicking that tailwind and just getting rid of maybe Ogerpon or bringing the Chen Pao down to Sash, like you said.
Exactly, and I mean the Chen Pao isn't as incentivized to even click and attack that turn into it anyways, because it does have to click things like Icicle Crash into the Tornadoes. And as we saw, yes, you don't make contact, and with Rocky Helmet on Tornadoes, that could be annoying going into this matchup, and it definitely can add up, and breaking your Sash is definitely scary, but you can miss.
Yes.
And that's the scary thing, and I think Arbin is definitely regretting maybe not bringing Spinner into this tournament now. I mean, of course, there are adaptations for Game 2, and I think if you play around the Gouging Fire, now that you know the speed tiers, you know your Ogerpon's faster most likely, and you know Brian's Gouging Fire is faster than yours, you can play around that now if you're Arbin. And Arbin, again, coming off of a top 4, definitely has the skill set to be able to lock in for
Playing
Game
for
2
years.
and
I think
play
he
around.
definitely has it. But we're going to just see a King Gambit Gouging Fire lead on the end of Arbing and
Oh,
Torn and Landers, and you see it on
That's really
Brian's
scary.
face. He's excited to see
Yeah.
this, and this is what I was talking about earlier. As a Gouging Fire player, I can say this is the most terrifying duo that you could see because you could click Rain Dance and Sandstream Storm and force a Terra out on the end of Arbin's end, which
Yeah.
is terrifying to be in.
Yeah, and there's really no counterplay here for this, unfortunately, for Arbin. Like, you do have things like the breaking swipe, but again, you're taking damage from that Tornado because it is a contact move. That breaking swipe is actually going to be making contact with it, and Rocky Helmet, in addition to the Bleakwind Storms and the Sandseer Storms, you're going to be doing so much damage there. This play that Brian's thinking about in their head as well also makes a lot of sense. You're trying to preserve your landers. You don't want to get too hasty, right? You have the opportunity to play safe where you could just protect, Rain Dance, then Tailwind, then Bleakwind Storm. Like, you have the opportunity, and you know how your Tornado is built if you're Brian, where you can play very safely here. And we do see just, again, you're baiting out Protect there from Arbin's, and there's no need to get hasty with your Sandseer Storm. You have the lead advantage. You don't have to jump the gun too hastily here. I mean, Arbin obviously has the chance to maybe go for a Swords Dance or something like that, but it's such a scary play. Like, both these players, I think, have a lot of opportunities. But Kowtow just going in for the Landers there, and this is looking super good for Brian now.
Very well piloted by Byron that turn, realizing that Arbin needs to kind of get some damage onto this Landers here, and protecting Lando and going for Rain Dance is by far the best play possible that you could have done that turn. Now you get this immediate speed interaction with Tailwind and being faster than the Gouging Fire and going for a Life Orb Sandstream Storm into his team. So let's see how well Gouging can take this. I'm pretty sure.
Do you think Gouging takes this?
Nah. There is no chance, in my opinion, but we'll see.
Sucker Punch isn't even a 2-hit KO there, right? So you need Burning. Oh, and it doesn't live, unfortunately, there for the Burning Bulwark there on Arbin's end. It is going to be knocked out by that Sandseer Storm. That's a little unfortunate. I think if you do live that turn, you can fire for Breaking Swipe and threaten that Landorus now with a 2-hit KO on that Sucker Punch, but it looks like it's just out of range of a Sucker Punch there. With Chen Pao on the field, right, Sucker Punch should be able to pick up in the Landorus here, but this is still a very, very scary position. You have things like the Bleakwind Storm, of course. You don't want to give the King Gambit a drop there. It could get a little out of hand. But the fact that the rain's up and you're able to guarantee that you're hitting both in the first place, depending on what Brian has in the back, this is looking very scary for Arbin. Arbin, I don't want to discount yet either, though, because Arbin definitely has things like the Chen Pao as long as you're preserving your Sash. And, God forbid, you actually do hit your Icicle Crash this time. The Landorus isn't, or excuse me, the Tornadus isn't looking to safe if you're able to hit an Icicle Crash this turn.
We're going to just see a protect on the King Gambits and kind of maybe scout out and see what these trainers decide to do with the Pokemon. But the only thing that's good about this scenario, this board scenario, is the fact that you can't miss because of Rain Dance. So this is going to be a knockout on the end of Brian for to get rid of this Chen Pao here. So I don't know. I think that like this board was pretty good for Arbin, although it looked bad, right? It was pretty good in the sense that you have this double Sucker Punch pressure, right?
Yeah, so I think that turn Arbin needed to Sucker Punch the Landorus there, and just Icicle Crash. Because you needed to accept that you were losing your Sash that turn, and you needed to hope your King Gambit, even though it's not resisted anymore, you needed to hope that it lived the Bleakwood Storm.
Yeah.
Because you're assuming if the Tornadus is bulky anyways, that your King Gambit's living, maybe you can fish for a drop as well. You're only firing sucker punches off of that anyways. But if you're able to get an icicle crash and a sucker punch in this Landorus, you potentially get a double knockout, and you have a way back in this game. Ogre Pawn there on Arbin's end does give you a little bit of way out, but Arbin instead is just going to forfeit, and Brian is going to take a 2-0.
What a 2-0, especially by a newer player. That's something that is what's really crazy to me about VGC right now, Tyson, is that these new kids are really, really good, right? Like I said, I was interacting with Brian before the match, and I'm like, hey, dude, what's your accomplishments? No, 6'3", 5'4" at regionals. I just started playing in August. And he just beat somebody that's been playing for years and it's been very, very well known in the community, very respected, high-level player as well, right? Seen top 4 at Charlotte. And he just beat him convincingly 2-0. And let's talk about the leads. Game 1.
He got him on leads.
Got him on
both
leads.
games.
Both games. Game 2 adjusted well. Torn Lando Eye. You have nothing for this. And what I think was really good was the fact that Brian did not lead the Torn Lando Eye game 1. I think that Brian knew that when in doubt, if like I need to just take this set right away, or if I'm in a game 3 situation, I'm gonna pull this out of the the bat. So it was really good seeing how Brian identified those two Pokemon being a very dynamic duo against Arbin's team. And like we were talking about before, the gouging fire. That's one sole issue is Lando Eye. To all my gouging fire players out there, we all know we do not want to see Lando Eye in bracket or in any shape or form. And I feel for Arbin because the team is really, really good, just barring that Lando Eye matchup, which is really just tricky to kind of deal with, especially with Rain Dance and Sentry.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's literally
guaranteeing the hits is like, oh, man.
It's literally the worst the worst matchup for gouging because now it's like I'm accurately hitting spread moves that hits most of your Pokemon for super effective damage.
And it's like we were talking about too, right? Where you have spread moves. Spread moves are insane right now. And
undervalued too.
Oh,
100% undervalued. But now I think we're coming to terms with like Blood Moon and like other Pokemon as well that like, okay, wait, why were we using like Sub Lando Eye, which I think is still really good, but there needs to be a realization that clicking Terra, Normal, Life Orb, Hyperforce, and or clicking Make It Rain, and or clicking Sandstream Storm is kind of broken, you know what I mean? Especially with Lando Eye. Although it's frail, the positive outputs that Lando Eye brings to a team is that it could hit super hard, right? Super, super hard, which makes it really, really good. If you're good at positioning and you can expose Lando Eye's, you could expose Lando Eye's positives and kind of diminish its negatives a little bit. Like, you kind of allow Lando Eye to be kind of a crazy Pokemon into a lot of teams, especially if you're kind of like cracked at the game, I want to say, and you can make like certain calls and, you could sub in front of certain mons and stuff like that. And if you're good at identifying those kind of plays with Lando Eye, it makes the Pokemon way better than what it is. So it's good to see that play, I don't want to say that's not as experienced as Arbin, but somebody who's newer to the game show how well they could pilot it.
Absolutely, as well. And I think I want to poke the brain of Brian a little bit more and get a winner's interview going as well and talk to Brian. Do you want to take that, or do you want me to?
Oh, no, you got it.
Okay, cool. All right, we'll be right here. I mean, Brian's right here about to join us on the mic. Brian, if you want to sit down and do a winner's interview if you're comfortable. Not to put you on the spot or anything.
Oh, you're good. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, you just put them on. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. So, first of all, congratulations on your round 2 win. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So, you were saying, you were talking to Lorcy before. I was sitting at the couch, but you're new to the game, right? Or when did you start playing VGC?
So, I've been playing VGC, not like officially competitive. Like, I've been going since August when I started at Pittsburgh. But I've been playing since like the college days. So, at this point, that's been a while.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So you must feel very confident coming off of win at Arbin, right? They just top forward Charlotte. You're maybe thinking, oh, this is a scary opponent, but winning 2-0 is super, super convincing. And we were just talking about it here. Your leads were very, very well positioned, especially that game 2, Tornadus, Lando Eye. When you saw that, how did you feel?
I felt really good once I saw that, especially knowing that I actually, at regionals, I fought Ashton Cox, and he had a Terra Dark King Gambit.
Oh, wow.
And I had my Landorus wasn't even at full health, and he was able to sucker punch it, and I lived on 1 and was able to win that game basically from that. So I felt pretty good seeing that it was Terra Dragon. I knew I had a good matchup with the King Gambit, and I wasn't even scared of like boosting it obviously, because I knew with the Terra Dragon, it would still be taking a lot with Mr. Entei.
Yeah, and that's really cool. I think your team does a great job as well. I wanted to mention, I think 5 of your Pokemon have spread moves. Breaking Swipe, Sandsear Storm, Bleak Wind, Make It Rain. What else am I missing?
You have the 2 storms. I think is there 4?
Breaking Swipe, Make It Rain. But even 4 is a lot of spread moves, right? We see a lot of people, like even in game 1, or excuse me, round 1, where we saw Jacob, they had Rain Boost at Surging Strikes. A lot of people are dumping damage, and I think that's a lot of the problems with the Gouging Fire teams is they're dumping all these resources into something like the Ogre Pond, for example, and they're Ivy Cudgeling, but in like the mirror, right, you're just dumping into one slot. But your team has so many options in those 4 spread moves where you don't care about Ogre Pond. You're able to just fire up spread moves. How's that felt so far on the team?
It feels really good. Actually, this is my first time running Rain Dance, and I feel like that's a big improvement because I was kind of like hacking my way through. Like yesterday, I placed 4th.
Good players don't miss their moves.
But yeah, running Rain Dance a lot smarter. Like having Icy Wind, I had Icy Wind before it, and you don't really need it anyway. I'm clicking Bleak Wind 95% of the time, so it just kind of made sense. I feel like it puts the team together because now you have 4 spread moves that don't miss. So yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. But thank you for the interview. Thanks for sitting down for just a little bit. Congratulations on your round 2 win. Very, very convincing win.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks for being here, man. And good luck in your next rounds as well. So
thank you, and thank you guys for hosting. This is always so much fun coming out.
Yeah, shout outs to BrookLAN for sure.
Absolutely. BrookLAN is awesome. Love coming here.
Cool.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. And thank you, stream, for watching. I think we are going to cut to a quick break here before our round 3 as well. I will be hopping off the mic. Luckily, Lorcy's going to be on with Courtney for round 3. But thank you. Stay tuned for more BrookLAN MSS action, and we will be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 3 of the Brooklyn Midseason Showdown. I'm here with the wonderful Courtney.
Hi, everybody. How is it going? I'm so happy to be here today, all the way in New York. You know, it's a little bit gloomy, but guess what? It's not gloomy in here, let me tell you that. And especially with this new electrifying match that we have up and running with Max and Trista.
Yes. Trista, a vet, right? This has been in the game probably before I even thought about Pokemon, right?
Literally.
And also we have Max, who's top cut the second biggest regional of all time.
Which is kind of crazy, because
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, it would have been the top.
Top, right?
But Charlotte really messed everything up, let me tell you that.
But we do have a good experience of players here. Max obviously knows how to play the game. Top cutting an event like Orlando last year is not something to undermine. Trista, that veteran experience that played in almost every format possible, understands the game probably better than a lot of us here, right? Has just a deep knowledge of just VGC in general. And it's just going to be an exciting match to see both these players. On the EU streams on Alex Gomez and Eric Rios. Just a very popular trio of Pokemon that just work well together on a balanced team, right?
Yeah.
And on Max's end, I believe this is...
It's kind of, so what Max is running is pretty much what was really kind of prominent in Charlotte, especially by some top players, including Jody, who top 16. It's that Blood Moon kind of core with that Farigiraf and that Fluttermane. So you kind of have two different options that you can play. You can kind of play speed, or you can kind of take it a little bit slower and drive the speed limit, you know? Really kind of depends on how you want to run that. But I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup with that P2 and then Amoonguss, especially with that Incin in the middle as well, because you do have that Intimidate drop that you have to just be really mindful of, especially when you're running Ogerpon and Blood Moon in Ursh as well. But I think it will be really interesting to kind of watch what gets pulled in and what gets pushed out and just see how they kind of play around that way too.
Yeah, so it should be an action-packed match. Very two well-respected, high-level players. So definitely just going to just jump in this match and see the leads here.
I'm really excited, especially seeing that Ogerpon and Fluttermane on Max's side, and that Incineroar P2 on Trista's. This is a very interesting lead, I feel like. Especially when you're seeing that Incineroar getting that Intimidate drop. That Fluttermane does not care about it.
No.
But that Ogerpon, a little bit.
A little bit, but at the same time, we do have a Choice Specs Flutter on the end of Max, so it's going to be doing a lot of damage, especially to that Porygon 2. But we do know that Porygon 2 is carrying that Terra Poison, so if Max decides to just Terra Fairy Dazzle, he also needs to be cognizant of the Porygon 2 being able to Terra Poison and might be able to pick up a knockout here onto the Fluttermane, because we did see the attack boosting onto the Porygon 2. So Terra Blast, as we know, is a move that if you have the higher attack stat or special attack stat, it's just going to go to that. So depending on how this Porygon 2 is trained, we might just see just an interaction of just Terra Poison, Terra Blast.
And Max isn't even going to risk that. And so he takes out his Fluttermane, puts back into the Incineroar just to kind of see what's going to go on from there. But then Trista changes out into the Amoonguss, which is a really interesting swap, just to really make sure that nothing really gets hurt on that side.
We're just going to see a Terra Blast here on the end of Porygon 2 with Trista. So just very defensive turn on the end of Max, right? Doesn't want to just lock in with a move with Flutter just yet. Kind of want to scope out and see what Trista wants to do here, right? And Trista as well wants to switch that Incineroar out and just bring that a move. It's just a very defensive turn one there. I like that on both ends, but the thing I do like most on Trista's end is that the fact that you have ways to kind of deal a lot of damage into the Ogerpon, right? You have Sludge Bomb on Amoonguss. You also have that Terra Blast option. People tend to forget, like, this is a stab Terra Blast. Even when it decides to Terra, it's still a stab because of that Terra Poison. So, just going to see Ogerpon switch out.
Yeah, Max is really just kind of being a little bit more on the defensive side, just really doesn't want any of his mons to really get hit by that super effective damage. And I think Max is understanding that he really needs to retain that Ogerpon just because of seeing that Incineroar and seeing that P2 and really needing to make sure that he has some core to fight into the back as this game kind of progresses. But it seems like it's been very defensive this entire time. Both players are really trying to feel out the team, and I think they're both kind of trying to bait out that last mon just to see how they're going to actually play this game. but you see that Terra Grass Incineroar, which is really interesting on that side of the field, especially for Max. But it looks like he's just trying to knock off the Incineroar on that side just to get rid of the Assault Vest, you know. It's summertime soon, so, you know, got to shed the layers a little bit.
But yeah, like I said, it's been a very just defensive turns. I think that Max's end, he wanted to respect the Amoonguss, right, with that Terra Grass. So Trista, knowing that, switches and baits that Terra out. Now Trista could kind of play the game the way she wants to, baiting that Terra out on the end of Max, now allowing the game to kind of be played in an easier kind of mindset where it's like, okay, I don't need to figure out what you could Terra with. I already know. I got the Intimidate on your Incineroar. You're at -1, and also your Terra Grass. So my Incin is now sitting in a very, very good position. But we're going to just see a P2 Terra here.
Well, I think that really just shows Trisha's skill as a player and just being such a legacy player as well. Really understanding the game in that capacity and really being able to read and pull out those Terra types, because that is such a pivotal thing, especially when you're talking about Scarlet and Violet. That Terra type, if you can pull it from the start and you get that head start, you can really kind of run the gambit on that game. It really kind of gets more into your court.
Yes.
But you see that Terra Poison, and I just think it is one of the best hats for Terra. Let me just tell you that. But I think that P2 is just really going to start wreaking some havoc on this team now, especially when you're seeing that Fluttermane just sit on the field. And now, even though that last turn, that Terra Blast that was going into that slot was not, wasn't going to hit because of the ghost typing, it now will because it's poison. So, ooh, we got the Trick Room as well. So Trista's really just trying to make sure that this ball is in her court.
Yes, and now the ball is in her court. It's time to play. So
I love it.
we do see maybe a double up probably onto the Fluttermane side, just trying to just get rid of it, right? And if he does decide to, Max does decide to switch into that Incineroar, you gotta remember, this Poison Terra is going to do a lot of damage. I like Trista's mindset here. I got my Trick Room up. Now it's time for me to get the ball rolling. Time to get as much damage as I can. I can't be just switching turns in Trick Room, right? I need to use the Trick Room turns as much as I can in my favor. Although, yes, maybe my attack stat might be lowered or whatever the case may be. I need to just keep putting out damage and take full advantage of this Trick Room here.
Well, and I think it's like really kind of that, like that picture that we saw on Twitter, that 5 turns of Trick Room. Like, it's very menacing, and you really have to analyze and see if you can take this entire game in those 5 turns. And the way that Trista has set up, I think she has a really good chance on doing that. You see that Poison Terra Blast didn't do too much to Incineroar, but Chip is Chip, and that is a bulky Mon. But I think it's going to be really interesting to see how this all plays out. And
Porygon 2.
Eats.
Porygon
Eats
2.
it.
Porygon 2 said, huh? Wait, a Wicked Blow?
Wait, did you just hit me? Like, it was like, huh, really?
So
Amazing.
Porygon 2 just kind of eating up that Wicked Blow there. Now, like, although, yes, Trick Room's up and you could kind of, like, get damage output, this is also the time where maybe you want to, you know, click recover and start healing yourself, right? Maybe switch that Amoonguss back and Palm Puff yourself to kind of keep that Porygon 2 back, still on the field, and as we do see the Amoonguss switch in.
And I think that's really, really accurate. I think that Porygon 2 is such a pivotal Pokemon to have at this point, because if Trista can make sure that, I was going to say make sure it stays alive, then we're going to be good. But as we just saw, Porygon 2 did not quite eat that one up and goes down, unfortunately. I think that's kind of a big pivotal moment, especially when you see what is in the back for her as well.
So interesting enough, right? Like, I guess maybe the roll, it was probably like a lower roll for that first Wicked Blow, right? And then that second Wicked Blow ended up just taking out the Porygon 2. So this is one of the main problems, I would say, with, I guess, this Porygon 2 into the Amoonguss. Once you break one entity of that trio, it's kind of easier to play against this team, right? You don't have those recovery options. Only a recovery option you have is Amoonguss. We also have to pay attention to the fact that Amoonguss doesn't have Protect, so you can't kind of like protect and kind of stall out kind of turns and kind of thing. I feel like Max has a game plan now where it's just much easier to kind of just attack into your team because the lack of protects into Trista's team, and also the fact that Urshifu don't care about no protects. You're just gonna break through it.
Literally, 100%. Urshifu said Protect is what? I've never heard of that before. Oh, and we got the Poison on Incineroar. Wow, that is, I feel like, a very big thing to kind of keep in mind. And we got the Flare Blitz, so it doesn't really matter that that happened. But, once again, Chip is Chip.
Yeah,
And
we'll
a Dorito is a Dorito, and we're going to take whatever we can for that. And you can see that. Trista, I think, is just in kind of a tricky spot at this point, because you're right, is talking about that recovering, keeping your Mons healed, and keep in mind you still have that Trick Room up. And so, it's really interesting to kind of see that point, but maybe Trista doesn't really care. Trista says, whatever. Ursh for an Ursh.
So, we've seen the speed interactions in Trick Room. The Shifu on the end of Trista might just be a slight bit slower. We're not 100% sure, but that was the first interaction between the two. But we could kind of assume, because, right, you have the Porygon too. Kind of it makes somewhat sense because of the fact that I noticed on Trista's team there's no other form of speed control. You don't have a Flutter Mane or Icy Wind. You don't have stuff like that. So it kind of makes sense to maybe run maybe a bulkier Urshifu, even with that focus set. Try to kind of bait Urshifu in Urshifu's in Trick Room to kind of think your speed time.
100%. I think when you're really talking about having that Trick Room set is like you want to make sure that Ursh is a little bit slower just in case, because I've played a bit of Mons and people run some crazy stats on them. But that Flutter Mane, you know, it's got to flutter into sleep a little bit from that Amoonguss. But wow, that is crazy critical hit onto the Urshifu from that Ogerpon. And now you've just got that Amoonguss and Incineroar to kind of take care of this. But the Flutter Mane is asleep. So you have a little bit of movement on that side, and I feel like as we kind of can see that the main threat at this point is that Ogerpon to just get rid of. The Flutter Mane will go down. It's still got one turn of sleep that it has, so it's now to double target into that Ogerpon, but the Spiky Shield can be shielded. So that's one thing we also have to
So I don't mind this position for Trista because it's simple, just a fake out and Sludge Bomb play into the Flutter Mane. You don't really lose much here. You might just see maybe a Shadow Ball into Amoonguss, but Amoonguss is normally a heavier Pokemon that's able to kind of take and sponge hits. Shadow Ball just doing half there and then trading that damage for a knockout into Flutter Mane is something I think I'll take any time of the day. So we have a 2v1 scenario. I think Trista just takes game one here.
I think Trista really played so well, even when she didn't have some things in her favor, when you're talking about some of those critical hits and things like that. I think she saw the board, and when that Porygon 2 came out, it was really about making the best and most accurate plays and kind of playing on the safe side of just making sure that you put that Flutter Mane to sleep and that you can see that, you know, it's kind of in her court if she plays it right.
Yes.
But I think that was an amazing game one.
Amazing game one. We saw Trista utilize the Trick Room, and it was almost like masterful, right? Let's just talk about how Amoonguss is known for just being that support, Spore, Switch, Pollen Puff kind of Pokemon. She's running Sludge Bomb. What she's trying to dictate is, yes, I'm in Trick Room, but I could also target your Ogerpon Waters. I could also target any Pokemon that takes poison type damage for super effective with that Sludge Bomb. And having the combination of Pollen Puff and Sludge Bomb is almost like you're kind of like forcing Terras into a lot of Ogerpon Waters. And I think what's really amazing about this is that game one, Trista forced the Terra onto the Incin by switching in that Amoonguss and switching it back out, forcing that Terra, and now making Amoonguss a threat to Incineroar. When have we ever heard Amoonguss being a threat to Incineroar besides Sporing?
Isn't that insane?
Yeah.
That we think this little mushroom can do so much damage in the form of taunting the other player. I think when I kind of got back into the Pokemon community, I was like, Amoonguss? Yeah. I was like, no, this is not a real Pokemon that's a threat.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Amoonguss is about them dollar bills, you know what I'm saying? Amoonguss don't play with his money.
But let me tell you, I was like, oh.
Amoonguss don't play around. Amoonguss is, I think probably one of the most pivotal Pokemon in VGC history. Like, it's just always been, like, can we talk about a year Amoonguss has been that?
Maybe before Amoonguss?
Well,
I think it's really so interesting, especially when you can, like, when we watch these different regionals, you see the usage go up and also down. Yeah. And I think it's one of those things is that Amoonguss is like, yeah, you might not want to use me right now, but I'll be back. Because
how do you think Max adjusts to that? The Trick Room is hard to deal with. And if I'm Max, I'm going to just assume that Urshifu is built for Trick Room at this point. So I just want to see how Max is going to adjust. I think maybe not tearing too early and kind of just allowing Trista to Spore and kind of see what she wants to do could be a little change, but we'll see.
I 100% agree, and I think we're going right into game two, and we're seeing on Max's side that Ursaluna and that Incineroar Porygon 2 lead again from Trista. So this is interesting to kind of see one more time. Now we've got that Ursaluna into play, and I think that might kind of shake a few things up.
We did see the Intimidate on the end of Max's go first, so we could assume that maybe this fake out on the Incineroars and on Max's end might be faster than Trista's.
And
So,
you can see that Trista's not even going to risk that.
but if I'm Max here, I think that fake out Blood Moon is just a pretty just safe play. Although I guess the trade is like they get Trick Room up. I think I'm fine with that, but as long as I can pick up knockouts in the opposing slot and kind of just leave the Porygon 2 alone, because, you know, Porygon 2 is just going to recover all the time.
Literally.
So if I could just pick up continuous knockouts into the other side of the field, I would go for it. But we're going to just see a knockoff here. And a Blood Moon!
What?
Whoa!
Max played that turn beautifully. Understanding that Porygon 2 is that threat on that field, and understanding that Incineroar is probably going to switch out because of what happened last game. So Max was really dialed in and was like, I need to get that Pokemon out of there. Knocking off that Eviolite first, because him knowing his Incineroar is faster than his Blood Moon, he's like, I can knock off the Eviolite, I can go ahead and Blood Moon into that Porygon 2, and I know I can knock it off the field. I think it was a very well turn one played by Max.
Yeah, massively executed by Max, but a little risky, right? Because what if that Incineroar just decided to click Fake Out? But I mean, I guess you still get the knockoff off, but at the same time, I do understand Max's play there, and I liked it a lot, and it definitely worked, right? But now Trista brings in that Urshifu. How does Urshifu sit in front of these two Pokemon, in your opinion?
I don't know. I think it's interesting. Well, we don't keep in mind that Porygon 2 wasn't able to do anything, so
Yeah.
it wasn't even able to get a Trick Room up or anything. So kind of has that control of speed on that side, and you can see that close combat just knocks out that Incineroar. Oh, wow. I wonder, that's insane. I don't even know what to say.
So I like Trista's play there, calling the I'm not going to even target the Blood Moon. I know it seems super obvious I'm going to target it, and it's super effective damage. I'm just going to close combat the other slot, and if you Terra, so be it, but as long as I can get a Spore onto the left slot, I'm fine with it, right? And I think that Trista, that was a beautiful, like what an amazing comeback after a brutal turn one, right? Losing your Porygon 2 and then now getting a knockout and putting something to sleep. And be in mind, Flutter has to take a turn to sleep. So now giving her the opportunity to do something this turn that where she doesn't have to really target this Flutter main slot.
Well, and I think that just really shows how great of a player Trista is.
Yeah.
She understood that, wow, Max really played that turn one really well, getting rid of that Porygon 2, seeing it as a threat. But Trista says, Urshifu? Do you know Urshifu? I know Urshifu. And guess what? That close combat is going to kill that Incineroar. And really understanding that risk of that switch out to that Flutter Mane was there. And understanding, you know what? Can I kill the Incineroar? Maybe. Probably. Why not just go for that instead? I think Trista has really kind of turned that table of the game back into her favor a little bit more, especially like you said, that Flutter Mane has to take a little nap this turn, unfortunately, and you don't even know if it's going to get that turn one wake up the next time as well. But you can see that on Max's side, we've got a tear on the Flutter Mane.
Interesting. I get it. You don't want to take that Wicked Blow, super effective. Not super effective, but if he decides to tear, this guy's not the opportunity to knock out this Flutter Mane. So I guess Max there just wanted to respect the Urshifu, which I 100% agree with. We're just going to see a Horn Leech go into the Urshifu.
Let's see what this kind of plays in the Wicked. Wow, and the Wicked Blow just goes into the Ogre Pond. So Trista really realizing that, hey, the Ogre Pond's a bigger threat to me because that Flutter Mane's taking a nap right now.
Which I 100% agree with. And this is what makes Urshifu Dark so good is because, like, you don't ever want to protect in front of it. So, like, Trista didn't need to force a Terra out in this situation where it's like, okay, like, I know you don't want to protect Ogre Pond Water because if you do, then you're just going to eat a Wicked Blow for free. You're going to have, you want to attack, and a Wicked Blow plus Sludge Bomb combination should definitely pick up this Ogre Pond Water. And if you do, that means you're going to Terra, which I don't mind doing. Which I don't mind trading because I could just spoil you the next turn. But the Flutter one turn wake.
That happened last game too. Max, go buy a lotto ticket because that's crazy to get a second turn one wake up, or turn two wake up, and that is amazing to see on that side of things. And that Dazzling Gleam killing the Urshifu and knocking it out, and then you have the Blood Moon going into the Amogus and taking it out as well. Wow.
Man, what a timely time to wake up, right? Flutter just waking up after that turn one, it just changed the dynamic of this whole game, right? Just put the whole match in the favor of Max. And it's unfortunate for Trista, but I think with her experience, like, she'll be able to come back from this maybe in a game 3. But well played on Max. tearing the Flutter made a lot of sense in my opinion. You don't want to take that super effective, not super, keep saying super effective Wicked Blow. You don't want to take a Terror Dark Wicked Blow and trade your Flutter, right? So just tearing there and getting that fairy typing and not being able to just, go down by a Wicked Blow just makes a lot of sense. And we're just going to see a Dazzle
and that
and a
Dazzle
Snarl.
just does insane amount of damage onto that Incineroar. And I think that's just something that Max has to kind of keep in his cap too, just to see how much it actually did. And you can see that Incineroar goes down, and we are now into a game 3. This is an insane set. Can we just talk about that?
Insane set. Like, the sleep turns have been going in the favor of Max here. I don't know if Max wants to go with the same game plan, because I'm not trying to say it's a losing game plan, but it's just like a lot of odds have to go in your favor for you to win this, right? Finding maybe something a little bit more concrete could probably help you, but I think it's also hard to deal with Trista type of team, because like, you have Blood Moon, but yes, she has a Moongus to answer for that Trick Room mode. So you don't want to bring Farig when you know she's always bringing in a Moongus. So I did like the Instant and Blood Moon lead. We could probably see that again. I don't know if Max is just going to allow, Trista's going to just allow Max to get that knockoff Blood Moon play that he did game 2. But I definitely do like the Blood Moon lead. But we did see that Trista, although losing Porygon 2, definitely stroke back with that Urshifu. With that close
right? I was like, I think that's another thing we got to talk about is that Urshifu Dark has really been on the rise. I think we really saw like Urshi Water doing so well in the last few regulations, but the Dark Urshifu said,
it's here to stay.
I'm back.
I like Urshi Dark because it just fixes a lot of issues with a lot of team comps. Like when Dozo was very popular in the beginning of like the Portland, when Chuppa made Dozo what it is, I think that Ursh Dark kind of like says, okay, we don't care about your boost. Boom, 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 right? And that's what makes it very just simple. And it's also good with Flutter, right? Something that we've seen in previous regulations with Flutter with Icy Wind and Terror Dark Wicked Blow. Just very good combination of Pokemon. I think that Ursh Dark, like you said, in actually the regional in Liverpool, I think it had higher usage than Ursh Water. I think this is the first time ever it had higher usage in a day 1 event since both have been legal. So that's like pretty crazy news. That means a lot of people are just understanding how strong and how powerful Ursh Dark could be in team comp. So
well, and especially when you see it in such a well-played manner with so many different types of teams. And then now we're kind of seeing, going into game 3, Max changed up his lead. You can see that he's leading Incineroar, Fluttermane, and we're kind of seeing once again that his Incineroar is a little bit faster than Trista's. Yeah.
So we know that the Incineroar, for the most part, we could have just assumed, right, that Instant has the faster fake out. So if Max sees and pays attention to his Intimidate going first, he'll definitely know, like, hey, I could play into like fake out into the Moongus, and it's pretty safe, and I don't have to trade fake outs with the Incineroar here. Moongus is sitting pretty well and pretty comfortable, in my opinion. I think that getting a Spore off here could potentially happen, but like we said, Max has the fastest fake out, so we could have just assumed that this fake out just goes into the Moongus, and maybe Instant might decide a parting shot, might decide to knock off here. But I like parting shot to kind of just pivot out, and if Fluttermane decides to switch, you could pivot on that switch, right, with that parting shot. So I definitely just see just getting that damage mitigation from the Fluttermane and or anything that switches into that slot is just a pivot move, right? Just a very good pivot move. This is what makes Instant. So I really do.
Okay, you're right. We see the Fluttermane switch out and going into the Ochre Pond, so we can. And a U-turn.
So Max not wanting to deal with the whole fake out shenanigans. I'm like, all right, listen, I know that it's showing me that I'm faster, but I'm not even going to go for it. I'm not going to waste no time. We're going to get out of here.
We got to get out. We got to play it a little bit safe.
Yeah, so I don't mind it at all, but now I think with Max's play there, you're kind of just assuming you spore the Fluttermane slot, right? Because we do see the Ogre Pond switch. But like we said earlier, Trista is a veteran player. I definitely could just see her just parting shot and just bring in a Pokemon that deals with whatever Max decides to switch in, and the Ogre Pond here. And we're just going to see the Flutter just come back.
And that's crazy.
I like that too. I don't mind that play at all. The knockoff into the Instant slot, just which is now the Fluttermane. And now Fluttermane is not that big, powerful Pokemon anymore.
No, Fluttermane.
I mean, it's still Fluttermane, but Listen, I think Flutter Mane, the only correct item is specs. I like damage, you know what I mean? And once you lose that specs, that damage is little.
You know, it's like when you like don't have 20/20 vision. Like when you lose the glasses, you're like
Lose the glasses a
little.
little bit.
You're like looking around a little
I mean,
bit.
it's his choice specs, right? So,
Oh.
specs. But we're going to see the Incineroar here. Terra Grass doesn't want to take any super effective damage from that Ivy Cudgel, which I understand.
100%. And I think, oh, we see the Shadow Ball onto the Amoonguss. And you know, that Amoonguss is just kind of gonna eat it. Amoonguss, no.
Ivy Cudgel into the
Oh,
Incineroar. Very, very well timed Terra on
Wow.
part of Trista. And we're just going to see a Snarl just further mitigating the damage output on Flutter Mane. So this Flutter Mane is not doing.
It's not really doing the best. And you see the Sludge Bomb going into the Ogre Pond. I think this just really shows how well of a player Trista is, because she recognized that Incineroar doesn't want to eat an Ivy Cudgel.
Oh, and excuse me, guys, I missed. It's not Parting Shot. It's AV Incin with Snarl, Flare Blitz, and Knockup. So that's my mistake. So there's no reason. There's no real reason for her to pivot, right? If she has these moves, she doesn't have U-turn. So, but that the knockoff makes a lot of sense. That turn, it's very clear that Incin is most likely going to pivot out or switch, stay in, and just losing that item on Incin that turned into that Flutter Mane, it just makes a lot of sense.
What I think we're also kind of seeing is that Amoonguss doesn't really care what's happening.
Yeah.
Amoonguss is just chilling.
Just chilling.
It's like, that's like how I eat mushrooms. I keep them on the side of the plate. They just sit there. So, you know, the Amoonguss is just chilling there.
Yeah,
along with it.
Ogerpon decides to spike his shield for his turn, doesn't want to take any super effective damage from that Sludge Bomb. Shadow Ball into Amoonguss, not doing any
Much,
damage, but
just
Spit F drop.
Spit F drop.
But Trista calling out the spiky and saying, you're not following me. I'm clicking the score button. Flutter, you're going to have to take a little sleeper here.
That Flutter Mane must have has had a crazy week.
Yeah.
But because
But it knows how to wake up on time for work. That's what I was saying.
That's true.
Knows how to get on time for work. So now I do like this board situation for Trista a lot. Like Amoonguss it's so weird seeing Amoonguss in this dynamic. We're so used to that, the Pollen Puff, Rage Powder, Spore Protect. But the fact that you have Sludge Bomb and you just put on instant amounts of pressure with Spore and Sludge Bomb into Max's team, it just makes Amoonguss more of a threat instead of just a support Pokemon, but just only having that Spore and Pollen Puff moveset. So I really do like Sludge Bomb Amoonguss a lot on Trista's, and it makes a lot of sense on this type of team because you just want to utilize your pieces as much as possible. And I think that she's showing how strong Amoonguss can be with this Sludge Bomb move. But we're just going to see instant switch.
I think it's really one of those things. I think Amoonguss can be played so differently depending on the different teams. And I think this really shows that Amoonguss can be a little bit offensive, not only defensive on that side, a little bit more than just a support. And so we see a Horn Leech coming from the Ogerpon onto that Porygon 2. But Porygon 2 doesn't really mind that at all. And then a Terra Blast into that Ogerpon back and saying, you might have taken some of my health, but I'm going to take it away from you.
So this is like hard. This is what makes Instant Amoonguss P2 so good. The fact that they're so good on the defensive bulk on both special and defense, and the fact that you can't really do too much damage, especially if you lost your choice specs, right? Like that's what makes Flutter Mane, like I said, really strong as a Pokemon. And now that you're at -1, you lose your choice specs. This Flutter Mane is not big and bad anymore in a sense. Like I think this is just a wonderful showing of positioning with Instant Amoonguss P2 on the end of Trista, and she can kind of play the slow game, kind of chip away at Max's team and just kind of win from there from this point.
Well, and what we see is that Flutter Mane did not wake up for work this time, and it took a little bit of a nap and didn't wake up on that turn that was probably the most critical for Max to do. And we see that Flutter Mane go down on Max's side, and I feel like he's kind of in a bind now because Trista still has that main core they're all pretty healthy, and then still has that urge in the back. I think it's just a little bit more difficult for Max to navigate around, especially now seeing that Ursaluna hit the field. I think it's going to be a little bit of an interesting mind game at this point because that Amoonguss is still just there.
Yeah. The only thing that's good for Max's end is the fact that you have Fake Out Pressure and Blood Moon, right? We know that Instant has the Fake Out potential here this turn, and the fact that Ursaluna is faster than Porygon 2, you're able to just get off a Blood Moon here. But at the same time, Porygon 2 with that Eviolite could just take it. But we're just going to see an Amoonguss switch.
That Mushroom's back. Ooh, and we see a knockoff from the Incineroar on Max's side onto Mungus, getting rid of that Rocky helmet. I think this is going to be interesting to see what happens after this. See a knockoff on Trista's side onto the Ursaluna, and what is that Ursaluna going to do? Blood Moon into that Amoonguss and taking it out.
Ursaluna showing why it's so good, right? The fact that you're able to just knock off Eviolites and any item with Instant and just click Blood Moon into things is just kind of crazy. Like we just lost Life Orb on Ursaluna, but it's still showing why it's one of the best Pokemon right now in Reg F.
100%. And I think we saw that in that strong showing in Charlotte by a group of players, just really showcasing that bears need to be taken account for.
Yeah.
They're a little scary,
Yeah,
especially
all
when
these
you're
bears,
facing them.
Urshifu, Ursaluna. Is Instant a bear?
It's a
bear
cat. It's a cat. I would say it's a cat.
It's a cat. It's a cat. It's fine. But
Linton.
it's
Linton's a cat.
okay.
We can agree to disagree.
Yeah.
But I think we're really going to kind of see, I think this next turn is really going to kind of tell us what this match is going to look like. You've got that Urshifu and that Incineroar on Trista's side. It's kind of a big threat to see over for Max, and I think Max realizes that threat onto that Ursaluna and brings back his Ogerpon. And so now we're going to kind of see, did Trista target that Ogerpon, and is that going to get rid of it? Or we're going to see some crazy mind games right now.
So I do think that Trista has a pretty safe play and just kind of just targeting into that Blood Moon slot. You don't really lose much, right? Because you can just break and protect with the Urshifu. So I think that going for close combat is pretty fine. You have the Focus Sash, so it's not like you're going to get knocked out this turn. You just kind of just trade damage. The only way I can see this go wrong is if that Flare Blitz gets maybe a burn onto this Urshifu. But if we don't see a burn here, this should just be another close combat into the Ursaluna slot.
Yeah, we see the Flare Blitz going into the Incineroar, so taking out that Incin. It was kind of funny for a moment seeing two grass Incineroars on the field. They were like dancing with each other a little bit, so that was kind of fun to see. But you see that recoil happened back on that Incineroar side for Max, and we're going to bring back in that Porygon 2 and that Ursaluna. So I think we're kind of at a really interesting stalemate. We got to see if that Urshifu can really kind of take one for the team and get rid of that Ursaluna. And if it can do that, I think Triss has a really good chance of taking this game.
Yeah, I think that if due to the chip on Ursaluna, I think close combat here should just pick up the knockout on Ursaluna. And the fact that Instant is now a grass type, it just allows Porygon 2 to kind of just hit it with that super effective damage Ice Beam. And we're going to just see the close combat just completely knock out this Ursaluna.
These bears are beefing for real. And that Urshifu says, I'm winning this match against that Blood Moon. And you see that Flare Blitz going out into that Urshifu. And that Urshifu, you know, having a little sash, got a little bounce, gonna make sure it doesn't go down in one hit. And then seeing that recoil damage on that Incineroar and that Ice Beam from the Porygon 2, and it taking out that Incineroar as well. Trista, masterfully played, truly, in my opinion.
That was just an excellent showcase of Instant Amoonguss Porygon 2 and why it's so strong and why it did so well in the EU regional, right? I think that Max definitely played well as well, but Trista just showing that veteran experience a little bit. And
that Amoonguss.
Yes, Amoonguss. It's just so hard to break Instant Amoonguss P2. Like, if you don't have, great spread damage or maybe Blood Moon positioned correctly, it's just so hard to break, in my opinion. I've played against teams, balanced teams that have been running this combination. We've been seeing Instant Amoonguss a lot, right, since the start of this Regulation F. But now Porygon 2 is being added to the mix, and then just having just the recovery and being able to also put out damage, right, with Porygon 2, with the download ability, able to click Terra Poison if needed, able to click Terra Blast at a normal standpoint because it's still stab, and have that Ice Beam. I think it's just a lot that trio could do, especially if you're not running Protect on Amoonguss and having that Sludge Bomb. It just puts a lot of offensive pressure into the most common teams right now in the format. So it was a great and excellent showcase by Trista on why I think that trio specifically is just really good. And very splashable on a lot of balanced teams per se. Like a lot of I love balance, so I love seeing teams like that where I'm able to pivot, switch, heal back. You're able to make mistakes and still win the game, which is what I really think take value in a lot of VGC. A lot of my teams in VGC that I've used over time. So I thoroughly enjoyed her play, and I think Max played well. I definitely think Max played well, but like I think that Trish's team was definitely built for team archetypes of that nature, and she definitely showcased it there. They did definitely went to a game 3, and I think that game 2, that turn 1 wake on Fluttermane, we got to talk about how brutal and how pivotal it was for Max to get that, because that just straight up won him the game, right?
100%. And I think that Fluttermane really played so well, especially having multiple turn 1 wake ups. And that last game when it didn't do that, it was, I know Max was probably crossing his fingers, hoping that was going to happen. But I think it's one of those things is when you're talking about that team, I think this is going to be one that we really have to keep an eye out for. Knoxville Regional coming up next weekend. I think this team is going to be played a lot more, and I think that's something that if you're a ladder warrior, you best get ready, because you're going to see a lot of Porygon 2, Amogus, and Incineroar on that way up.
I definitely agree with you. I think that definitely another strong group of Pokemon that, you know, I love Reg F. I can't lie.
I do too.
I kind of like the fact that a lot of things are just viable. Like, coming from Reg E, like, for those soldiers that played through Reg E, I'm one of them. It was a tough time. You know, it was very hard to just deal with Torn Shifu every round, or Roaring Moon Balance every game. And I think a splash of Dozo, right? A little splash of Dozo. But now we
Splash of Dozo. That's.
you get it?
Oh, I got it. Don't worry about that.
But it's kind of refreshing. No, like, legitimately, it's kind of refreshing playing a format where I don't have to go to an event and expect to see the same stuff every round, you know what I mean? And it also just allows for just variety, which is like, I know a lot of people say, like, you know, they kind of like want to stick to the same Pokemon and stuff like that, but it's also good to kind of branch out and see what can be viable in the format. And, you know, the new addition of Gouging Fire and Raging Bolt, like, definitely, I think, shifted the meta in a positive way, in a sense. I still think Torn Shifu is absolutely broken. I don't think it's going anywhere, but the fact that we're able to use other Pokemon than around, like, you know, the Chempows, the Rillabooms, the Arcanine Hisuians, and, you know, we got Ensign back because, you know, people were saying supposedly Arcanine was better than Ensign, but I don't know about that one. I don't know. That's just, I don't know. But but just seeing that is that's just super comforting, like, for the future of this game, and especially this is going to be a very long format. We haven't had this long of a stint so far in these regulations. I think this is probably the longest one. And having that variety is just going to help the format progress more, right? Just being able to utilize and pick different things up, I think is going to be really special. But
I know. Well, it looks like we are going to. That was quite a long match, so we're going to take a short break. Hopefully, be able to do that winner's interview. We'll kind of see when the next round goes up. But this regulation's insane, and I can't wait to see more Mons as we keep going. So we will be right back after this break. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. We are going into the winner's interview with Trista. Trista, can we talk about something? You are an amazing player. Watching those matches, just masterfully played. So tell me a little bit about that core of Incineroar, Amoonguss, and that Porygon 2, and kind of where that came from, and how you've been able to pilot it so well.
I originally had a different team that was not bulky enough, and I know like the Incineroar, Amoonguss, Porygon 2 is like a thing that's going around right now, but it was almost an afterthought because my original team, I think I used it. Portland. I've been to so many regionals I get them mixed up, so I don't remember. I had Clefairy and Fluttermane, and that was like my whole idea was that I used Clefairy and Fluttermane. I use Helping Hand, and I protect I don't have to invest as much bulk on the Fluttermane because I have Friend Guard. And then, I don't know, I think people were just too prepared for Fluttermane for me to go all in like that, and I was really not so great against Landorus Eye. So, I was like, what's really good against Landorus Eye? Porygon.
You're like, wait a second, isn't that crazy to think about? Landorus Eye, and what's the best thing to go against it right now? Porygon 2?
I wouldn't say the best. And I used Cresselia a lot, but Cresselia, I think it's not nearly as good as it used to be. So.
Well, and I think that really kind of showcases that you, being such a veteran player, that the way that you just piloted it was so well. But how were you feeling about that Fluttermane that kept waking up after, literally, I was like, oh my gosh.
I mean, I knew it was a risk, and I wasn't even 100% sure that I'd counted the sleep turns correctly. And I was like, well, okay, I can switch in Incineroar here, or I can just pray that it doesn't wake up, and if it doesn't wake up, I win right here, and I don't have to do anything. But if I switch and I'm wrong, I'll not like Incineroar comes in, Fluttermane's still asleep, and what am I really accomplishing here? Because, yeah, it still wasn't an ideal position. So I figured it was probably my best bet to just do that, and if it went to game 3, it went to game 3.
I love that. And so how are you feeling about this regulation right now, especially when you're talking about the different types of teams? There's so many different mons that you can play. How are you kind of just feeling about the entire space? Because you are such a veteran player. You've gone through so many different regulations. You've gone through so many games. How do you feel about Pokemon in its current state?
I don't think it's bad. I don't even know what the general consensus is. I think a sign of a good format is when lots of different types, like the actual Pokemon being used doesn't matter, but if multiple different archetypes are good and viable, I think that's a sign of a good format. And I think there's several different archetypes that are actually good right now, like just different types of teams, like the way that they play. Like you can use hyper offense, or you can use balance, or other stuff. So
oh my gosh, I love that.
I think it's okay.
I love that. Well, Trista, I know we are cutting a little bit short. Thank you so much for jumping on. Congratulations on your last win, and we will see you hopefully again, because you're kind of killing it right now. But thank you so much. We will come back in just a minute to watch the next round. Thanks. Amazing.
Welcome back, BrookLAN, here at the BrookLAN MSS. I just said it twice. But welcome back. I am Tyson, here with Courtney, and we're going to be your commentators for this round 3 here at this MSS. Lovely, lovely MSS so far. 2 amazing matches so far that we've got to see today. Or is it 3 or 4?
Yeah.
I'm losing track of rounds already. But
It's only, I don't even know what time it is at this point. And I think that's really just one of those things. And I think what I was talking about with Josh is that this regulation is just so vibrant. There's so many different types of mons. There's so many different types of teams. And we're kind of seeing that throughout all these different matches, especially this last match with that Porygon 2, that Incineroar, and that Amoonguss core. And I think that's something that's pretty deadly, as we've kind of seen Liverpool play out this past well, today.
Yeah.
Which is yesterday for them, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
really know. Time
But
changes weird.
my favorite VGC, this is a little biased speaking, but when you do start to see the Incineroar, Amoonguss, P2, that's my kind of VGC, where you're able to take it nice and slow. We saw Trista being able to really slow down the game and actually be able to think turns out. Not that people aren't thinking turns out with Blood Moon Hyper Voice spam, but I do think there's a level of skill involved with positioning Pokemon like that, and I think it was really excellently displayed there. But I think there's a lot of skill expression with all the teams in this format. I think a lot of the players here have the opportunity to shine in their team choice, and like you were saying, there's so much flexibility in this format. I think your team choice, being able to fit into you as a player and your play style is really vibrant. As you said, I really like that word of choice there, where you really get to express with your team choice of how you want to play the game and how you really want to express your skill. And both these teams, I think for both these players as well, are no strangers, I don't think, to the scene. I know Philip has definitely played in the BrookLAN events before as well, and I think made a decent run at the Beast Coast event as well a while back. Both these teams here having some staples like the Fluttermane and the Raging Bolt on both sides, but both sides deciding to run them a little bit different, if you wanted to touch on that.
I know, and that's one thing. Raging Bolt, not my favorite. It kind of kicks my butt in ladder quite a bit. But I think these Raging Bolts are a little bit interesting. Philip is running a safety goggles Raging Bolt, which I was kind of shocked when we sat down. I was like, wow, it's running safety goggles. It's very interesting. And then seeing on Adrian's side, the Raging Bolt with that booster energy. So I think both of those moves really kind of change the tides of how things are going to play out. And then you see on Adrian's side also running that Chiampao is just... As we all know, Chiampao is one of my favorite mons. I have the earrings, everything like that, so I think that's also going to be kind of a big catalyst, especially running that Ice Spinner instead of that Icicle Crash. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and get into the first game, and we see up on Philip's side that Lando and that Instant, and then over on Adrian's that Chiampao and Fluttermane lead. What are your thoughts on this, Tyson?
Yeah, so I think Chiampao Fluttermane here from Adrian makes a lot of sense. Especially if the Raging Bolt comes out from Philip, you want to be able to threaten a lot of damage and force the instant as quick as possible, as we see here from Philip, just deciding to lead it and starting to mitigate that Chiampao's damage, because I think it can be a little scary if you don't manage Chiampao as well. A lot of the team is not weak to it per se, but it's definitely annoying there if Adrian is able to position it is able to position it correctly as here. I think the Incineroar Landorus is also really good from Philip's side, though, is because you're able to do a lot of, you're able to just go for fake out, right, and then plus a move as well. So if that is a substitute here from Philip's end, that could be very beneficial.
Well, and we are kind of seeing that Terra play out onto that Incineroar, which is going to be a little bit interesting to see on that side. So we see that Terra Water popping. And I think you're right about that Chiampao. I think it is one of those Pokemon that you really just have to be very mindful of. It is just such a staple Pokemon in so many different regulations. But we see the Protect on the Chiampao, but also the Protect on the Lando. And so kind of the one Pokemon that really wants to do a lot of damage is that Fluttermane. And so we see it runs that Dazzling Gleam, that Lando protecting, and it connecting into that Incineroar, but that didn't really matter. You see a crazy knockoff from that Incineroar.
Yeah, and knockoff there coming out from the Incineroar makes a lot of sense. That Terra makes a lot more sense now after that turn one plays out. Philip realizing that you really don't want to go fake out and Adrian go for a crazy play like Terra Ghost on their Chiampao, right? So just going for the Terra Water, not making sure you don't drop the Sacred Sword, plus like a Moonblast or something like that, being able to play that out and do damage to the Fluttermane, knocking it off, so the choice specs really isn't an option there for Adrian, and Dazzling Gleam isn't going to hurt as much. That does actually give Adrian the option to switch moves now, though, which could be important as the Ogerpon comes in here for Philip. It is the Water Ogerpon, right? Ice Spinner is going to be coming out into that slot. Not going to be super effective anymore, but still doing a decent amount of damage at -1 and a Moonblast following up.
Like I was kind of saying to Josh last round, is that chip is chip, and it's one of those things, is if you go ahead and double into that slot, and especially kind of baiting out that switch is going to happen, whatever Pokemon goes in, it's going to take those hits. And so you see that Ogerpon, even though it just got into the match, it's kind of hurt already. And so now we see that switch out on that Incineroar slot, and we see the Raging Bolt coming in. And this is a Pokemon that, like I said, kind of scares me anytime I face against it. So we can kind of see what Adrian's running into the back, and I think it's an interesting field right now, honestly, when you see that Fluttermane, and it's kind of lower on health, but the Chiampao is still healthy. It still can take both of those attacks. And so we're going to kind of have to see how this plays out. From Adrian's side, you can see that he is hyper-focused. He is trying to figure this out, especially with that Raging Bolt just sitting
Yeah.
there.
And I think Adrian's in a little bit of a tricky position here, right? Because your Flutter Mane took so much damage next to that sort of rune, which does affect the entire field. So that knockoff doing, I think, a little more than Adrian would have liked, because now it is in range, most likely, of something like a Thunderclap from that Raging Bolt there from Phillips. And as Incineroar comes in here, just dropping the Chien-Pao again, another stage of attack, which I think is super smart. There's no reason to follow me and sacrifice your Ogre Pawn now, right? Thunderclap being able to come off here and just knock out that Flutter Mane, super, super big there. I think the Intimidate from Phil makes a lot of sense, though, right? If Adrian does decide to go for an Ice Spinner here into the Raging Bolt, which we do see come out, they should be able to eat it relatively well. That does look like something like a 3-hit KO now that the Chien-Pao is at minus. And now you're on the field again, you're threatening another Fake Out. And people are saying Incineroar is washed, he's off the meta, but Incineroar is back, baby, and Fake Out Intimidate will always be good.
I think it's like, I would call it the Amoonguss effect, like I was just talking about with Lorcy, is that Amoonguss comes and goes in waves and regulations, but Amoonguss is always there. It's always going to be utilized, and I think with Incineroar coming back into the play and into the regulation, some people might say it's washed, but as you can see, even when it's Terra Water, it's not washed at all. And especially being able to be that Fake Out annoyance and making sure that it's got that bulk, it's got that Assault Vest that it can run, and it's just such a powerful Mon. And even though it's not my favorite starter, it might be one of my favorites in Reg. So
Yeah.
we're going to see that Chien-Pao go ahead and come out and go into that Ogre Pawn over on Adrian's side and see that Fake Out hit that Raging Bolt just to make sure that it doesn't have anything to do. Oh, but we also see a very critical thing is that Adrian's Incineroar is just a little bit faster than Phillips, especially when you see that Fake Out. So I think that's something that we have to keep in mind, especially going into the other games as well.
Yeah, I think that definitely plays a crucial role, especially going into a game 2 or potentially a game 3 as well. I think something like U-turn this turn makes a lot of sense as well. I think Adrian's not out of this game yet, right? Because Philip did click the Terrestrialization button a little bit early on the Incineroar, while that first turn, it seemed very safe, right? The Chien-Pao switching out and resetting those attack drops. The Landorus and the Raging Bolt are able to take super effective damage from an Ice Spinner, so if Philip doesn't manage the Incineroar correctly, it could definitely get out of hand very quickly. As the Thunderbolt does go off into the Ogre Pawn there, just trying to chip it down. This Incineroar here is confirming that it most likely is faster than Phillips here, outspeeding it 2 times now. Knockoff knocking up that Citrus Berry, and Parting Shot also going into the Ogre Pawn slot. Super, super good turn from Adrian there.
That was so well read, and I think you're right. It's like kind of seeing that core on Adrian's side that might be in a little bit of a pickle, but having that Chien-Pao and then also having that Ogre Pawn is so critical, especially not even burning a Terra yet. So Adrian has a lot that they can go ahead and do, and that Chien-Pao not having any of those Intimidate drops, with the possibility of this turn, if Philip doesn't go ahead and switch out, then Incineroar being down, it might be looking a little bit better for Adrian on their side, truthfully.
Yeah, that's Rationalization coming out, like I alluded to before, just was a little preemptive, I think, and being able to get Horn and Leech now and Incineroar dropping is unfortunately going to mean that Philip is now going to be fighting an uphill battle against this full HP Chien-Pao with Focus Sash, with no attack drops. Thunderbolt could come out here doing actually decent percent, almost over 50% knockoff coming out, knocking off Goggles, again, just doing damage. And even if you weren't hitting with Ice Spinner, Ice Spinner, you have things like Sucker Punch on the Chien-Pao to really beat out Raging Bull as Landorus does come in here for Philip.
Can we just take a second that when Incineroar gets knocked out, the most dramatic knockout I think I've ever seen in my entire life. But I think this Incineroar Ogre Pawn just sitting on the field, they're kind of cozy, especially against that Lando. That Incineroar is just such a pivotal piece in this because of those attack drops that it can get. And Ogre Pawn, truly such a new Mon, but one of my favorites, just being so diverse, especially having all those different masks as well. And that Horn Leech is just such a powerful move to especially get some of that HP back. But Ivy Cudgel, like, come on.
Yeah, Ivy Cudgel having that chance to critical hit isn't going to come up in this matchup too much, I don't think, but the Spiky Shield makes a lot of sense here. Adrian really wanting to preserve the Ogre Pawn, as we saw they were willing to do so before. Another clap going to fail in the Ogre Pawn there, and Earth Power doubling into that slot. I'm not too sure about that play. I think if I was Philip, I would have rather done it into the Incineroar and maybe force them. Knockoff not getting the KO there in a Raging Bolt. I mean, it could be a little scary, right? If you're Philip, you don't want... Adrian has Terrestrialization still, something like a Terra Grass. I think what's really interesting as well is that a lot of the Incineroars we start to see are swapping off of the Goggles and the berries and things like that. I mean, Phillips has the berry, but the AV Incineroar, I think, has done really, really well. We saw it in Trista's game, and we see it in this game. Having the option to actually be able to live a lot of the special hits in the format like Flutter Mane, it's not eating comfortably from Landorus, but like it can take it. And of course, like Raging Bolt, so something like a U-turn into the Raging Bolt here from Adrian's, and makes a lot of sense as well. You still have to be respectful of this Landorus. As Philip actually decides to switch it out as well, trying to play around that exact idea.
Well, and I think it's one of those things too, going into this regulation, one of the big things that I was hearing from my different team building groups is that Lando is going to be kind of crazy against all of these different matches, and we've seen throughout these different regulations that it hasn't really made such a big player, but you see that Ogerpon is still just such a Dynamax Pokemon and just eating that Thunderbolt from that Raging Bolt and staying alive. We're going to see that Incineroar switch out with that U-turn and going out into the Chien-Pao, and now we're going to see Chien-Pao kind of being what Chien-Pao does, which is just be a menace into this right now. Oh my goodness.
I think having that Focus Sash and forcing Philip down to their last two Pokemon is super beneficial here for this Chien-Pao, and I'm not really sure how Philip breaks through this Incineroar Chien-Pao pressure that is inevitable, right? You could just go for protecting the Chien-Pao and even a Horn Leech into the Ogerpon, just so you're not risking any sort of damage there. And I mean, we saw Philip pop off a little bit, right, when the Ivy Cudgel went into their Ogerpon on the switch-in. That actually does maybe look like enough to live a Horn Leech, just maybe barely, which could, that could result in a different end game. But I think if you're Adrian, you're feeling very, very good about this.
And I think it seemed like at this entire game and this entire board, it's just been so interesting because it could have really gone either way. But I think Adrian has just really been playing these turns so precisely, especially kind of preserving that Chien-Pao and not letting it go down early at all, and also protecting that Terra. I think that Terra is such a big and crucial thing, especially when coming into this new regulation, and it really can change the tides of matches, especially, like I said, that Chien-Pao does not care.
Yeah.
And just takes down that Lando with that Ice Spitter, and you can see that the Ogerpon is going to go ahead and try to do that Horn Leech, but that Ogerpon said, not today. And we see Adrian's Ogerpon go down. So it's now Chien-Pao and Incineroar.
Yeah, Ogerpon really doesn't have a way out of this here, especially since you just went for a Spiky Shield on Phillips' end of the field there. Fake out, I mean, you could, of course, go for a double protect, and with the ability of Spiky Shield, right, if you do get a double, Chien-Pao would be able to break its Focus Sash, but with Terrazzleization, right, Incineroar could just go Grass Terra and be able to live those Ivy Cudgels, and it's going to be a really uphill battle, but we are going to see no double protect there, and Adrian take game one off of Philip.
Wow, what an amazing game. Well piloted by Adrian, just like I said, really preserving that Chien-Pao, but also preserving that Terra. I think that's one thing that I know has been a big learning curve for me and kind of getting into this new regulation and also getting back into Pokemon, is that this Terra is so valuable, especially whether you want to do it on the defensive or on the offensive. And we've seen that in the past matches as well, talking about Trista's Porygon 2 and it being poison, and so many other mons as well, is that it can do so much damage like a Flutter Mane, but it also can go ahead and kind of protect, especially when you're running it Water Incineroar or even Grass Incineroar. So I think that was just so well piloted by Adrian. But I think Philip is going to take a second and be like, how can I get rid of those pesky little cats?
Yeah, and I think if you can find a way, again, to navigate around the Chien-Pao, it's kind of going to be the big thing, is I think Philip really needs to find a way to navigate with the Chien-Pao, or at least mitigate its damage in some sort of way. If it's not Intimidate, even if you break the Sash, I think you need to get some sort of value into your Chien-Pao. That seems like it's the essential piece there for beating Philip's team. So if Philip does find a way around of getting around the Chien-Pao, I think there is definitely a game to be sure. I think maybe if you play your Ogerpon a little bit more safely and maybe don't pull the gun or the trigger too soon on your Incineroar and Terra, you have a little bit more flexibility. We saw Adrian was very patient with the Terrazzleization, didn't even click at that game, and was very, very patient. And they didn't give Philip really many options to kind of play against Chien-Pao. I'm trying to find the words to speak here, but maybe you could clarify as well. But Chien-Pao just seemed very hard for Philip to break at a certain point.
Well, and I think that's just how Chien-Pao is. It's just such a dangerous mon to go against. And it's really one of those things is, do you double up against it, or do you think it's going to go ahead and pop out and make sure that it kind of stays safe? And I, as a big Dragonite Chien-Pao player, I love my Chien-Pao, and let me tell you, I preserve that Pokemon as much as I possibly can. And so I think it's really just one of those pivotal things that Philip is just going to have to keep in mind, is that Chien-Pao, he needs to get rid of it because it kind of is really weak against the rest of his team. And we're going to see that Philip goes ahead and makes a little bit of a change by leading that Incineroar and that Ogerpon. But you know, Adrian said that cat is still here. It's going to stay and leads Chien-Pao and Ogerpon. So what are your thoughts?
I still love this lead a lot. I actually like this lead a lot more from Philip here. Instead of the Flutter Mane, or excuse me, I like this lead from Philip a lot with the Incineroar Ogerpon being able to just, again, you can fake out Cudgel and you have a lot more room here. Adrian switching out into their Ogerpon as well, threatening the Incineroar on Philip's side of the field. Of course, you do have to worry about a follow me, but those are always fun mind games that you get to play.
Well, I think this is one thing that we have to keep in mind is Philip going to do kind of what they did last turn or last game and Terra really early. I think this is one of those things is I think that kind of burned Philip a little bit last game. So I wonder if that Terra is going to pop or they're going to risk it for the biscuit, as I would say. And maybe see if that Ivy Cudgel is going to go into that Incineroar, and we see that it's just a double protect on Adrian's side, just to kind of bait out to see what's happening and making sure that that fake out doesn't hit either of their Mons. And you see that that fake out goes into that Ogerpon, so it's going to take a little bit of chip, and like I say, chip is chip, and not going to try to aim into that Chien-Pao, maybe expecting that either that Terra or that swap out.
No, and that was a super safe play, I think, from Adrian. I get whenever there's fake out in front of you, it can be a little scary. I think I would have, like, so the thing about Philip's lead now is now that there's no Landorus, Chien-Pao isn't really threatening super effective. I mean, it is Sacred Sword in the Incineroar, but with the -1, it's not as incentivized as something like the Ice Spinner, for example. And if you're not going to be able to, you know, outright KO the Ogerpon with any combination of attacks, barring the crit, of course, Ice Spinner and Horn Leech's Ogerpon from Philip's end should be able to eat that. We see Adrian also, like, covering over the option as well. I think, like, the problem is we saw Philip also cover it for turn 1, so they went for fake out into the Ogerpon, and they went for an Ivy Cudgel into the Chien-Pao, knowing if they got the fake out, then they can't redirect, obviously. So I do like this play. There is no redirect there. If this is an Ivy Cudgel from Adrian, that could follow up and potentially KO the Incineroar.
And we can see that Citrus Berry popping on that Incineroar as well, and that Chien-Pao Sacred Sword just really doesn't do as much damage anymore.
But a Horn Leech coming out instead,
Ooh.
not fully committing.
Oh, but wow. That Horn Leech on Philip's side going into Adrian's does so much more damage, which is just amazing to see. And then we see that Incineroar going into Flare Blitz and just taking out Adrian's Ogerpon. But as we kind of can see, that Chien-Pao is still full health. It still has its Sash and still has kind of 2 turns that it can play around with. So I think this is kind of an interesting state for that board. It just seemed, I was really surprised about that Horn Leech on Adrian's side. Just didn't do as much as Philip's.
Yeah, so -1, right? And that's the detriment of Sword of Ruin, is because normally Ogerpon would be able to get that combination of attacks, but because you have the Chien-Pao in the field, you're at -1, but your partner now is -1 defense essentially almost, and the Horn Leech Flare Blitz combination, it just does so much damage. And Flutter Mane comes in here for Adrian, which puts on a little bit of pressure, but this Ogerpon has access to Terrestrialization. And Philip's Incineroar, I mean, it ate the Citrus Berry already, but I would expect it. Maybe it doesn't eat a Dazzling Gleam here if you do go Terrestrialization on Adrian's end, but I think Philip's lead was a lot better this game and was able to manage around Adrian's pieces a lot better. And Adrian's going to have to figure out what their game plan is now and really figure out how to navigate around this essentially full HP Ogerpon on Philip's side of the field.
Well, and I think Ogerpon, as we're kind of seeing from the Liverpool regionals, is that Ogerpon is such a strong player right behind Flutter Mane in usage right now. And I think it's really that Water Pond just really is just wreaking havoc on this regulation right now. And so that you see that Adrian will go ahead and swap into that Incineroar, getting that Intimidate drop. But you also see Philip go ahead and change theirs out into their own Flutter Mane. And it being shiny as well. I love shiny Flutter Mane, mind you. So it's always so fun to see that hit the field. And we're going to see that Terra over on Adrian's side for their Flutter Mane, giving it that extra boost that we know that is just so deadly against so many different Pokemon. Flutter Mane is just such an pivotal Pokemon in this regulation. But then we also see Philip going ahead and going into that Terra, into that Water Ogerpon. And so what a crazy turn that we just had. Both Terras popped, switch-ins happened. The only problem is that Ogerpon has that attack drop on their side, but you know what? Said, I got Spadef though.
Yeah, exactly. So Moonblast actually coming off here, firing off. And I thought of slot. This might just be able to pick up. Oh, it does not, though, showing the bulk. Special attack drop might end up mattering a little bit as Ivy College will fire offs here into the Flutter main slot. This should still do a lot of damage, or a critical hit, just getting a one-hit KO there from Philip. And that's really bad for Adrian, right? You've wasted your Trisulation. You didn't even get a knockout on the Flutter main. Yes, you get the special attack drop, but Incineroar Shenpao, I think, is going to have a very, very hard time breaking through this Ogre pawn here.
You can tell by Adrian's reaction is that it's just not something that you want to happen, but it is the game that RNG can kind of come back. And so seeing that critical hit is such a critical moment of the game. Nobody saw that, but I did a little wink. But we see that Shenpao coming back out into the field, and I think this is just... I think that really kind of turned a lot of tables, and Adrian has to play this really strategically at this point to make this comeback. Especially since that Ogre pawn is Terra, and Adrian already burned their Terra with that Flutter main.
Yeah, and I think without without the critical hit as well, I think Ogre Pawn was already in an amazing position. The fact that Fluttermane lived that turn as well, the fact that you're able to sacrifice it, get off a free Dazzling Gleam or something, and position around the Ogre Pawn. The Ogre Pawn going slower in this game, being slower than Adrian's, was able to heal up so much HP with that Horn Leech, I think just put Philip in a winning position. And in a Game 3, I really want to see how Adrian adjusts to this Water Ogre Pawn, because I feel like they didn't respect it enough. I feel like maybe bringing your Raging Bolt, right, if you are Adrian, you have access to Terra Electric Booster Energy. Like, you have a way to deal with the Ogre Pawn. I would like maybe Adrian to adjust and maybe bring that and respect the Ogre Pawn a little bit more, because, you know, into the rest of Philip's team, it's really good. As long as you manage the flutter, of course.
I agree 1,000%. But we see that Phil went ahead and did a double switch, bringing back in that Incineroar, but also showing his last mon, that little bear that we love so much, that Ursh. And so I think Adrian just has a really uphill battle at this point. It doesn't have any fake out pressure anymore, and that Shenpao can last 2 hits, but we both know it's a very fragile Pokemon to kind of deal with it as a whole. And we have attack drops. We have so much against Adrian's side of the field, so we just gotta Adrian's gotta cross their fingers right now, let me tell you that.
Yeah, all Philip has to do is not sacrifice their Ogre Pawn on the switch in. As long as they bring it in for free, you can one-shot the Incineroar. Again, Shenpao really biting Adrian in the back, right, where they're not able to, you can't get around Sword of Ruin, right? Intimidates, you can switch out and things like that, but as long as Sword of Ruin is on the field, that close combat from Urshifu is just going to 1-hit KO that Incineroar there.
And I think that just really, once again, shows the fact that Ursh is just such a dynamic Pokemon and can really just clear the field so much as well. So I think Adrian is just saying that we love Shenpao, but Shenpao just cannot live up to this right now in this game. And I think Adrian really does have to take a second and go back to the drawing board. And I think that what you're talking about is that Raging Bolt will be a very pivotal mon in this matchup. So we'll see if Adrian goes ahead and brings it, because that Ogre Pawn, you know, it's just one of those Pokemon that is just so hard to go around if you don't have something to counter it right away. And so I just think it's going to be a little bit interesting kind of going back into this Game 3, but we love Game 3s.
Yeah, I love Game 3s, honestly. The adaptation, like, my favorite thing about Pokemon is that the mentality behind it all is, you know, even in the mirror that we saw earlier, I think, like, being able to play it to the level that these players do, understanding the Pokemon, I think, is such an important skill in this game. And both of these players have shown so far that they understand the Pokemon that they're using. They understand what they need to do with them. Both of them taking a game, of course, as well. I liked Philip's adjustment as well to take that second game as well. The Incineroar Ogre Pawn just being super standard and super consistent across the board. I do really want to see Adrian bring that Raging Bolt, though. I think, like, if you do bring it and you're able to position it in a decent spot, there's no Shenpao on Philip's side of the field to really threaten it. Of course, there is things like the Urshifu and the Fluttermane, but you just have to, I think, play safe and play around it. You have your own Ogre Pawn as well. You have Fluttermane, you have Incineroar. You have ways to position your Raging Bolt. I think that really is going to be the key to this matchup, though.
And I'm one of those people, like I said, I am not a Raging Bolt fan, but I think Raging Bolt is the call for this matchup, especially, as you were saying, is that if Adrian positions it right, I think Adrian can take it, because Philip doesn't really have an answer, especially if it's paired with a few of those Mons and on Adrian's side. I think Adrian looks really dialed in and is really kind of excited for this match, but it's also one of those things is that you still have that RNG aspect of the game, and as we saw with that critical hit last match, is that your tides can change so much. And as we've seen from other matches as well, is turn 1, wake up from sleep and everything. There's so many different variables, and I think that's what makes Pokemon so exciting and what makes the best players the best, because they can go ahead and switch on a dime. But we can go into Game 3 now, and we see on Philip's side that Ogerpon and Incineroar lead, and then on Adrian's side, that Incineroar and Fluttermane. So we're getting both of those Intimidate drops. We see that Adrian's was once again faster than that. And we're going to kind of see how the tables will turn a little bit more. And we'll kind of see what Adrian has in the back, crossing our fingers for that Raging Bolt.
Yeah, and I think Adrian going back to the basics, right, realizing that their Game 1 lead makes a lot of sense. And I actually think Fluttermane Instant is better here into the Ogerpon Incineroar than it is into the Instant Lando. Incineroar and Landers, because the Fluttermane and the Incineroar here, you're able, your faster fake out. Excuse me, it's like a rhyme there.
Twister.
Yeah, tongue twister. But you have the faster fake out. As we see here, Philip switching out, knowing that, hopefully as well. I could see this being just a spiky shield there on the Ogerpon, which we do see. And this Fluttermane here is going to lock into something, and Philip has to be very careful what that is. As a fake out goes into that Fluttermane here, what the Fluttermane wants to lock into is definitely the question of the day here.
Isn't that so fun? Everyone
it's the Ogerpon, actually. Oh, and a Moonblast goes out there into the
Fluttermane.
Wow.
That's a lot of damage to do in that Fluttermane, especially that turn 1. And even though Incineroar took a little bit of chip, it still is just such a bulky Pokemon, so it still has something that it can kind of say in the back. We see that Adrian's hovering over that Terra, but I think it's one of those things that really depends on what they brought in the back. Especially now, Adrian's seeing that you have that Ogerpon, you have that Incineroar, and you have that Fluttermane. Not knowing exactly what Philip's last Pokemon is, but seeing kind of where you can play your cards now, just kind of showcasing your first 2 months.
Yeah, absolutely here, and I think at -1, the Ogerpon, of course, if it does get another critical hit, that all goes out the window. As we do see a Terastallization here onto the Fluttermane here from Adrian. We saw they decided to lock in that Terra Fairy just to guarantee that you're able to do damage. And of course, if the Ogerpon wants to redirect something like this Moonblast that we know is locked into, that's a very real possibility, as we see Philip go for a Terastallization of their own, which most likely is that water, right? So there are 2 avenues here where they could follow me and with a +1 be able to take that Moonblast and Fluttermane on Phillips and could lock into something like Dazzling or even a Moonblast of their own, or they could just go for an Ivy Cudgel. I think Ivy Cudgel's a little bit more, makes a little more sense. As we do see an Icy Wind come out from Philip as well, showing who's faster. If this Ivy Cudgel goes off, though, here, proving that it's faster, it can hit down this Fluttermane and do a lot of damage.
And we see that Ogerpon moving before that Fluttermane because of that speed drop, and we see that Ivy Cudgel hits it, and it lives.
It lives this time.
Oh, my goodness.
It lives, getting this crucial KO there on that Fluttermane, making sure that it cannot Icy Wind anymore, but very importantly as well is that Philip now knows in this Game 3 that Ivy Cudgel is going to be going before this Fluttermane. So you kind of have a confirmed knockout into this slot now, which is a little scary, I think, for Adrian. But if you are able to reposition around it, preserving your Fluttermane is huge. But notably, we don't see a Raging Bolt in the back as an Ogerpon comes in here for Adrian. And this is fine, I think, now, because now you have to Horn Leech at -1 into Adrian's Ogerpon, right, just to be very safe. And this Fluttermane, now that it's able to survive, is threatening so much. And we do see Philip switch back and fake out here, but something like a Incineroar switch into the Fluttermane slot and a spiky shield from Ogerpon is a little bit telegraphed from Adrian, but it makes a lot of sense and it's very, very safe.
1000%. And I think now we're kind of seeing that switch on that side of that Ogerpon now taking that attack drop on Adrian's side. And they're both playing back and forth with Incineroar, which we love to see those games.
Yeah, and Incineroar Ogerpon though is
it's like, come on. Like, they're like two best friends right now. And so we see that Incineroar coming back in on Adrian's side and getting that another attack drop, which is just making Ogerpon just a little bit weaker, especially even though it is Terra, that Ivy Cudgel just won't be as crucial as before. And then we see the fake out going into that Ogerpon, so that Incineroar on Philip's side is going to take a little bit of chip because of that spiky shield, and then see that Ivy Cudgel landing into that Incineroar. So let's see what damage this does.
Yeah, and it does seem to get another critical hit there, knocking out that Incineroar, but I think Adrian's fine with that. Or not fine with it, but like it's like you'd rather the Incineroar than the Fluttermane, right? You've gotten the -2 on the Ogerpon now, and Incineroar at -1. You are going to be able to redirect both the attacks. Neither of these Pokemon have spread moves here on Phillips, and we know that they're Citrus Berry and Incineroar, so they don't have something like Snarl as well. The Fluttermane coming back here for Adrian. Something like just like Moonblast or even Dazzling Gleams is super fine, I think, from Adrian's side here. Just threatening damage, and again, playing to that Chanpao endgame where you're able to just pick up kills with Sacred Sword or Ice Spinner, depending on if that Landorus is in the back for a Philip.
Well, I think that's what Chanpao does best. I think it is one of those mons that just allows for you to just sit in the back and then come in and sweep up. And so you're right. I think if this is a little bit interesting because you were saying that Follow Me is such a safe play on Adrian's side, but it looks like you don't want to play it safe right now.
Yeah, that's a little bit risky, right? Because if Philip does target down, that doesn't pick up the KO and Incineroar. Citrus Berry goes back up as well. You're now playing the speed games with your Ogre Pawns. As Ivy Cudgel from Adrian's goes off first, so you do get the KO on Incineroar, but if Philip decided to Ivy Cudgel or even Horn Leech the Flutter Mane just being safe, like, that's a little scary, but we do see that.
And so we see that Adrian's Flutter Mane goes down, and maybe that was just something that Adrian was hoping for, that Horn Leech was going into their Ogre Pond, but I think that was kind of a critical play. I think that Flutter Mane was an ace just because it has that Terror type, and it's just so strong and so quick at the same time. And I'm not sure if this Chanpao can be able to take care of both that Ogre Pond and whatever Philip is running into the back as well, and we can see that it is the Urshifu. I think this is a little bit of a tough positioning, but we do see that Adrian's Ogre Pond is max health still. It's very healthy, it's kind of ready to go, and that Chanpao, like we said, it's just that cat.
Yeah, so the problem there, right, is you lose Flutter Mane when you really needed it against something like this Urshifu here, right? Chanpao, I don't think is going to have enough gas in its engine to really take down the Ogre Pond, because again, it's going to be clicking Follow Me, of course, maybe like with Horn Leech Sacred Sword, but the fact that Philip is at enough HP where you can just go for the Spiky Shield. Now you're on Adrian, and without the Follow Me Dazzling Gleam pressure as you... Although we actually see them go to the Urshifu instead. Horn Leech going off there. But it's such a difficult turn, right? Because then you could argue that the Urshifu goes for the Detect. It's super, super weird. But this Urshifu does decide to go for a Wicked Blow with the sort of Ruin boost. The Ogre Pond actually lives at 5 HP. Which
is insane! That's my girl. Let me tell you, Ogre Pond really just ate that up, and living on 5 HP is just insane.
I don't know about ate it up. It's at 5 HP.
Well, it survived.
Yeah, it survived. That's all that matters.
That is amazing. And so we see that Chanpao is still got those 2 hits because of that Focus Sash. And that Ogre Pond, I really think living just kind of Adrian's probably crossing their fingers, let me tell you that. But that Urshifu still has the ability to go ahead and kind of play some nasty plays that they want to. And that Ogre Pond, even though it's Spiky Shield last turn, we can either go see and double protect, or it's just going to go ahead and try to Ivy Cudgel its way out of this.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. I think all Philip apparently has to do, we see a Sucker Punch come off there, trying to call into the Ogre Pond.
Too.
And a Sacred Sword going off.
This is crazy. This is a crazy match right now. And we see that Adrian is just watching to see where that Horn Leech is going, and it's going into the Chanpao, but it doesn't really do much at all. It did break the sash though, so that is one of those things, is that if that Ivy Cudgel goes into that Chanpao, it will go ahead and probably take it out. But it's now 2 versus 1.
Yeah, but now it's one of those infamous 50-50s, right, where Ogre Pond just went for a Spiky Shield. If you do go for a Horn Leech in this Ogre Pond and Philip decides a Spiky Shield, that's goodbye Ogre Pond, and that's goodbye to your endgame. 2 Sacred Swords here from this Chanpao is not going to be enough to eat the Ogre Pond, especially in combinations with the Horn Leech. So Adrian has to call this turn correctly, otherwise it's game over.
And I think that's such an interesting thing, and I think that's why Ogre Pond is such an amazing Pokemon in this meta, because it is just interesting.
We don't see a Spiky Shield from Philip there, but we do see a Horn Leech into their own Chanpao to actually heal up just enough. So maybe calling that Spiky Shield, being able to live. So if they do go for the Spiky Shield next turn, they actually will live. But Horn Leech is going off in the Ogre Pond, and that's going to make this endgame impossible for Adrian now.
And Adrian was really kind of hoping for that. And that was one of those pivotal plays, is that it is a 50-50. I have never seen someone go a Horn Leech into their own Chanpao.
But I do want to take a moment and acknowledge that play. If Philip did go for the Spiky Shield there, Horn Leech from Adrian into their own Chanpao made a lot of sense. It was better than going for the double Spiky Shield or even Follow Me. We go see Sucker Punch, unfortunately not able to pick up the KO, and Ivy Cudgel just finishing off Adrian's Chanpao there. What an amazing set, to be honest.
Absolutely amazing, and I think it was so well played on both sides, and I think Adrian was really just kind of crossing their fingers to see if that Spiky Shield was happening, and you can see them chatting it up right now. So I bet that Philip was like, thank goodness I did not Spiky Shield on that. Yeah. I just think that really shows that Ogre Pond is just such a pivotal Pokemon, and especially so diverse, especially when you're talking about that Horn Leech, and you're talking about that Ivy Cudgel, and being able to do that redirection, and then having that Spike, and she'll be able to just chip away if you go into it. It's just absolutely fabulous, and I think that was so well played on both players' parts.
Yeah, and I really wish that play worked out because that it's always cool. It's like, oh yeah, I targeted my own Pokemon. I healed them with Horn Leech. That's it's like one of those moments in VGC, right? That everyone wants that moment. Everyone wants the opportunity to do that. But I think in that scenario, that was the one. That was their out. That was how they had to play that end game, right? If they get that turn correctly, then they win the set. But Philip, again, is not new to this, so calling out that turn. And again, we could say it's a 50-50 objectively, but also a lot of the times is players don't realize that when they're in their head, depending on playstyle and things like that, right, it might not actually be a 50-50 for those players, right? Philip might have recognized that Adrian had certain tendencies that Philip was able to play to and made it more realistically, maybe a 70-30 instead of a 50-50 exactly. And I think that's so interesting when it comes to Pokemon, especially the best of 3 format, is when it comes down to that game 3 scenario, is to us as the viewers and the spectators, right, it seems like a 50-50, but Philip might have just been in Adrian's head based off our previous turns, right? We did see them protecting a lot, playing it very safe, so maybe going for a read like that was, favored for Philip.
And I know that would definitely happen to me, let me tell you, because I, Tom, sometimes do get in my own head when I play Pokemon. But I think both of those players are just so masterfully played all 3 of those games. And I think that, for us, was so fun to watch, too. Because even with those critical hits and things like that, it just made it so exciting. And I think it's one of those things, as we've been kind of talking about, is that the regulation has so many different types of formats. And even though these teams are rather similar, they're still also vastly different, especially when you're talking about that Raging Bolt and one having a booster energy and the other one having goggles, but then also comparing their different mons. And especially when you're seeing that some are faster and some are slower. It's just such an amazing regulation, such amazing Pokemon, and such amazing players behind these, piloting these amazing mons as well. I cannot wait for the other matches kind of to play out, and I can't wait to also talk to Philip a little bit more about what was going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to take the interview for Philip here?
Oh, sure. I would love to.
Perfect. We'll get Philip on the mic and do a winner's interview in just a second there as we try to find them. If Philip wants to show up. I just saw them walk behind. I'll grab them, but we'll be here for a winner's interview in just a second.
Awesome. Thank you all so much, and we will be back with the winner's interview. Welcome. Oh, look at that. Yo, Philip's ready. Let me tell you. Welcome back to BrookLAN MSS. And with our winner of this last round, Philip. Philip told me a little something the moment that he sat down. It's your first stream game. Tell us how that experience was.
Well, this isn't my first stream game, but being out of you here right now talking with all these people, that's a first.
I love that. So, that was so masterfully played, and I think you really identified so many different things kind of going back from that game 1. You were like, wait a second, let me change some things around. Tell us about what happened after that game 1 and kind of how you went and changed some things.
Well, I wasn't sure if I wanted to bring Landorus or Raging Ball, but so I wanted to try Raging Ball for the first game, but as we all know and saw, I lost that. So for the second game, I needed to redirect an idea. So I used Ogerpon to not just use Follow Me, but I also needed to hit the heavy hitters. Fluttermane was one of the big threats as well as Incineroar, though I'm a little surprised he didn't Terra it yet, but I am surprised how much damage that Fluttermane was able to do, and how much damage that Sucker Punch from GM did. But then again, we are dealing with a Sword of Ruin ability from it.
Exactly, and I think that's one of those things. I am a big Chiampao fan, let me tell you. So I was a little upset when you kept knocking it out, but I get it. It's Pokemon. So how did you really kind of try to redirect that Chiampao? Because game 2, you kind of just said Chiam who, and got rid of it. So tell us about how you kind of were like, this mon means nothing to me anymore.
Well, first of all, I need to just intimidate the dang thing. Incineroar, cat versus cat. Anyone who can intimidate anyone, Incineroar is the man you need. or better yet, the Tiger Man.
I love that. Well, we were having a whole debacle of Incineroar was actually a cat, and trust me, it's a cat.
It's a macho cat.
When you look at Litten, like, come on, you can't say that's not a cat. And so I think also, I love the Fluttermane. I'm also a big Fluttermane fan, especially with it being shiny. Absolutely fantastic.
That's my third shiny to hunt there.
Are you serious?
I've hunted that thing for so long. That thing is beautiful and gorgeous as a shiny. And I gotta say, Scarlet's really done a good job for their Paradox prehistoric Pokemon. Fluttermane was one of my favorites.
I love that. Well, and so talk about building this team. It's got some really core and fundamentals of Reg F, but kind of how did you add your own spin onto it? How did you add your own Philip accoutrement?
Well, I had help from my teacher, Clover Bells, who I am really appreciative for everything he's done for me for the past year when I started in 2023. His technique idea was pretty good. Originally, at first, I wanted to do Combine Raging Ball, but I think I wanted to do that for Thunderbolt because I didn't want to rely too much on priority. And I wanted to try using Landorus. Like, even if I did Sanctuary Story, I didn't want to miss the accuracy, so I had to do that for substitute. Incineroar, on the other hand, you basically have to slap the thing with Parting Shot, Fake Out, Flare Blitz, Knockoff. It's the most common set for it, but it works every time.
Oh, exactly. That's like the sauce of Incineroar.
Yep, Choice Specs Fluttermane, so much damage, so much speed. And you just need a bit more defense, so I put a very bulky one on that, and it works really well.
Well, and I think we saw that. We were kind of surprised just seeing some of your monsters take hits and just really just be able to stay on the field and not really care about what anybody else was saying, which was amazing to see on that side of things. And so kind of talking about, you said you started a year ago?
Well, I got back into it because
Okay.
of 2022 during COVID pandemic, and I was working hard. So, but after I went to my first regional in Knoxville, I had help from Clovers, who I managed to get top to 120 to 128 again. And I'm going back to Knoxville next week, so this will be my first year going back there again. And honestly, I just can't wait to go back to my first place where I got good CP in my first year.
Oh my gosh, I absolutely love that. Hopefully we don't go against each other because I'm also playing in Knoxville and I don't want to go
I
against
would love
this
to.
team.
I would love to see your team.
Oh, you don't want to see it. I can't spill it, but there's going to be some interesting Pokemon on it. Will it be piloted well? We'll see. But we're going to try. We'll see how that goes. But to kind of close it out, it's a fun question I like to ask. What is your favorite Pokemon?
Well, out of all of my favorite Pokemon, it's always been Infernape. My Sinnoh starter for life. When I first started playing Platinum, I loved playing them. The reason, well, to be honest, the Infernape line got me into the anime when I saw, as we all know, when Chimchar got abandoned by Paul, and like, I felt sorry. And every time I see that episode, I cry. Literally every time. So I was like, you know what? Screw Paul. I'm going with Chimchar all the way. And that's when Platinum came out, and well, as you know how they say, you journey with your best friend for life.
Oh, I love that. We love you, Chimchar. Paul, who knows him? But thank you so much, Philip. That was such an amazing round. Good luck on the rest of your matches. And I cannot wait to see you in Knoxville. And I can't wait to see how well you do. Because after seeing this, I'm so excited.
Thank you. And thank you for all who were watching me. It was a pleasure to give you guys a fun match.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. And we will be back with the next round in the next match. See y'all. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the BrookLAN Mid-Season Showdown. I'm Courtney here with Tyson again, and we are going into the next round. And this one is a little bit interesting. I, as some of you may or may not know, am from Chicago, and one of the folks that we have on stream used to be a Chicago local, Darsh, and Darsh Patel is such an amazing player, so electric. And every time that I see them play, I'm like, I am not good at Pokemon compared to them. Even running that day 2 back in Charlotte was absolutely amazing. And so I think they are just such a good competitor with such an interesting team as well that we're going to kind of see as the game progresses and everything like that. But just so many good things. And David also running an amazing team that we're going to kind of go and see as well. And that one is a little bit different. I know we were looking at the team sheets right before this, and I was like, Parish Song? Question mark? Which is crazy. So just so excited for this round to get started.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, we are jumping into our round 5 here. Only 2 more to go. You know, I was talking about before this as well. I was like, how many rounds are left? And I was like, I'm so regional pilled where it's like, oh my God, 9, 10 rounds of the Swiss. But we only have 6 today for the MSS. And then, of course, there's the PC following after this as well, or like in between. But so many rounds of Pokemon, so many teams that we've gotten to see today, and so much talent, as you've kind of alluded to before. There's so many good players here, and, you know, Darsh, but I want to highlight David as well. You know, they're also 4-0 in today's MSS, which is super, super impressive. Again, I think anyone who goes positive in these Tri-State MSSs are insane players. And, you know, as we saw earlier in the round when me and Lorcy were commentating as well, is that, like, any of these players really can take a stand. There's so many resources out there nowadays that these newer players or even old people or old players getting back into the game, there's so many resources for players to really get back into the flow, and you can never really feel behind. There's so many resources that catch you up, rentals and team reports and all sorts of tools that players can use to really get back into the game. But I do want to highlight both these teams here before we get into our game one. As you kind of alluded to before, that Parish Song there on David's side on that Fluttermane. They have a interesting take on the Archaludon without Rain, having Incineroar, Amoonguss, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Roaring Moon, Archaludon, and Fluttermane. What do you think about that?
Well, Archaludon is such a interesting, silly Pokemon in my opinion, and as we kind of seen throughout the entire stream today, I love Fluttermane, and I personally have never ran it with Parish Song just because I'm a little bit nervous about it. So seeing such a strong Mon played so heavily in this format, it's so interesting to see that little twist on it, and seeing Roaring Moon just kind of coming back full circle is really amazing as well. But you still see that core of Amoonguss and Incineroar, and that Urshifu is just making such a statement in every single team, no matter if it's Water Urshifu or it is that dark variant as well. It's just such an amazing Pokemon to kind of see over and over again, and just such a catalyst in so many different teams.
Yeah, and Darsh following kind of that same blueprint as well, using the Incineroar, Water Ogre Pond as well, and Amoonguss, kind of completing that trifecta of, you know, good Pokemon, especially the Incineroar Amoonguss. That duo has seemed to be unbeatable today, except this time Darsh is pairing it with a Roaring Moon of their own, as well as Fluttermane and Raging Bolt. I think what's really interesting here is that, right, we haven't seen that many Roaring Moons, but to see 2 now and they're playing against each other, it's kind of like the Gouging Fire Mirror that we saw earlier, where it's like these 2 dragon types going at it as well. Both these players, it's going to come down to speeds, who is able to position better and things like that. I do want to talk a little bit more about the Archaludon as well. A lot of times you see it with Rain in it of its broken move, that being the Electro Shot, being able to fire it off repetitively in the Rain with no drawback essentially, but choosing to opt for a support set is something I've definitely toyed with a bit myself. The Snarl, they don't have Breaking Stripe on this one, but Snarl on an Assault Vest Pokemon with those stamina boosts definitely could add up, and Archaludon could be actually a key factor in this matchup as well, being able to wall something like the Roaring Moon, which is a physical attacker, and you can threaten back with body presses and strong Draco Meteors into that Pokemon as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this and go full circle. I've not really faced it in ladder that much, so I'm actually really excited. It seems like a Pokemon that I would like to run. I kind of like to run a little bit off meta Pokemon. So Archaludon, I'm really excited to see, and hopefully David brings it. I really would also love to see that Roaring Moon matchup. I would love to see both of them on the field at the same time. I think we've been having a lot of fun today with all the different speed ties and speed games, and so I just am really excited to see that too. But I'm more excited to see that Flutter Mane and see if it could set up that Perish Song and see kind of what happens with it. But we're going to see in just a second as we go into this first game of our round 5 matchup between David and Darsh. And we see that Darsh is going to send out that Incineroar and Amoonguss on their side of the field. And we're going to see that David, oh my gosh, if this isn't a mirror, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, and this is just peak VGC, right? Both these players having that fake out Spore pressure on either side there. The difference is, right, that one of these Incineroars actually has that Figgy Berry and has to go for the Terra Grass, that being Darsh. So Darsh, you know, you have the berry recovery, but not having goggles is at a disadvantage here where David is able to freely go, or not freely, but you're able to go for fake out Spore a lot more safely than Darsh is in you. Of course, Darsh does have that opportunity to go for something like that. Knock off Spore into David, get rid of that safety goggle. So there are ways to play around it, but, you know, having to burn a Terra to be a Spore immune compared to having the goggles items is a lot more favorable for David here, just on leads. But this is a tried and true lead here, but instead Darsh switching out that Amoonguss there into the Roaring Moon here, maybe to start getting in position, knowing that David has that option to go for the fake out Spore, just playing around that, maybe getting Roaring Moon in here and just trying to weave in a Pokemon that can't get, or well, trying to call the turn so you don't get slept.
Well, and I think one thing to keep in mind as this match started is that we saw David's Incineroar was just a little bit faster than Darsh's, or at least won that speed tie. And so seeing that David just went into that fake out on that Incineroar and put it to sleep is kind of catastrophic. It makes it so that Incineroar is kind of just stuck there. But we also see in the back, I'm crossing my fingers for Moon and Moon on the field. But it's really interesting to kind of see how David is going to take this and kind of move things around at this point. I'm also really excited to see that Archaludon and just really seeing how he is going to position that out, because like I said, he does have a little bit of a faster Incineroar as we can currently see. But we also see that Darsh is going to switch out that Incineroar, even though it's sleeping. He's going to bring out that Amoonguss, and so now you've got Amoonguss and Roaring Moon on Darsh's side, and then what we're going to see on David's side is going to be that Archaludon, which is so exciting.
Yeah, so I mean, this makes a lot of sense from Darsh there. The switch from David could backfire in just a second as that parting shot actually goes off from the Roaring Moon. So you're not going to be able to freely get a Amoonguss in here now, and Darsh's Amoonguss is looking a lot better. So it's that back and forth of who has Amoonguss on the board, which slot is Amoonguss going to switch in for, right? Where's my Terra Grass going to go? Our Terastallization in the grass really has to go. So Darsh's Amoonguss now looking in a very good spot. You're able to either force a Terastallization out of this Archaludon or force the Amoonguss back in, and this Roaring Moon has the opportunity to go for something like a Dragon Dance here on Darsh's end. And, you know, once you go for that Dragon Dance, you're threatening a lot more than the Amoonguss. And David has to play this game of switching in and out of the Amoonguss and the Incineroar, getting those Intimidates, trying to go for the parting shot. And that's the scary thing, right? Because if you do go for a parting shot, as we saw, failing it into Darsh, you lose so much momentum, and now you're not able to get a -1 onto Darsh's Roaring Moon. So the fact that Darsh is able to go for something like a Dragon Dance or even a Acrobatics here is just really, really dangerous, I think. As we see a Terastallization come out from Darsh there, maybe alluding to that they want to go for something like an Acrobatics.
Well, and I think it's really, like, as we've been kind of saying, is that Amoonguss is such a pivotal Pokemon on so many different teams, and not being able to get it in at the right time can be really kind of detrimental. And so we see that Incineroar is going to hit that parting shot into that Roaring Moon, but honestly, that Roaring Moon set up a Dragon Dance and said, that's okay, we're going to make it work. And also, like you said, it Terra typed into that Flying Terra. So Darsh is kind of looking like they're in a good position right now, especially sitting right by that Amoonguss. And so we're going to see on David's side that he's going to bring in his own Roaring Moon. So I'm already excited about this. And then see that it is going to get that boost as well. So once again, another mirror.
Yeah, so I think Roaring Moon is super interesting. We see a Pollen Puff go out there. I think Darsh, maybe now I'm looking at it, right, the Terastallization came out from their end as well. Maybe expecting something like a Draco Meteor in that slot and going for that Pollen Puff. I think Darsh is unfortunately on the back foot there. The Incineroar hasn't really burnt a turn of sleep yet. Of course, you can switch in for the Intimidate there on the Roaring Moon on David's end, but not having that immediate fake out pressure that David has access to in their own Incineroar and Amoonguss makes Roaring Moon look a lot better on David's end. But we're actually going to see them swap it out there back into the Incineroar, trying to get another Intimidate drop on that Roaring Moon, just making sure your Amoonguss on David's end is surviving these turns against those acrobatics, as you do see it start to get fired off here.
Well, and I think it's really interesting to see that, oh my goodness, such a close. Wow, and that just shows Amoonguss is really that Pokemon, and just went ahead and ate up that entire acrobatics and also put that Roaring Moon to sleep. So that means out of 4 of Darsh's Pokemon, 2 are asleep, and both have to stay asleep for at least 1 turn. And Darsh tried to read that Amoonguss was going to go ahead and switch out, just trying to see that if that acrobatics was going to hit it, and unfortunately spored into it. And as we know, it's not going to put the Amoonguss to sleep.
Yeah, so I actually believe the Spore went off into the Incineroar slot, maybe expecting the Roaring Moon to stay in, right, because that booster energy, maybe not wanting to switch out, but I think David made the correct call there. I think if that was going to be your play, though, maybe bringing in Archuludon so you don't lose that boost, but Flare Blitz does so much damage to that Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon not having the best defense, so losing your resistance in that of its Dragon typing, now that you're a flying type, that does so much damage, and Flare Blitz, right, now Darsh has to bring in a sleeping Incineroar that still hasn't burnt that turn of sleep, and these spores that David's been able to fire off have been so beneficial.
I feel like it's such a hard position for Darsh right now because they really have to figure out where they kind of want to move their pieces at this point. And like you were saying, it's not a typical Incineroar set. They're not running that Assault Vest, so it's not going to be able to eat as many hits as it used to. Don't get me wrong, it is a very Pokemon, but it is one of those things is that Assault Vest adds so many different things. But they opted to keep that Roaring Moon in, and then we are going to go ahead and see it's going to fall to that Flare Blitz. Even though it was a critical hit. Did it matter? We don't really know, but we're going to see that go down, and we're going to kind of see what Darsh is going to bring in next. And we also see the Pollen Puff going into the Incineroar.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing about Amoonguss is if you don't deal with it right away, we see Darsh trying to crawl back into this game, trying to get the Incineroar on a switch out maybe. Like, the thing about this game is that David has played so straightforward and just played every single turn, I think, very optimally into where they are preserving their Amoonguss, they're preserving their Incineroar, they're not getting slept, they haven't burnt Terrestrialization yet. They're playing very safe, right? So now you're staring down Amoonguss and Incineroar, and you might want to switch in a slot, but Darsh has been very comfortable with sporing, grass or a Pokemon with safety goggles, so maybe if we see Darsh go for something like a Spore and then Amoonguss slot, we could see something of a comeback, but this Incineroar is going to have to start burning through those sleep turns to really get away back in this game, as you see a parting shot come out from David's Incineroar into Darsh's.
And we have seen quite a bit today on stream is that a lot of these Pokemon are waking up that first turn. And so I bet Darsh is just really crossing their fingers right now, hoping that is going to happen with them as well. But we see that the Amoonguss is going to come back in on David's side of the field after that swap out, and we see that the Incineroar is still sleeping on Darsh's side as well. But as you were kind of saying, that Darsh went ahead and made that Spore onto the Archuludon, which is a very big play on Darsh's side to really try to claw their way back into this game.
Yeah, so I think that play makes a lot of sense as well, right? Because you know the Amoonguss is such low HP. You know that it's going to switch out. Sporing that slot is always safe, right? Because even if you're sporing the Amoonguss on staying in, you're denying it that regenerate or recovery. So being able to spore it, you're either putting something to sleep because you know Incineroar is right next to it, or not. So you're putting it to sleep, or you're keeping it on the field for your Incineroar to potentially maybe wake up. As we see Archuludon burn its first turn of sleep there, and Incineroar not getting that turn 1 wake up, it maybe would have won it.
What a tough game for Darsh right now on their side of the field. And we also have seen that Incineroar has taken 2 attack drops. So it is kind of in a tough position even when it does wake up. Don't get me wrong, Incineroar is a very strong Pokemon. However, with those drops, it can just be a big hurdle for Darsh to get over right now. And we see that Archuludon did not wake up from its turn, and that Incineroar, that Flare Blitz just did so much damage to Darsh's Amoonguss. However, Citrus Berry is a Citrus Berry, and it's going to eat that up and regain a little bit more of its health to stay in the game. Ugh.
Yeah, and Darsh's Incineroar taking a cat nap as David's Incineroar also reveals that it actually was faster that turn as well, going for a blitz. Pop and Puff critical hit, maybe adding up in the long run here, but again, David is just very safely able to go for damage there into Darsh's Pokemon, and something like this Terastallization that maybe David's thinking about as well. Threatens a lot of pressure into Darsh. Darsh is very unsafely able to go, and something like a switch here from Darsh's end makes a lot of sense, revealing their final Pokemon, that being the Raging Bolt here. And Darsh's actually has Assault Vest, right? So no safety goggles on either of these Pokemon make the Amoonguss matchup a lot more scary.
And I also kind of took a look at David's Pokemon when he was going through them, and it looks like a lot of them are very healthy still at the same point. So David, I feel like, is in a really good position. Even with that Archaludon asleep, that Amoonguss is still so healthy that so easily be able to switch in and out, and that Incineroar in the back is also such a pivotal Pokemon. We see that parting shot going into that Archaludon to just take down its attack a little bit more, and we're going to go ahead and see Darsh go ahead and bring that back and bring back in that Amoonguss, so that Amoonguss and Roaring Moon are on the field together.
Yeah, and as long as you have Incineroar or Amoonguss, right, you have a way back into the game. Fake Out and Spore are two insanely good moves here. I mean, even with all four of David's Pokemon being near full HP, I do think Darsh, if they are able to get certain sleep turns correctly, there's a very plausible chance that they have a way back in this game. Of course, with something like the Archaludon here, burning those turns of sleeps and having the option to go for Snarl on Wake Up and things like the Terastallization Grass. You have options if you're David. More options than Darsh already have losing the Roaring Moon.
Well, I think that's one thing that we've seen with this Raging Bolt throughout the last few regionals is that it has been such a player in the game. It's so powerful, especially with that Thunderclap move. But we're also seeing that the Archaludon is going to Terra into that grass, and of course is going to Wake Up and Body Press into that Raging Bolt, really not doing that much damage. And then seeing that Draco Meter going into that Amoonguss, but the Amoonguss is just, as we know good and well, just going to go ahead and take that damage and put that Raging Bolt to sleep. And this, unfortunately, Darsh's Pokemon are really tired right now.
Yeah, they're really, really sleepy this game, and Darsh's Raging Bolt also went to -2 off of that Draco Meter, which is a little scary here. And again, David just has that one extra piece that Darsh doesn't, as to where Darsh has to go for that parting shot or hard switch into Amoonguss as well. This body pressure is covering that Incineroar switch in as well makes so much sense there. Again, because David knows that Darsh only has that Incineroar in the back. We see a Bullet Seed here come out from Amoonguss as well. I feel like I overlooked that on the team sheet.
Yeah.
The Bullet Seed firing off near Archaludon, getting more stamina boosts. I totally overlooked that.
I did too. I swore I saw that it said Protect, but I guess I can't read today. And that Bullet Seed's an amazing play by David, just really getting that stamina boost on that Archaludon. And now that Archaludon is just so bulky and also is running that Grass Terror so it cannot be put asleep.
I totally overlooked that, and I'm like watching the turn play out, and it's like, wait, that just happened. Like there was a Bullet Seed Amoonguss on my screen, and now Archaludon's body presses are going to be doing tons of damage, and Darsh knows that and locks in the forfeit for that game one as David takes it very convincingly with 4 Pokemon.
That was an amazing game, and I think that really just showcases that Archaludon is, you know what? I was writing it off quite a bit, but as we just saw, especially paired with that Bullet Seed Amoonguss, is such an amazing Pokemon to go up against, especially with that Terra Grass, really saying, Amoonguss can't put me to sleep. And even though I did sleep that first time, and fell asleep for quite a few turns, it still came back, and it still was like, I'm here to play. But I think Darsh really needs to take this back and really kind of analyze what they want to bring now, because it seems like they saw what David was doing, and hopefully can go ahead and reposition a little bit better on their side of things. But I do like that Raging Bolt. I think that Ogerpon that they're running as well, I think if they were to bring that in position a little bit better, I think they might actually be able to win this this game too a little bit more comfortably. But that Amoonguss Bullet Seed, a crazy thing for us to see.
So I think it's really crazy as well, because I think Darsh needed to bring that Ogerpon in this game, because otherwise your Incineroar has to Terastallize Grass, or you have to hope you're getting KOs with Roaring Moon. Your Raging Bolt doesn't even have Terrestrialization Grasp on it as well. Darsh doesn't have as many tools as David, I don't think, to really deal with Amoonguss effectively, which I don't blame them as well, right? Amoonguss, it's like, it's a common Pokemon you have to respect, but a lot of people don't. So between, your own Ogre Pawn and Amoonguss, I think Darsh will have that extra tool. But it's a little dangerous as well because you want Incineroar, you want Amoonguss, and you want Roaring Moon. So then you have to make the decision between Ogre Pawn or Raging Bolt, and obviously Raging Bolt does really good because Archludon doesn't have the best special defense. And if you are able to weave in a knockoff, right, you knock off that Assault Vest, now Draco Meteor is actually doing damage. You're actually able to threaten things on David's side of the field, but finding that position for Darsh is definitely going to be a challenge, but it's not impossible. And I think that Darsh is a level player. I mean, both these are levels players as well, where they're both 4-0. They understand what they're doing. I believe in both these players to really figure out a game plan and lock in. As we see Darsh lead in with that Ogre Pawn and Fluttermane switching it up immediately, and Incineroar Amoonguss from David sticking to the basics.
And I think that's really a great switch up on Darsh's side, seeing that Fluttermane and that Ogre Pawn, really realizing that they needed to make a few switches into their Mons just so that they could actually position a little bit better, especially if that Archaludon is in the back. And what we see here, it is. So I think they really just have to be mindful of kind of that team that David is running and how to position around it, because if I were David, I would keep the same Mons too, because they just performed so well that last game.
Yeah, Incineroar Amoonguss, I think, is a check kind of to the player and how they want to play. It's a very safe lead. It could be a little passive at times, but I think leading Incineroar Amoonguss allows you to fake out Spore if your opponent doesn't respect it, and just get yourself in a favorable position, right? You're able to parting shot out if you need to. If you're the Assault Vest version, you can U-turn. You have options with Incineroar Amoonguss that may be a little passive at times, but I think into the right lead, it could be very well and allows you to reposition if you're that kind of player. As we see Darsh do themselves, right, realizing that there's fake out pressure on the field, you can't follow me safely. As we see Amoonguss come in here on the Fluttermane slot, not trying to get Spore this turn. And Ivy Cudgel going off in the Incineroar slot, switching out into the Archaludon, actually taking the Ivy Cudgel, going to start boosting up its stamina.
Wow, that is just such an interesting play done. Just honestly an interesting turn, seeing that Archaludon come in and just being able to take that attack from that Ogre Pawn, just showing that it is a very bulky mon, and not only that, but also getting that defense boost. It's really interesting to see now. This game state is very, I don't know how to feel about it, truthfully. It's that the Amoonguss, the Amoonguy, is that the plural? Are very interesting mons to have on the field right now. And I think it's just really going to be how they position it. And as we've seen, that Bullet Seed on that Amoonguss, it's not time for it yet, in my opinion, but it is a huge threat for Darsh, because if that Archaludon can take up those stamina boosts, especially if they are not running that Raging Bolt, I think it's something that we really have to keep in mind. There is Fluttermane, but only Fluttermane can do so much, truly.
Yeah, I think Archaludon's actually really well positioned here in the mirror. That being that it can sit in front of Roaring Moon, right? Once you start getting those stamina boosts, even at Terra Grass, you're able to just threaten the stamina boost and those stamina boosted body presses, which can be really, really scary, as we do see Fire Off in there and an Ogre Pawn. Even at +1, that's a good amount of chip there. We are going to see Darsh try to go for a Spore, getting out that Terrestrialization from the Archaludon here. The problem now, though, right, is that you're able to just, like, follow me, and Amoonguss can sit there with Pollen Puff and heal up Ogre Pawn, and you have to, like, it's so slow there. The Amoongusses are both going to be able to Pollen Puff their partners. One of these players really has to make a decision, has to call turns correctly to where you're actually able to do damage. Maybe something like a Draco Meteor. But that's why, like, personally, I prefer something like a Dragon Pulse where you're able to consistently do damage. When you Dragon Draco Meteor, it feels like a commitment where you have to go -2. And you go -2 special attack, and now you're lowering your special attack over and over again. But we do see a switch out of Amoonguss here from Darsh. This is going to be into that Roaring Moon, and maybe trying to set up some more Dragon Dances to start, maybe try to break this Archaludon or even the Amoonguss.
I think Darsh is really realizing that either that Amoonguss is going to go ahead and try and heal that Archaludon, or it's going to go ahead and Bullet Seed into it as well. And so I think they're realizing that they need to get that Roaring Moon on the field, and they need to go ahead and build it up so that it can take down this Archaludon before it goes ahead and just wreaks havoc on them.
Do you think this knocks out?
I would say no. I'm gonna say no.
Oh,
look at that.
There you go. Only 2 hits. You know, maybe if it got 4 or even 5 hits. Unfortunately, this Amoonguss does not have loaded dice, so it won't be able to guarantee that, right? The Citrus Berry making a lot more sense on the Amoonguss, but that makes a lot. Oh, excuse me. That makes a lot of sense from Darsh's end, right, to keep following me. You know the Ogre Pawn unfortunately isn't going to be here, right? If you're Darsh, you're kind of upset because I think you really need it for Amoonguss, but you really haven't found that ground, right? You're really scared that if you don't follow me and you don't sacrifice your Ogre Pawn, then they're able to go for body press Bullet Seed, and that's really, really scary. But we are going to see a switch out of Amoonguss here from David's end, and this is going to be right into the Incineroar, getting a -1 on both these Pokemon here, just stopping the Roaring Moon before it can get going. Even if this Roaring Moon does go for something like a Dragon Dance, it's going to be canceled out by the Incineroar as the Follow Me comes out here, and Darsh admitting that they just want to sacrifice their Ogre Pawn here in exchange for a Dragon Dance and maybe redirecting something like a Body Press that could have gone into the Roaring Moon slot.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting, and I also would advise probably against running a loaded dice Amoonguss. I don't think that's the best item for it, truthfully. But we see that Ogre Pawn is going to go down to that Body Press, and that Roaring Moon is going to go ahead and get that Dragon Dance. That we see Darsh come back out with that Flutter Mane, and that Flutter Mane, as we've seen time and time again, is just so strong in just the way that it goes ahead and can maneuver a field. So it's in Darsh's eyes, it's not over yet because it still has so much viability in this current state. And we're going to go ahead and see that even though that Archaludon is on the field, it's still a threat to that Flutter Mane as well. So Darsh is kind of, in my opinion, in a little bit of a pickle right now with those two Pokemon that are currently sitting on the field.
Yeah, and it's really scary as well, right? David has so many tools for Amoonguss that we've kind of talked about before. Even if you do get a Heavy Slam into Darsh's Flutter Mane here, I think it's so scary because the fact that you were actually, I want to acknowledge that David actually switching in that Archaludon so early in the game, that turn 1, getting that Ivy Cudgel, getting that to that +1 was so, I think it set David in such a good position for Archaludon to just sit on the field now. And the fact that this Roaring Moon is essentially at neutral, again, fighting up against a +1, you're doing super effective damage with Acrobatics here onto the Archaludon, but you're just giving it more boosts, and with Incineroar Parting Shot, it's really, really hard, I think, to come back. But instead we see a Dragon Dance, Darsh trying to just one-hit it or not give it the stamina boost at a little bit of time. But if, Incineroar does go for a Parting Shot here, it's really scary as Heavy Slam goes down to the Amoonguss. That does so much damage, though, I think, for Arch, as we do see the Parting Shot.
Oh, 100%. And I think when we're going to see, it's really kind of an uphill battle for Darsh right now because he keeps going ahead and doing those Dragon Dances, but it keeps getting mitigated by that Incineroar. And as we can see on David's side, so many healthy Mons in this current position, and such good switch-ins and switch-outs with the Amoonguss and the Incineroar just ready to go and just play hopscotch with each other at this point, truthfully. And we see that Archaludon is still so bulky and so defensive, and it's just really hard to switch back into that Flutter Mane because you do have that Archaludon that can just say, hey, I can just go ahead and do a Heavy Slam and almost probably get rid of you right from the jump. So I think this is just, like I said, such a hard position for Darsh, but both players are so amazing at what they do, and so it's just really going to be interesting to see kind of how this next turn plays out.
Yeah, it feels kind of bad having Roaring Moon being your really only strong option to hit the essentially 3 grass types that David has here. With that Archaludon terrestrializing as well, like having 3 grass types is really, really hard for Darsh to break through, especially when you have Incineroar. And again, that switch, the Amoonguss hanging on, that Incineroar switching in, being a huge play for David there, allowing the Amoonguss to survive and potentially get a Spore off here as we see fire off into Darsh's. And now we're in a game 1 position again where it's sleepy time for Darsh's team.
Oh my gosh, Darsh, you've got to make sure that your Mons go to bed on time, truthfully, but that switch in on David's side was so pivotal, especially to make sure that Amoonguss was going to stay alive. And so getting that Spore off is such a huge momentum boost for David, especially with all of those Mons that they currently have in the back. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how Darsh plays this because that Roaring Moon does have to sleep for 1 turn at least, and you're going to see that they're going to go ahead and do that protect on the Amoonguss to try and make sure that it stays alive while that Roaring Moon just sleeps.
But see, now this is where it's scary, right? Because the Amoonguss decide to stay in that turn. If the Roaring Moon does get a turn 1 wake up, this could be a little scary. But right now, I'd say David has the upper hand, right? Because you have this Amoonguss pinned. You're in the same spot as game 1 where the Amoonguss can't switch out. And funny enough as well is there's no Incineroar this time as well. So being able to go for a Spore and a Flare Blitz into that slot covers the Flutter Mane very, very well from David. But we do see maybe David considering something else, which makes sense as well, right? If you do go for that, Darsh knows that they're not not going to give you a free spore. I mean, the Roaring Moon is bad enough, so.
No. Darsh, I think, understands that his mods need to wake up a little bit more and that you can't really risk any more of them falling asleep.
Yeah.
And so what we're going to go ahead and see is that Archuludon going back onto the field.
And we do see that terminal wake up.
And what are they going to target into? And we're going to see that Roaring Moon's going to...
Oh, and it lives on 18.
lives. And it's going to get that
Wow.
stamina boost as well. Wow, what a crucial survival on that Archuludon from that Roaring Moon. And you see that parting shot is going to go ahead and just take down its attack and special attack just right from there and go back to David. And once again, the hopscotch is continuing back with the Incineroar and the Amoonguss. It's just, David is just really, the odds have just been such in his favor, and he's really playing this game so well by putting in the right Pokemon at the right time.
Yeah, so I also think it's really interesting as well as I think David had a little bit of a safer option there. We see the Palm Puff going into the slot. I was thinking if Darsh actually Palm Puff the other slot, that would have been amazing. That's exactly the line I saw as well, where you're able to Palm Puff and Acrobatics. If you do get that terminal wake up, you're potentially able to knock out a slot. Unfortunately, he does get it wrong, but this is not the worst thing either because Acrobatics does look like it's able to KO that Amoonguss there. Of course, Incineroar can come in, but I think from this range, right, you're able to knock out both Pokemon, which is super big. And Darsh getting that turn 1 is super, super valuable as well. I think David had a little bit more of a consistent play. I think you just needed to blitz Flare Blitz the Amoonguss there and force it to switch out into that Flutter Mane. I think giving it the opportunity to Pollen Puff and giving that turn 1 wake up, sometimes like it's nice to click Parting Shot, but sometimes you just have to click Flare Blitz.
Yep.
You can't always play around it, right? Then you're just letting them burn sleep turns. Just go for the damage sometimes. That's you're so far ahead. You're losing more than if you switch out. And see now Darsh is able to switch out into the Flutter Mane here, and David's Pokemon, is in threat of a Acrobatics if Darsh does go into the Archuludon slot, which we probably will see here.
And we will go ahead and
the
see that
Incineroar instead.
Well, I think that you're right. And we're going to see that Draco Meter is going into that Flutter Mane that slot and see that it's not going to be very effective or effective at all because it is a fairy. And so I think Darsh is really kind of seeing through the clouds right now and kind of reading into what David is doing. And I think just as we've seen throughout the day is that Amoonguss, if you can keep that Amoonguss alive, you can keep the game alive because it's such a pivotal Pokemon in this regulation and in VGC as a whole. And so I'm really just excited to see kind of what David's going to try to do to kind of strategically go around this now that he has the Roaring Moon across from them as well as that Flutter Mane. And as we all know well, Flutter Mane is just that Pokemon sometimes, truly. But we're going to go ahead and see that Acrobatics into the Incineroar. And it's doing not a bad amount of damage and see that Flutter Mane doing a Dazzling Gleam, but not taking out that Incineroar on David's side, and I'm sure Darsh was really hoping for that. But we do see that Archuludon going down and see that Incineroar going into that Parting Shot as well. Going back in, targeting that Roaring Moon, of course, to try to just keep taking those little bits of decrease of that attack and special attack that it can.
Yeah, exactly right. You have Roaring Moon in the back. You've already burnt your Terrestrialization there on the Archuludon into the grass, right? So that Roaring Moon is going to be 4 times weak to the Dazzling Gleam as it comes in. So no Amoonguss Rage Power is going to be able to save you there as we do see switch in for David. The scary thing for the scary thing for David is that because they played so passively, I think Darsh was able to really capitalize on that and get their Roaring Moon and Flutter Mane in a position now where even though it could be at a minus 10,000 and Roaring Moon would still just be doing just enough chip to allow Flutter Mane to get the KOs it wants to with the Dazzling Gleams that it's chosen to lock into here now. As the Incineroar Amoonguss comes back out for David there, but that Incineroar being at 18 HP is, you're not able to fake out the Flutter Mane, and I think that's a big part of this game here, this end game here, as Darsh tries to navigate this. The Roaring Moon, right, you do lose booster energy if you do switch out, but I think it's very safe to switch out into the Amoonguss here. I'm going to start in damage. Of course, David does have the opportunity to go for fake out in the Roaring Moon and just the Spore, but of course Darsh has the option of switching to Amoonguss. But the way Darsh has played this endgame has been super safe and super consistent, and I really, really like the way they've figured out this endgame.
Oh yeah, and I think that just shows Darsh as a player, as you can see that they're going to pull back that Flutter Mane and send out that Amoonguss, and you're going to go ahead and see on David's side, they're going to bring that Amoonguss as well and bring out that Pokemon that we've not seen so far, their own Roaring Moon, Once again, we gotta love when the same mons are on the same field. I think it's just so much more fun, especially seeing how they're going to go ahead and strategically place them. You're also going to go ahead and see a protect on Darsh's side. And what is that Incineroar going to do? It's going to Flare Blitz into that Amoonguss slot and take down so much damage.
And there it is, that Flare Blitz that I wish that David kind of did before, right? They finally realized that, hey, the Flutter Mane and the Amoonguss are pinned. I can fire off a Flare Blitz. There's no reason a parting shot. I just need damage. Because now that there's no Flutter Mane staring down the Roaring Moon, and you have Roaring Moon and Amoonguss here on David's end of the field, you're able to redirect the minus, what is it, like -3 now on the Roaring Moon. There's been so many parting shots and intimidates, it's hard to keep up. Darsh's Roaring Moon is at a deficit here. So you are going to be able to eat something like a Acrobatics here, barring, of course, a crit, which we've seen, but it is no Ogre Pawn and does not get a critical hit there. Amoonguss is going to be able to eat it. Acrobatics firing off of the Amoonguss, able to pick up that knockout, and now it's going to be Flutter Mane and Roaring Moon versus David's Amoonguss and Roaring Moon.
And what an interesting game state at that, because you're going to see that Amoonguss is going to go ahead and do that spore onto that Roaring Moon, which means that Roaring Moon is going to be asleep that next turn. And I think this is going to be a really interesting last few turns as we have that Roaring Moon and that Flutter Mane. That Flutter Mane is going to be such a pivotal Pokemon. We do know it's very, very quick, just in general, but we also know that David, it's going to be a little bit iffy because he can't Terra or anything with that Roaring Moon, so it is going to be weak to it. But it's just such an interesting game state right now, truly.
Yeah. So it's really scary as well, right? Because we actually saw David, I believe, lock in an attack. I understand the scary thing, right? Is where if they did lock and protect. Okay, I was a little confused by the play, but they did lock and protect. That's the correct play, I think. Right? Even if Flutter Mane locks in Shadow Ball here into the Amoonguss, then you're not doing damage to the Roaring Moon. So this play just makes a lot of sense. We do see Darsh calling that correctly. Depending on how this Flutter Mane is, Eevee it could pick up on a knockout, but Amoonguss hangs on and is able to fire off a Spore into the Flutter Mane there.
And that is just, once again, Darsh, you got to make sure that your Pokemon go to sleep on time because they're just sleeping in the most crucial points. And so we see that Amoonguss living is such a pivotal part of this match. And now Darsh has two very sleepy Pokemon on their side of the field, while David is, all of theirs are bright-eyed and bushy-tailed right now. So this is going to be a very interesting game state. We're going to have to see if that Roaring Moon is going to wake up on this turn, or if it's just going to go ahead and make sure that it's fast asleep, unfortunately.
Yeah, so it's super scary, right? Of course, Darsh has the out of that turn one wake up as well. I think David correctly assessing that the Roaring Moon there from Darsh's side is the correct threat, and you just need to get rid of it this time, right? The Flutter Mane being locked in a Shadow Ball, you're not really worried about in this Roaring Moon. I agree with this play 100%, knowing that the Roaring Moon does wake up there from Darsh's end, going for Protect. This, oh, wow, okay. David can still very much lose this.
Oh,
as the Flutter Mane does wake up, and a Shadow Ball firing off of the Amoonguss there is not going to be able to get off a Spore.
Oh, my gosh.
And Darsh's Roaring Moon is faster than David's. So, you know, something like a Breaking Swipe there could fire off, and this game is very winnable for Darsh still.
This game is far from over, and I think that, like you were saying earlier, is that David has been playing very passively this game, and I think if they were just a little bit more aggressive from the jump, I think that this might have been done in 2 games instead of 3, but we still don't really know. Darsh's Pokemon, we're going to see how they kind of react back into David's Roaring Moon, and we're going to see that it actually was able to take that quite well. We'll see if this Shadow Ball has, let's see.
That does so much damage, and that's actually a critical hit. It might be able to eat another one, but the special defense drop as well, all but confirming this end game. Of course, you know, the fact that Flutter Mane was able to outspeed the Roaring Moon there, I think is super big. I think what David maybe needed to do was try to weave in a Dragon Dance, but again, that plays to David's kind of passive play style that we've really seen this game as well. We are going to, like, get to see a Game 3 here, which is super, super exciting, right? That special defense drop. But Darsh played this game so well, I think. Navigating around what is a difficult matchup in of the Amoonguss. Navigating around not 1, not 2, but 3 grass types, essentially. Being able to navigate it around that and position your Roaring Moon even at -4, -6 even, I could see, was super well played from Darsh and very deserving of a Game 3 here.
And not only that, but the amount of times that Darsh's Pokemon fell asleep and still were able to wake up and take back that game is absolutely amazing. And I do believe that special defense drop at the end was very critical, because that Flutter Mane, even though it was locked into Shadow Ball, really just showcased that Darsh is going to be able to take back that game. And I do believe that special defense drop at the end was very critical because that Flutter Mane, even though it was locked into Shadow Ball, really just showcased that Darsh is going to be able to take back that game. And I do believe that special defense drop at the end was very critical because that once again, Fluttermane is that Pokemon, and that's the reason why it's at the top of all these regulations, because it's so powerful and it's so expandable to so many different types of archetypes. And so I think the way that David has to play this is just a little bit more aggressively this time, and I think Darsh has kind of learned that I think he could position a little bit more, and even if against 3 grass types, he's still in it to win it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think what David really has to recognize is that you don't always have to click Parting Shot, right? Like, it's nice to get the Roaring Moon to -6. It looks nice and all that. But sometimes when you're in front of an Amoonguss, right, you just want to get rid of it. There's no reason to be scared of it. There's no reason to give Darsh the opportunity to call a Spore on a switch-in or anything like that. Or even necessarily, I don't want to say waste, but use your Terrestrialization or Archulon. If you're able to just Flare Blitz the Amoonguss and force Darsh into positions where they maybe have to terrestrialize their Amoonguss or switch theirs out, that's a lot more favorable for you, and I really want to see David make a lot more proactive plays that kind of advance the game instead of sitting there and pollen puffing and playing around that, because we saw Darsh was able to very quickly pick up on that style of play and was able to kind of figure out how to navigate that, and I really do like the Ogerpon bringing that game, those follow me's, preventing anything like the Bullet Seeds, preventing the Parting Shots from going to the Roaring Moons, preventing the Spores. It forced David to think a little bit more, and I think that's important.
Well, and I think it's like I was kind of saying, I've never really played around with the Archaludon, but after seeing these 2 games so far, I'm already going to go into
Really
that team
impressed.
builder
Yeah.
and play that on some Pokemon Showdown, let me tell you that. But I do really like that Darsh brought that Ogerpon, and I was a little worried at the beginning because it fell so quickly. However, Darsh was able to just maneuver around all of those grass types so well, even after it. But I'm really curious about if their leads are going to change this time because, as you know, we are going into Game 3 of this round 5.
We love Game 3s.
And we're going to go ahead and see Darsh is going to lead that Fluttermane and Ogerpon on their side, and David's going to keep the same lead as Incineroar and Amoonguss. So very interesting. No changes on this time, but hopefully changes in the gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think, but like these starting turns as well are kind of, I don't want to say telegraphed as well, but 9 times out of 10, a lot of these players know what they want to do for at least the first 3 turns of the game, right? Get a vibe, especially in a Game 3 scenario. You know what your opponent's really aiming for, and you know what their kind of general game plan is, right? You've had 2 games before to figure out what their ideas, what 4 Pokemon they like to bring in, things like that. So David, of course, can use that, and hopefully, you know, we get to see a little bit more of that proactive gameplay. Darsh, of course, has the opportunity to change their game plans as well. And navigate this matchup in a way that they can take this, hopefully, this Game 3. You know, this Ogerpon is asserting a lot of pressure as well, not being able to be Rage Powdered. It has the option to critical hit, which we've seen a lot of times today as well. So Ivy Cudgels seems very fine here, forcing a fake out from David's end. But we do see a switch out of Amoonguss and a double switch out actually from Darsh's end, that being the Amoonguss there for the Fluttermane and a Roaring Moon for the Ogerpon.
Interesting. So we see again that Darsh opts out of bringing that Incineroar, and that was such an interesting double swap out of both of those Pokemon. And seeing that Incineroar on David's side is going to go for that Parting Shot on that Amoonguss, which, truthfully, the Amoonguss is like, okay, that's not really what I'm here for anyways. And seeing that go back into David's corner, it's such an interesting game state right now, and you can see that David has not changed up his Pokemon at all these last 3 games. And so I think this is going to be really interesting to see how they position this and how they pilot these Pokemon, and if they're going to try to go for a similar tactic or if they're going to try to switch it up this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see them trying to switch it up here, matching the Amoonguss and the Roaring Moon. Essentially the same board state, right? Where the only difference is that the Amoonguss on Darsh's side is at -1, where, you know, maybe it'll start to add up with the Pollen Puffs and things like that. But with a Pollen Puff going off into the Roaring Moon,
Oh my gosh,
that's actually a chip that will add up in this matchup.
Holy cow, I'm very surprised at that. Amoonguss did so much damage up to that Roaring Moon, and you, like, as we kind of said, chip is chip, and it's one of those things that those are the little things that will matter, especially in that end state of this game. And so I'm really excited to kind of see how David plays this out, especially into Darsh's same similar Pokemon. I think from what I'm seeing so far is that they're playing a little bit more on the aggressive side, and
Yeah.
I'm kind of really excited to see that.
Exactly. I think David bringing in a Roaring Moon instead of the Archaludon there is actually a sign that they maybe want to play a little bit more proactive this game. We actually see them sporing the Amoonguss slot there, which is a very aggressive play. And, you know, if they do get it correctly, it pays off 100-fold. And the fact that we are going to see a terrestrialization here, what it is, though, is a mystery, as we do see it go off into the Roaring Moon here, though. Which one is it, though?
Oh my gosh, very interesting to see. And I think that's one of my favorite parts of watching Pokemon and
Oh,
also playing it,
terrestrializations.
is trying to see who's going to be teared up. And so we're seeing that on David's side is that Roaring Moon is taking that flying Terra type, which also means is that Archaludon will not be able to get that Grass Terra, which means that it is susceptible to Amoonguss. So I think that's really going to kind of change some different game states, and also saying that Roaring Moon on Darsh's side, getting that Dragon Dance up, saying, I'm going to get bulky again.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Spore going into that Amoonguss slot, not really getting that turn right, but that's the scary thing, right, is that, like, if you are a passive player, right, and you try to go for that aggressive read and you get a turn like that wrong, you're like, okay, well, now I need to go back in my shell. Now I need to play passive again. And it's really scary, right, because the Roaring Moon, of course, was threatening large damage, but David, I think, was hoping, maybe Darsh was expecting something like an Incineroar switch in which we've seen David play before, so that kind of conditioning where David is like, okay, you know, Darsh expects me to maybe switch an Incineroar, I'm just going to try to Spore and try to catch them off guard, right? They have no really Amoonguss switch-ins here.
Well, I really like what that word you just used, conditioning, because I think that is really such a pivotal kind of adjective to use in this term, because as you play Pokemon, especially in VGC, as you go through these games, you're kind of conditioning yourself and also kind of conditioning your opponent into what you think they're going to go for, and also what you want them to believe you're going for. And I just think that's such an amazing way to describe it, because these players have to learn from each other. They have to build off of each other. And seeing that they're going to bring in that Incineroar and see that Darsh is going to go ahead and do that Terra onto their Amoonguss on their side and making it Terra Fairy. Very interesting play on for Darsh. And kind of interested to kind of see how this plays out now.
Yeah, so it's a little scary, right? Because we were talking about so much of this game is preserving your... And that critical hit there into the Incineroar is going to bring it down to 40 HP as this acrobatic fires off of the Roaring Moon and picking it up for David there, removing a big piece. But I think the scariest thing about that turn, honestly, wasn't even your Roaring Moon dropping, but was the fact that this Amoonguss now is a fairy type, right?
Yep.
We are talking so much of this game is how you want to preserve your grass type so that David's Amoonguss doesn't really get the Spore through your team. But now the fact that Darsh doesn't have that Spore immunity in of Amoonguss, it could be really, really scary as your Flutter Mane comes in here now.
It was just such a very interesting play, and seeing how much damage that Incineroar took, it's just like such a pivotal Pokemon to have on the field, but it being so damaged is also something to keep in mind, and it's going to be really hard to position that Amoonguss back into Pollen Puff it back up. I think it's going to be really interesting how David plays this, and also as how Darsh is going to play it, because like you said, he doesn't have that Spore immunity anymore, and that is such a pivotal thing to have, especially against that little mushroom.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Darsh here pivoting out into that Water Ogre Pond, maybe expecting David to try to pivot out into the Amoonguss. And we see an Icy Wind here come out into the Incineroar. I don't think it's going to be able to get the KO, though. So this parting shot from Incineroar is going to be able to come off this turn. I do think that is important, though, that you are lowering the speed. So preparing your Ogre Pond for that switch in and maybe starting to threat damage. We know Roaring Moon doesn't have the best defense. So something like an Ivy Cudgel is able to come off here. But parting shot is going to go off into that Flutter Mane. Lowering its special attack. I mean, it was firing off Icy Winds. It wasn't really meant to do damage in the first place. But, you know, it could end up mattering into something like the Amoonguss.
Well, and I think that is one of those things is that I've played a lot of different sets of Flutter Mane, and Icy Wind is one of my favorites because I think it is such a pivotal thing with that speed drop, and that can really change the tide of these games, especially when you're against not a Trick Room team. So being able to have that kind of feel for that Flutter Mane is going to be really nice. However, Darsh does have to be careful because, once again, he has no Spore immunity at this point, and it can be a really dangerous game state for him. I would be really surprised if he does keep the Flutter Mane in and does not swap out for the Amoonguss, but we'll have to see. Just an interesting game state at this point. I think Darsh tried to change it up a little bit, but as we saw last game, Darsh was able to come back very strong, and so we'll have to see how they play out this.
But I think David is doing a good job of keeping up the pressure where we actually saw them opt in for a Pollen Puff there to start chipping down the Ogre Pond and not really give them a chance. We see the Amoonguss coming here for that Flutter Mane, just so Flutter Mane has the opportunity to lock into something that is, you know, actual damage, not Icy Wind.
What? Icy Wind's not actual damage?
Not at -1, it's not. But, you know, we do see the switch there from the Roaring Moon and the Archaludon. Sitting at full HP is definitely scary, right? This is very winnable for David, but you're going to have to get over this Ogre Pond first, as we see a Pollen Puff there, fire off into that and it does damage, right? That looks to be almost a 3-hit KO there, and with a combination with something like a Draco Meteor, if you are able to fire off in the right spot. But the crazy thing now is this where Fairy Amoonguss is actually a benefit, right? Where you can redirect. You have 2 redirection options. You have Follow Me and Rage Powder. So now that there's no grass terrestrialization on this Archaluna, you can redirect the Draco Meteor into Amoonguss and be immune. You can protect. You can protect the Ogre Pond. There's so many like redirection options here. It's kind of funny actually.
There's literally so many mind games.
Because you could Follow Me the Spore, or but then you take Draco, or you can Rage Powder the Draco's immune. It's really funny, I think, right?
I think that's so fun, and I think this is just kind of a very fun game state at that point because it is just very like, what are you gonna do? And I think it's going back to that conditioning. What do you think the other player is going to go ahead and perform? And you can see that David is going to go ahead and opt out to switch in that Raging Moon. And that they're going to go ahead and Roaring Moon. I was like, wait a second, that's not right. And although it's still asleep, it's still a very pivotal Pokemon to have on that field. So we're going to see that the Amoonguss does fall asleep, you know?
Yeah, but I think, as we were kind of talking about before, there were so many options, but I think David narrowed it down very well to realize that if Amoonguss doesn't want to fall asleep, that means Ogerpon has to click Follow Me. And that kind of plays to, Darsh is okay with sacrificing their Ogerpon to something like a Pollen Puff. As we do see an Incineroar Switch in here, trying to lower that Ogerpon's attack. I mean, it can be scary. Do we think, Roaring Moon actually wakes up, though, and goes for a Dragon Dance.
Oh.
This could be really scary if Ivy Cudgel is able to pick up on the Roaring Moon,
And you
though.
could tell by Darsh's reaction that he's very surprised, and he's also a little bit worried because it is something that he needs to keep in mind. And see that, that Ivy Cudgel going into that Roaring
And a turn 1 wake up from the Amoonguss there.
And going
going
into
for
the
a Spore to the
Spore,
Roaring
into the
Moon.
Wow. Darsh said, you know, you've been putting my Pokemon to sleep. I'm going to put yours to sleep as well. And I think that's such an amazing play, just kind of reading into, just in case that Roaring Moon does wake up, I'm going to make sure that it goes back to sleep. So very pivotal play. I think now things are getting a little bit shaken up a little bit more, even though that, like I said, the Amoonguss being Terra Fairy is very interesting because it, you know, it doesn't eat that Spore anymore, but it doesn't really matter at this point.
I think David needed to click Acrobatics there. I like the Dragon Dance I kind of get, right? Maybe you call Flutter Mane switch in and stuff like that, but like there's no reason to do that. The game is right in front of you, I think. Going for like Dragon Dance was a little bit greedy, I think. Flutter Mane does come in here right now. Now it's safe. And I think what Darsh's endgame really is if you're able to get Flutter Mane and Ogerpon next to each other, you're not worried about the Archaludon at all. You could redirect those heavy slams. There's no Electroshot to worry about either. We see Spore go off into that. The Roaring Moon maybe trying to call a swap, but now you're threatening a double KO here with something like the Dazzling Gleam on the Flutter Mane, and your Amoonguss is able to pivot out into the Ogerpon Water or Ogerpon Wellspring, and it's looking kind of scary here.
It's looking a little rocky. I think that Flutter Mane coming back in. And we
another wake up there and protect off into the Roaring Moon.
Wow.
There's been so many quick wake-ups, right? So many Pokemon have gone to sleep, but they've also waken up just as quickly here. And it's making this as an exciting end game here for both these players as the Incineroar does go down to the Dazzling Gleam from Darsh's end.
And I think that is going to be a big Pokemon to go ahead and go down because now David doesn't have the ability to go ahead and swap in that Incineroar and get that attack drop, especially if Darsh were to bring in that Ogerpon. So making sure that it's going to stay healthy. Now we're going to go ahead and see that Amoonguss come back in on David's side and be at max health and just be there right next to that Roaring Moon. I am so surprised. These Pokemon are just waking right back up, and we're seeing this kind of back and forth. It's a tug-of-war between these two players right now.
Yeah, so we actually see David lock in Spore for the Amoonguss slot, which I want to talk about a little bit as well. It's a little bit of a weird play. I think you always want to spoil the Flutter Mane, right? Because if Flutter Mane does attack into you with the Dazzling Gleam, right, you're admitting that you're able to get the Roaring Moon down, but now I'm able to put your Flutter Mane to sleep. But if they, if Darsh should go for an Ogerpon switch there, then you're covering for it. You're letting your Roaring Moon live. So, I mean, Dazzling Gleam comes off here, right? But the fact that your Amoonguss is now going to get put to sleep is kind of dangerous. You really want it to be able to Pollen Puff your Ogerpon Wellspring and have it live against this Amoonguss so it's not able to Pollen Puff you down. But now it's going to come down to sleep turns again here on Darsh's end.
Well, and I think Ogerpon Wellspring is such a pivotal Pokemon to have in the back, but if it's hurt, it's hurt. It's one of those things that Pollen Puffs really do mean something, especially going against an Archaludon. So that Archaludon Amoonguss right next to each other, as we've seen from Game 1, are a very troublesome duo next to each other.
Yeah,
especially,
absolutely.
once again, with a Bullet Seed. And as we might be seeing again, let's see what they kind of go with. This is such an interesting play. And
Yeah,
I'm really
I
excited.
think Heavy Slam Pollen Puff into the Flutter Mane slot is super free, right? You know, Amoonguss has to burn that turn of Terrestrialization. The Flutter Mane either has to stay in front of Amoonguss, right, and not lock in Shadow Ball in this endgame, which is a little iffy, right? Or you call the Ogre Pawn switch in, right? As I think David's endgame here is as long as you get rid of the Ogre Pawn, right, there's no more Follow Me, you can't redirect the Heavy Slams, and it's all but confirmed. I mean, Archaludon has bad special defense, but it's able to at least one attack from the Flutter Mane here, especially without Terrestrialization, as it's been burnt on the Amoonguss there on Darsh's end. As Heavy Slam actually goes off in the Amoonguss slot, that also just picks up a 1 KO.
Wow.
That all but confirms, I think, this endgame.
Oh, man, what an amazing 3 games from these trainers, and I think it's really interesting to go ahead and see.
Oh, wait, but we see them locking a Spore instead of the Palm Puff. That is super interesting.
Interesting. On these sides of things, we're going to see Darsh bring back out
This
that
is winnable for Darsh now, though. That's the problem.
I'm like shaking in this couch right now. This is insane to kind of see. I think Darsh has just really been playing this very well, but I think it's really, I think David just really needs to make sure that this is strategically done well, and I don't know if that's exactly what I would do. But we see that the Ogre Pawn is going to go for that Follow Me to make sure that all of the center of attention is on her, and we're going to see that Moonblast going straight into that Archaludon, but not even doing.
And that doesn't even do 50%. I think that all but confirms it, unfortunately, there. And it's now going off into the Flutter Mane there, lowering it by a special attack now. But now that you're David, right, you know that the Flutter Mane has chosen to lock into Moonblast instead of something like that Shadow Ball, so you're able to redirect it. Ogre Pawn hangs on there, but unfortunately, it doesn't really matter now here. Your Amoonguss is able to just freely go for Rage Powders, and this endgame is all but confirmed here.
What an amazing 3 games. And
No, truly.
and I just love to see Archaludon highlighted because it is one of those newer mons that we haven't really seen a lot about, especially going to the different regionals and watching these things. It's just one of those Pokemon that have kind of been in the background, but as we know good and well, that Amoonguss and Incineroar is just such a powerful core, and if you can position them right and those in and out swaps, is that it's just a dangerous duo to interact with.
Yeah, for sure. I think David did a good job of this game as well, playing a little more proactively, clicking the right damage buttons and clicking when you need the damage, right? We actually didn't get to see a lot of Incineroar this game, which I actually think benefited David because it forced David to play a little more offensive, to do damage to Darsh's Pokemon, where David finally realized that Darsh wasn't able to match their offense as well, right? Again, having the option for so many grass Pokemon, the Amoonguss on Darsh's end when it's terrestrialized into the Fairy, I think all but confirmed David's game plan to, okay, now I'm able to put things to sleep, I'm able to acrobatics, I can trade better than you, and this endgame is looking very good for me.
And we're going to see that David will go ahead and take that Game 3 and take that set, and I think he is just on a roll right now, and I cannot, like I said, I cannot wait to go back and play Pokemon Showdown and get into that builder because I would love to play some Archaludon, let me tell you that. But I do think Darsh played that really well, especially that Game 2, just trying to really figure out what is a good way to go around it as well. I think this is going to be a very interesting next round too, especially to see where David goes ahead and lands as well. But Darsh, amazing plays by him as well. I think it was truly just a lot of back and forth, seeing what Terras you were going to do and trying to read what the other player was doing.
Yeah, and I do want to pick David's brain a little bit, so hopefully we can get David to sit down here for just a second to do a winner's interview. I see David's over there figuring out their switch, but if we could get them to sit down for a winner's interview, I think that would be great. Do you want to take it or do you want me to?
You go right ahead. I will go
Perfect.
grab David, and we'll be right back with the winner's interview.
All right, and welcome back here. I'm Tyson, joined here by David, our winner there of round 5 there at the MSS. Very, very well-played set, a Game 3 set. Everyone enjoys the instant Amoonguss stuff, right? How do you feel?
That was probably one of the most intense games of Pokemon I've played, like, ever.
Yeah.
That was an insane game. I feel like I made so many just like really hard reads that paid off, and like
Yeah.
I'm still taking it in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And not to pull you away immediately from the game, I know that's definitely a stressful game for sure. I really want to pick your brain, though, about your team choice and what you kind of locked in there. It was, on paper, right, it's the mirror where you have the Roaring Moon, the Incineroar, and the Amoonguss, but I think, like, if you were to look at a little more that, do you think you had the advantage there in that matchup?
So I played that matchup a couple times, and usually I lose.
Really?
Yeah, no, the big thing is the Ogerpon in the mirror actually like makes a huge difference. It makes Amoonguss a lot harder to use.
We saw that in game 2.
Yeah. So like being really careful about that is like a big thing. But at the same time, obviously Arch is, you know, kind of a menace. That was like one of it was like my win condition in most of those games. So yeah, it's like they kind of do play differently at the same time. So you know,
no, that's cool. And I really like your Archaludon set, right? You don't need rain for it, right? The stamina boosts sometimes are, you know, as we saw in that game, right? You're able, after you switch it on the Avi Cudgel, you are at +1 defense, and you're able to threaten with body presses and actually do damage as well. I think like the way you played that set was super, super amazing, and it was amazing to watch you play. It was a really, really good set. But thank you for coming on and talking for me a little bit. Good luck in your last round of Swiss. How do you feel?
Actually, interesting thing about like the way the team came together. It actually started as a an Archaludon rain team.
Yeah.
And I'm looking for like the 6th Mon because I had, you know, Archaludon, Pelipper, Scarf Urshifu, Amoonguss. Those are like the core Mons. And then like I was kind of using Lando Eye, kind of using Flutter, and then like I landed on Roaring Moon. And then like once I had that on the team, I'm like, okay, this Mon feels really
completely
great.
warps how it's
but like it did completely warp how this game it was wanted to play. Like I wanted to bring, you know, like the 4 Mons that I played with Darsh with a lot of the time. So I kind of had to end up dropping Pelipper for the Flutter Main. It's just like everything just kind of fits super well together.
No, I think the team clicks super well, but yeah, I really like your team choice. That's something I might steal myself for later, but good luck in your last round of Swiss, and good luck in top cut of the MSS as well. Congratulations. But thank you again. Hopefully we'll see you back on stream soon. Keep winning, and we will talk to you guys later. We're going to cut to a quick break real quick before we start round 6. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back, everybody, to the BrookLAN Midseason Showdown. I am Courtney, and we're about to go into our round 6, but more importantly, I am here with my great pal, Joshua Lorsey, and we're really excited to see this next matchup because this team is totally different than what we've seen all day. Just tell us a little bit more, because I know one of your favorite Mons is on one of these teams.
Another Gouging Fire team. This Mon's starting to grow on me a little bit. I know I had a harsh take on it at the event in Charlotte, but now I think that I understand the Pokemon a little bit better. I think that it's pretty decent. They're just a different type of gouging team that we have here. It's like gouging Glamora, Ursh, Single Strike with Ogerpon, Torn, and Lando Eye. So only really having 2 other Pokemon besides itself that's going to be able to gain anything from that Howl, right? But you do have the strong Lando Eye and Glamora to make up for that damage. Glamora, as we know, has been pretty much a big staple in the beginning of Reg F. Being able to go for those Meteor Reams with the Power Herb item and just getting that +1 special attack and just doing a crazy amount of damage after. Even with that +1 special attack, it just sticks, and then you have like Earth Power and you have Sludge Bomb, things that are like really strong to kind of hit like a lot of the Pokemon in the format right now currently. So I do really like Mike's team when it comes to that. But we do also have Bishmi's team. It's very similar to what we've seen run in the past, right? I believe Alex Gomez used the Chenpao Dragapult duo to win the NAIC last year. So we're going to see that on Bishmi's end with Lando Eye also, Torn also, Ogerpon Water, and Rillaboom. So we've been seeing a little trend here in New York with the Tornadus and Lando Eye. Players are starting to realize that Rain Dance and being able to click Sandstream into a lot of teams is just kind of good, right? Having those spread moves, it's kind of good seeing that people are kind of valuing Lando Eye's signature ability and using it to its full potential, with that Rain Dance. And I'm pretty happy to see both teams. It's not your standard 6 that I think that you would see like in a lot of the regionals that we have been showcasing, but it's just something that I think is like, and it's probably like underexplored, right? So I'm excited to see how both trainers play. They're both fairly new to the game. No, actually, Mike has been playing for 4 years. He said he's top cut the PC before, which is really good. And I know Bishmi said he started in Orlando last year, so fairly new to the game. Just an up and coming player, and is trying to get his foot out there and show that he's pretty good at the game. And no way to better do it here, right?
Yeah.
4-1 at a New York local,
is crazy. The Tri-State is one of the toughest, I feel like, locals to go around. Like, I'm from Chicago, but every time I hear about the Tri-State's locals, it's always so stacked. And so really seeing, I really like the double genie that Bishmi is running. It's one of those things that we saw earlier, but I also do like the Glamora that Mike is also running. I talked in depth with Chappa and Marcus Dion back in Charlotte, and that's what they were running. So I'm really excited to kind of see it in full force. But we see on Mike's side that Urshifu and the Gouging Fire on their lead. And then we do see Bishmi with a double genie, which I am so excited for, just because I do think it's giving very Aladdin vibes, and I'm obsessed with that. So I'm really excited to see this. You see the speed boost on that Gouging Fire, and I'm just really excited to see how this turn is going to go. What do you think of their lead so far?
I really do like Bishmi's lead here, showing that he understands the matchup into Gouging Fire's team. You need to punish this Gouging Fire as much as possible, right? And no better way to do that than having Tailwind immediately increase your speed and able to click Sandstream. But now the question is, do you want to click Sandstream in this scenario? Because you're not going to be in rain. If you want that, you got to pick. Either you set up Rain and Protect, or you set up Tailwind and go for a maybe single target Sandstream. Single target Earth Power or Sandstream. But
Ooh, we see that Mike will go ahead and take back that gouging fire. And I am a very big tailwind player, and I always, pretty much almost all the time, choose to go ahead and put it up. And you can see that is exactly what Bishmi does, just because they understand that they need to have that speed control. But we also see that the Ursh is going to do that sucker punch, and that is going to do a lot of damage. Oh no, and we see, okay, good, that, oh wow.
Yeah. Lando I, baby.
Lando I is not here to play, taking that Ursh down to the red, and that is a big play. I feel like on Bishmi's side, and just also seeing what Bishmi's running in the back as well is so interesting.
Yeah, very big turn there for Bishmi, right? But not, I mean, setting up the Tailwind is pretty good, but now we're playing a game where who's faster, the Urshifu or the Lando I believe that if I'm Mike, you just set up Tailwind and kind of go for a damaging move with the Urshifu. Now the only question is who's faster at this point. But usually, for the most part, the Urshifus are usually tend to be kind of faster than these Lando Eyes. They usually tend to go for like a nature that's boosting into the special attack, and sometimes a lot of these Urshifus tend to go for like a jolly nature instead of adamant, depending on the team comp. But we're just gonna see the tech on it.
Interesting. I think that was a great, we'll go ahead and see. I think that was a great switch on Bishmi's part, bringing in that Ogre Pawn. Also, love the nickname for that Ogre Pawn being Boss Lady, as we all know. But you see that Torn on Mike's side is going to go ahead and do that Icy Wind, which is going to be very critical because even though that Tailwind is up on their side, it's still going to go ahead and decrease that speed. I think this is a very interesting game state that we have on the Urshifu still being very low in health, but having a little bit more play now because it will outspeed probably both of those mons on that side.
Yeah, you know, Mike having Icy Wind in the mirror, the Torn mirrors is actually pretty crucial, right? Being able to have a second form of speed control that can't get taunted. And just, you know, Icy Wind sticks forever. It doesn't go away like Tailwind. So really good to kind of have. And now being able to set up the Tailwind and getting that Icy Wind, that -1 in speed is like really good in this scenario for Mike.
I like the way that you said that. Unlike Tailwind, Icy Wind sticks forever. So that's one thing to know, everybody who's watching. Remember that. But we do see that Ivy Cudgel going into that gouging fire and getting a critical hit, but it's living. I think that just really showcases just how bulky that gouging fire can be, even against an Ogre Pawn, which has just been taking so many different teams by storm. Wow, it's just such an interesting state, and I think Bishmi really wanted to KO that gouging fire, but alas, it's still there, still hanging on as well.
Yeah, you can even tell by just looking at Bishmi, his composure during the whole game. He's kind of just like going with the flow on that. You see that the team's kind of just flowing with him. So I could tell like he has a lot of like, I guess, practice with the team and kind of understands how to play it and when to maneuver pieces. And it's good to see that. I think that if I'm Mike though, like you're in a tough position because it's like Bishmi's winning the damage trades right now, right? And like you're getting up these speed controls, you're clicking Icy Wind, but you're not getting enough damage. But we're gonna just see a Bleak Wind. Just
double connect. That's the game, though. It's one of those things, and I think you're very right about that, Josh, is that Bishmi has just been hitting hard moves constantly and taking down so much damage onto Mike's Pokemon. And we know that Urshifu is down in the red, and we don't even know what Mike also has in the back as well. But we see that it is a Landorus. And so he was also running that Double Genie, but just in a little bit different way. But I just feel like the game state is just really not in Mike's favor at this point, especially with Bishmi also having that Ogre Pawn in the back.
So this is an amazing position to be if you're Bishmi. You're gonna be able to set that Tailwind up, get that immediate speed control, and there's no other form of speed control at the end of Mike. So even if you like lose both of your mons here, whatever you have in the back should be able to finish off this game one in a very just impressive like control of the game on Bishmi's end. Yes, you had some RNG in your favor. Yes, you hit Sandstream. Yes, you hit double Bleak and double Sandstream. But the game is the game. Like we play this game for reasons like this. Like sometimes RNG is gonna be in your favor, sometimes it's not. But just seeing the terror on Urstark, maybe Mike has a way to probably crawl back into this game.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting because I know that we've seen on Bishmi's side that back Pokemon is that Chiempao. So I think it's going to be an interesting playing field for Mike to kind of get back into this. But we see that it will go ahead and Sucker Punch into that Landorus and take it down. But also see that Tailwind put up by that Torn. Just because I think Bishmi knows that he needs to have that speed control. Oh my gosh. And That's an insane survival on that Tornadus. Wow, what are your thoughts on that?
Clutch survival for the Tornadoes, but I think if I was Beast Me, I think I'd rather just have it knocked out so I could have two of my mom both utilize that immediate speed control, right? But we see Chempao in the back, so I mean Chempao didn't really need the speed control in a sense, but Ogerpon comes in. I mean, I don't believe that. Yeah, we still have Terror available, so like this is. If I'm if I'm Beast Me, I'm sitting pretty comfortable here. I have no problem clicking BleakWin again and maybe Ivy Kajo into the Landers because you kind of force the Urshifu to kind of respect the Tornadoes on the end of Beast Me, right? But there's also a chance that BleakWin could miss, but I don't know if Urshifu on the end of Mike wants to play games with that, you know? You've seen that so far that Beast Me's Torn doesn't want to miss any moves, so.
And you see the detect on Urshifu's side, and we also see the follow me from that Ogerpon. I think you're really, I think one thing you said really importantly is that that Beach Me still has that Terra in tow, and that Mike has went ahead and burned theirs, and we see that it will connect with that Landorus and take it quite a bit down, but not down to half, so knowing that it can still survive, but you know, the speed drop is still there. It takes out that Ogerpon with that Sludge Bomb. Wow.
Very passive turn on Beast Me's end. I feel like if you set up Tailwind, you just need to kind of just utilize the turns as much as possible. But then again, I get it at the same time. Maybe he didn't want to take too much damage depending on the way his Ogerpon water is trained. It could be slower than both the Urshifu and Landorus, and maybe that following me BleakWin was just kind of safe. It kind of just forces Mike to kind of double target into that Ogerpon slot, right? So I kind of like that play on Beast Me, but now Talon is done on the end of Mike's side. We have a Chempao that has the Focus Sash, and Urshifu just detected. So if I'm Beast Me, I'm feeling very comfortable in this position. I have no issues with Beast Me just, you know, clicking BleakWin and maybe Ice Spinner or a Sucker Punch or whatever you want to do into the Urshifu slot. I mean,
yeah.
As long as you get some damage off, you should be fine. But he goes for Rain Dance.
Very interesting. And I would say, like, last turn, I think would have been a really interesting play is that if Bishmi were to go ahead and tear that Ogerpon. But it, you know, didn't happen, which is fine. Bishmi doesn't look like they're going to burn their Terra at all. But, well, you know what it does look like that Bishmi is going to do is take down that Urshifu. So now it is Torn and Chempao against that Landorus. Yes. And then we're going to go ahead and see that, you know, Bishmi's like, I still have a speed control. I have this Tornadus. I have this Chempao against this Landorus.
Yeah, interesting enough, like, even though Bishmi called that turn correct, it could have went completely wrong if Urshifu decided to Sucker Punch the Chempao and go for Sludge Bomb. It could have been a potential knockout and then maybe force a Lando I versus Tornadus endgame. So I don't think Mike was completely out of the game there towards the end. I think they could have gone either way depending on how Mike wanted to end his turns there. But very well played set on Bishmi. He had, I believe, like almost total control in like the first couple turns, right? Just kind of calling. You look at his face there; he's excited. But
I love it.
Showing the peace sign, showing showing that he's just having fun, just happy to be here, which is it's always good to see at a VGC event, right? We love. This is why we play this game. For moments like this, it's just good feeling to see that a player just enjoying himself. And playing at a high level, too. 4-1 at a New York local is no joke. This is where a lot of stars are made. You know what I mean? You got guys like Chuppa, James Beck, James Evans, Judy Azzarelli. The names could just you could just literally keep going, right? And who's to say that he can't be another future, competitor that could do well in VGC, right?
Well, and I think that's one thing that you did just say that I think has been really resonating to me a lot, especially getting back into this at NAIC last year, is that this community is just so excited to play Pokemon. And you can see when you get that momentum, you're so excited and you're just so exuberant. And it's very infectious to everyone around you, too. And I think even if you might have not had a great day, that infectious positivity really goes ahead and gets into everybody. And I love the community because of just how positive everybody is, no matter if you're playing super well or maybe it was just not your day. But Bishmi is one of those people that every time I see them, they are just such a positive figure. And
just a happy to be here kind of guy.
Exactly.
Who doesn't love that?
And,
right?
and with that bucket hat, come on.
You can just tell. But now let's get into the nitty gritty for game 2. How do we, if we're Mike, how do we adjust? I think we got to leave the gouging fire at home.
Okay, I'll be honest. I'm not a Gouging Fire fan. I'm an Entei fan through and through.
Okay.
Gouging Fire is just not my pick for this matchup. I think that Glimora could make a shine.
Okay.
And I think that just because Glimora is such a wild card,
Yeah.
and I just think it's not as utilized. And I think if you do play it well, it can just take care of that game. But we do see on Mike's side that they will lead that Ogre Pawn and that Torn. So a little bit of a different side for them. But Bishmi loves those double genies.
Yeah, Bishmi not double backing here, going for the same leads game one. If it ain't broke, don't change it, right?
Exactly.
So we're going to see a spiky shield on the end of Mike and protect on the end of Lando Eye on Bishmi's end. So just two Pokemon that you want to just scout out, get a feel for what's going on. Bishmi going straight for damage here with that Bleak Wind Storm, right?
And seeing it connecting as well. And wow, and that does a lot of damage, a little bit more than I thought it was going to. And we see that Mike is going to go ahead and go for that Icy Wind. So a very interesting first turn, in my opinion. And seeing that Icy Wind is going to do a decent amount, but not get any drops or anything. So this is a little bit of an interesting state. We see that Bishmi is still running the same set that they had run in the last game. I think it's a very positive situation, depending on what Mike has in the back as well. I just think that was a really interesting first play, not going to lie.
Interesting first turn play. I mean, I like, this is why I like Icy Wind Torn a lot. I've used it a lot in Reg D, so I have some familiarity with it. Like, a lot of the times you're like either clicking Icy Wind or Bleak Wind, and then you kind of set up Tailwind when you're like, your hands is kind of forced to set it up, which I think is like the beauty about Torn. But the only issue is with the Torn on Bishmi's end. It's running this Cover Cloak item, so those speed drops are not happening due to that item. So it's pretty good to have that in the mirror here. And we're just going to see Bishmi switch out with that Lando Eye not wanting to stick in.
Oh, this is so interesting. I just love this game state. I love when you get to see a little bit more of those mirror matches. And then we're going to go ahead and see that Mike is going to go ahead and Terra their Ogre Pawn. Very interesting play. And can I just say, I love what Pokemon did with Ogre Pawn and giving it those Terra giant masks along with it. And you're going to see that it's going to get that special defense raise. And then we're also going to see a Tailwind on Bishmi's side.
So I like this a lot here. The only issue is it gets a little tricky, right? I like the fact that Bishmi definitely forced the Terra on the end of Mike. I feel like it's a very good turn. If I'm Bishmi, I'm feeling good. The only issue is, do you want to Terra on the end of your Ogre Pawn now? Do you want to lose that water absorb ability? Especially if you have Torn in front of your face, right? You're just kind of playing with a double-edged sword. It's like, okay, yeah, I don't want to Terra, but at the same time, if I don't Terra, I'm taking those Bleak Wind Storms, which Ogre Pawn does not appreciate unless it does Terra. So now it just literally comes down to how these Pokemon are trained, right? We see that Bishmi's hovering over that Chempal because it applies immediate pressure to that Tornadus, almost forcing Mike to kind of click that follow me. Because if he doesn't, whatever he has in the back is not going to appreciate an Ice Spinner, regardless if it's gouging. It's still going to do just a decent chunk, right? So I like this board state if I'm Bishmi, but definitely have to get some calls here correct to kind of further the board state in your favor. I don't think you want to Terra here. I think that maybe you want to force the follow me, because I know you don't go down to one Bleak One. You should be able to take one if you're Ogre Pawn. But at the same time, I can't call like this turn is good. I think this turn is going to be very pivotal.
Yeah, I think you're really, really right about that, Josh. I think this turn is going to really decide kind of which ways this sways. And I think Bishmi's a little bit under pressure because this game is not as quick as the last one, and it's becoming a little bit more. And Mike is starting to figure out, and as we were talking about the last time, the conditioning side of your opponent and kind of reading how they play is so important. And that's why I love best of threes, because you're really able to learn a little bit more about your opponent. So we're going to see that Spiky Shield on that Ogre Pawn, just kind of reading through that, and then we're going to see that Icicle Crash into that Gouging Fire, and it missing, and that Bishmi went ahead and did the Horn Leech into that Gouging Fire. It's one of those things. It's like the game gives and the game takes.
You can't be too mad because you got some good rolls on the end of game one. So it is what it is, the game that we play. So that's the one thing I don't like about Ice Cream Crash Chempal, right? You just don't want to lose momentum. I think Spinner is like kind of fine, especially if you're running like Gouging Fire. But at the same time, Bishmi isn't running Gouging Fire, so I get it. Like, you want that extra damage, but sometimes it's just not. It's just not needed, because if you had an Ice Spinner, you would have hit, got some chip. You know what I mean?
I know.
But I guess whatever you're comfortable with, that's what you choose at the end of the day, right? But I see that Bishmi's kind of like hesitating to kind of figure out what to do here. You know, missing that move just kind of slows the momentum on his end. But Ogerpon switching out is, I think, pretty favorable for Bishmi, right? But the only problem is now is just dealing with this gouging fire.
Yeah, I think this gouging fire is really causing them problems, which is kind of funny when we were talking about the second game and you said, leave that gouging fire at home, but now we're kind of seeing that it's causing quite an issue on Bishmi's side. And I think you're right. It's one of those things is that it's the game that we play and that I've missed many bleak windstorms in my life, and it's really interesting to see it on this side, but we see that we've got the Horn Leech going into that Tornadus, and it doesn't do too much damage. I think this is a really kind of crucial time for Bishmi to figure out what he's going to target into and how he's going to do it.
Yeah, well positioning on Mike's end, right? Having that gouging fire, being able to exploit gouging fire's move set in its best position, right? You have speed control, you have tailwind up, your match tailwinds, right? So now you know for sure that your gouging fire is faster than both the Ogerpon and Chien-Pao due to that boost to energy speed. You could just click breaking swipes in front of these physical attackers. Even like Tornadus and Lando Eye in the back would not appreciate just taking free damage like that. So it's pretty well positioned on Mike's end, and that defensive switch from Ogerpon to Torn, and then Tornadus taking that Horn Leech was pretty well played on the end of Mike.
And we see that Bishmi is a little bit more upset about that most recent play that they went ahead and did, because we did see that they locked into that sucker punch on that Chien-Pao into that Ogerpon slot. So it's not really going to do anything for them in that favor. And then we're also going to go ahead and see that Terra on Bishmi's side going into that Ogerpon. So getting rid of Water Absorb, which is a little scary with Mike still having their Ogerpon. But I think that's what Bishmi needs to go ahead and try and get rid of that gouging fire.
Yeah, Bishmi's saying that he kind of needs that extra push to kind of maybe get rid of that gouging fire, not having a way to kind of touch it besides the Lando Eye. So I kind of get why Bishmi Terra is there. He kind of just wants to get that extra push from the Ogerpon, but we're going to just see the Ivy Cudgel here go into the Tornado slot, which is now the Ogerpon do a pretty decent chunk, right? And Tailwind is going to peter out on both ends. So now we have speed interactions where Gouging Fire is the fastest one on the field. Being able to click break, like I said, breaking swipes is just going to just kind of like put the game in Mike's favor, right? I don't see how Bishmi can kind of just break this without getting some crits. But the fact that Ogerpon follow me, gouging, Torn, and I don't believe we've seen the fourth as yet. I think that Mike really played this very well and strategically on a defensive standpoint. Like I thought that Terra Water was kind of like premature in the beginning, but Mike showing that, like, yeah, I baited my Terra. I gave my Terra up, but I could still play defensively in these turns and kind of still put the game into my favor. So really well played on Mike's end so far in this game too.
No, I agree 100%. And I think that really just kind of shows just how you start to learn about your player, your opponent, and just really kind of learning how they're doing things. And we see that you've got a double protect, one on the Ogerpon and the other one on the other Ogerpon of those spiky shields. And we see a breaking swipes going into that Ogerpon, but, you know, also into the Lando, because that's what happens. So that's why I love wide guard, let me tell you that.
Yeah, wide guard are very, I think, an undervalued move as well. Like we haven't really seen too much so far this year, or maybe last year in VGC. I mean, Pelipper runs it, but not every team has Pelipper on it, right? So a lot of Pokemon are able to utilize wide guard, but I think that for this board state, though, like I said, like it's just hard to deal with Ogerpon Water and gouging, right? Ogerpon Water is sitting in front of Lando Eye pretty well, almost forcing Bishmi to kind of click the follow me's and try to, you know, mitigate that damage to the Lando Eye and force it into the Ogerpon Water. But we're just going to see Mike just click that Horn Leech.
I think even on Bishmi's face right now, he understands that this game is a little bit out of his favor. Mike really coming back and realizing what he needs to do to kind of take over this game against those double genies and against that Chien-Pao and that Ogerpon, and just really just kind of turning this table against Bishmi at this point. I think when we're kind of looking at this, it's still not over.
No.
However, but I do think if it does go into a game 3, you really need to start evaluating some different things. Oh. What?
Yeah, I think Bishmi realizing that he can't really do much, right? Very well played on Mike's part. I think that the adjustment of bringing gouging in the back was super good on his end. Realizing that, okay, like if he's gonna lead Torn Landorus into my team, I need to have something that's gonna deal with it correctly. And Tornadus Ogerpon is not a bad lead. Yes, you burned your Terra turn 1. You wanted to show respect to that Lando Eye. But at the same time, you do have pivotal pieces in the back that could deal with, those physical attackers if they do decide to switch out into those things. And, matching Tailwind and still having Gouging Fire to kind of abuse that speed control that it has with that booster energy was really, really good on Mike's end. I never really valued speed control with Gouging Fire because I just thought that maybe, like, if I have Gouging Fire, all I need is for it to be fast. I don't need my whole team to be fast. But Mike showing us that, you could run Torn and Gouging Fire in the same team and kind of make those switches and make those smart plays. And even in the face of a bad matchup against Lando I, Mike was able to take game 2 in a pretty convincing fashion, right?
Well, and I think it's when you look at that last game state, especially those last few turns, that Gouging Fire went ahead and did that hobble as well, because he really just wanted to make sure that no matter what hit, it was going to hit really hard at the same time. And I think that really just kind of shows that Mike, as that veteran player, just really understanding what they need to do to go ahead and change that up a little bit more. We talked about that in a few previous matches earlier today. It's just kind of being able to start learning a little bit more about your opponent. And I think since Bishmi brought back the same mons, I think Mike was able to just kind of bait out exactly what they were doing a little bit more and just be in a more comfortable position. So I'm really excited. I'm kind of hoping, we haven't seen Dragapult yet, and I kind of want to see it.
Haven't seen Dragapult, and I don't think it's too bad in this matchup. If you ever get some speed, the only thing is like the Gouging Fire, right? That's the only thing. So you probably just want to kind of sneak in and get some speed control in and kind of deal with it. But the problem is Mike is matching with his Torn. So we might see it maybe in the end game, but I wouldn't want to see it in the early game because for sure they're both leading Tornadoes to kind of get that.
Of course. Why would you not lead Tornadoes?
That's
right? Because as we can see, Mike is going to bring out Torn Orgocon. Look at that. Not saying that I called it, but I might have called it. I might have called.
So I like this a lot. Let's talk about this.
Yes.
Being able to look at Bishmi's energy. I love it.
I love it,
like,
right?
He's like, yeah, I got the lead. Let's go. All right. So, yes, U-turn is, like, pretty pivotal here. The only issue is this is not Urshifu where it can kind of just break to protect. At the same time, what's good about this is that you have Dragon Darts. Now, if Ogerpon decides to protect here, then the Dragon Darts will just land onto the slot that's not protecting. We know that Torn on the end of Mike can't protect. So this is a pretty strong position, I would say, for Bishmi if he plays his cards right and analyze the board correctly. But we're going to see a Terra on the end of Bishmi, going for that Terra Ghost, trying to get his trying to maximize his damage output with that Ghost Terra type.
And Bishmi played this so well because that Ogerpon does go for that Spiky Shield, trying to figure out if it is going to go for that U-turn directly onto it. And we also see that Bishmi will go ahead and give that little taunt to that Tornadus, which, it does not like at all. And then seeing that Dragapult connect with that Tornadus, with that Terra Blast, and it is going to do so much damage. We're going to see that Icy Wind go ahead and hit into Bishmi's side, but as you can see, it's not really going to do that much. And Bishmi,
very, very well played on Bishmi's end. Not getting punished by the Icy Wind because of the ability on Dragapult, having that clear body and the Covert Cloak on the Torn. No speed reduction was formed this turn. Now, if I'm Bishmi, you're kind of sitting in the driver's seat a little bit, but you still got to get some turns correct, right? Now, I think Mike's ability to set up Tailwind is obviously, I think, his only way to kind of do anything with Torn right here.
but he's taunted.
Oh, but he is taunted. That is
He's
correct.
taunted. It's in that. So Mike has to switch out that Torn if he wants to survive and put up that Tailwind at a different time.
Oh, you're right.
Bishmi put up a really good turn 1 with that
Yes.
taunt. And especially with that Terra Blast, Bishmi knew the moment that he led those Mons and seeing that Mike's led Torn Ogerpon, it was just such a good thing in his favor.
Yeah, that was a good taunt turn 1. I didn't pick up on that. That's super smart on the end of Bishmi saying like, okay.
Oh my gosh.
And we're going to see the double Bleak Wind Storm
Look
connect.
at Bishmi. He
Yes.
knows that was such an amazing turn. Not only Terra blasting into that Ogerpon, but also getting that double hit on that Bleak Wind Storm. And honestly, Bishmi, Bleak Wind Storm might be his favorite move ever because that move has not missed so far for him. And so Mike is down 2 Pokemon, and Bishmi is sitting in such a good position.
But we do see the Ursh Dark switch in and the Gouging Fire. This could get a little crazy. I mean, at the same time, I think that what Bishmi needs to watch out for is the sucker punches, right? You could definitely pick up the knockout onto the Gouging Fire. But at the same time, you want to respect the sucker punches, but the Gouging Fire as well, just be able to click how. I would not want to sit in the face of a Ursh Dark with a +1 attack clicking wicked blow.
That's
I think
like almost
that
my
sounds like disgusting.
Sounds like King Gambit.
Yes.
Honestly, it's one of those things that I always get scared of anytime I see any of those mods, and thinking that it's going to even just get another attack plus is just insane to me on that side. So I think Bishmi, even though they are up 2 mons over Mike, they still have to be very careful and strategically move these Pokemon around. And we see that they're going to go ahead and bring out that Chiempao, which we all know that I love Chiempao. So I'm really excited to see that, and it's going to go ahead and,
Burning.
wow. And I think we're going to see what this Urshifu does onto Bishmi's side. See the Tailwind put up on Bishmi's side as well, making sure that everything's just a little bit quicker. And see that Sucker Punch.
Yeah,
Bishmi
Bishmi
is
realizing, oh my god, Bishmi realizing that, yeah, you don't want to deal with Dragapult. I'm going to switch out of here. I'm going to switch to my Chiempao. I'm going to get my Tailwind up, and you're going to have to figure it out from there. And I really like the fact that Bishmi is just able to analyze what his opponent needs to do, right, in these board states. It's kind of showing, you know, I've been playing for, you know, maybe over a year or so, but I kind of get what's going on. You know, I kind of get what you need to do. And it's really good to see, like, we've seen a lot of, like, newer players today that's showing that, you know, they can keep up with people that have been playing for quite a while, which is really, really amazing to see. And Bishmi, I think, is in an advantageous position, but it's still a little tricky, right? You're still dealing with 2 Pokemon that could hit super hard.
But do you see that Icicle Crutch going into that Gouging Fire in that Bleak Wind Storm? Is it going to connect? And it is going to connect onto that Gouging Fire, bringing it down to an acceptable range with that Icicle Crash. But we do see the Howl. And as we know, we don't really want to see that in that Urshifu's favor. So I think this is going to be a really interesting game state for Bishmi. He's really got to play this correctly. But like you were saying, it's one of those things is that these new players, they're here to play.
Yep.
Truly. That you got to be worried about that.
Yeah, no, trust me. I've seen it at regions a couple times, and I have had very bad experiences with a lot of the newer players because I can't get a read on them. They're really good. Like, I just can't do it. But it's good to see that. I mean, it's healthy for the game, right? You don't always want to just see the players that you know been seeing just do well. You kind of want to just see a variety and mix of players in.
And we're finally seeing Bishmi's Bleak Wind Storm missing on the Gouging Fire, but that's not really the mon he was worried about. So he gets the knockout on that Urshifu, and now it's just Gouging Fire staring down 4 Pokemon in Bishmi's corner. What an amazing game done by Bishmi. Truly. Whoa. Okay. We were a little.
What's going on?
We were a little. Bishmi?
I don't know. But
okay.
As long as he doesn't forfeit, I mean, he
as
should win this game, right?
Sorry, we're a little taken aback. But
oh
wow, you see it. Gouging Fire survives that. But no, and it missed. Look at Bishmi's face. It was like our exact face when he almost like forfeit. But we see that Gouging Fire just survives a little bit on that side, which, you know, it happens. It's the game. But Bishmi is still in such a strong standpoint, even though the Tailwind is petered out. But that Sucker Punch is still being there. We still have that Dragapult, and then also that Ogerpon in tow as well. This is a really interesting game.
So now, I think if I'm Bishmi, I'd kind of preserve the information on the Dragapult because I believe there's a way that Dragapult could outpace this Gouging Fire. Dragapult is a very fast Pokemon. And I know that the Gouging Fire is not on the fast end, but obviously with that booster energy speed, it's able to outpace a lot of the meta. The only thing is, you know that you're going to play each other in Top Cut most likely. You could probably just kind of preserve that speed stat on the end of your Dragapult and still kind of win this game by just kind of clicking Sucker Punch. But that's just me. I usually used to do that a lot at regions. If I know I'm going to see somebody in Top Cut eventually, I probably wouldn't give out all the information in terms of speed.
Yeah.
But we're just going to see Sucker Punch here, so nothing's going to be revealed.
And I think that's a really amazing advice, Josh, because it is one of those things as new players come into the scene. It's to know those little knickknacks is what I would call them. Just really understanding about preserving these certain stats, just to make sure that if you do go against them, especially in Top Cut, that you kind of have a little bit of a hand on what their team is, and that they don't know as much about yours.
Yes. So it's pretty good to see, a player with, like I said, a little over a year of playing time, just doing well at a New York MSS with a decent attendance too, right? This is where it all starts. Starts in your local scene, and shout out to all the judges and professors that are hosting all these locals, because this is where it starts. This is how we all got into VGC for the most part, just playing at our local scene and then branching out from there. And amazing performance on Beachme's and adjusted well game 3. Game 2, Mike played an amazing game. Ogerpon Torn was definitely the lead for game 2. But then I think that with the adjustment on Beachme's end, he just said, okay, I know your best lead is Ogerpon Torn, so I'm going to find something that's just going to deal with it. And I know you're scared of Lando Y and stuff like that, so maybe I might not bring it this time. I might just, like you said, try to Dragapult down and see how it goes. And Dragapult put in a lot of work.
Let me tell you, I was so excited to see that Dragapult, and I think Bishmi really tried to figure out that game 2 and figured out what they needed to do to go ahead and kind of counteract Mike. I do think Mike played an amazing game 2, but just really couldn't kind of figure out that way into that game 3. And as we know, the game has a lot of RNG, and those Bleak Windstorms were just hitting for
that
Bishmi.
game 1, woof, yeah, I need that card for tournament. I need that card for tournament. If I could just click Bleak Wind and Sandtree Storm without setting up rain and hit my moves, that's a good day for me. So, we take those.
I love that. I love that.
We take those. Listen, I don't complain. With the game want to honor me and give me what I need, I'll take it. Open arms. So.
Same here. Trust me. But that was such an amazing round 6, and we are going to go ahead and go grab Bishmi to do this little winners interview. But we will be back with Top Cut in just a little bit, and as well with Bishmi.
Welcome, guys, to the winner interview of the last round of the BrookLAN Midseason Showdown. I'm here with Bishmi. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you, man?
I'm chilling, bro.
Yeah,
How you doing?
Good.
4-1. Well, now 5-1.
Yeah,
Guaranteed top cut.
Yeah.
First time top cutting an event?
No, I top cut a New Year's Eve event that you were at, actually, and you left. Yeah,
why you had to say it like that, man? Why you had to put me on blast? You could have kept
I could have kept it low key. But I mean, that was to kind of trigger your memory. But
yeah, I top cut and I left.
Yeah, you had business, whatever.
Yes, but enough about me.
Yes.
You are the winner here. How does it feel? I mean, back-to-back top cuts at a mid-season showdown is nothing to play with, especially at a New York local. Like, you have a lot of crazy good players. Really good to see, a newer player do really well. Because, like, I remember when I was new at the game, and I was, like, that fresh young blood that just wanted to get good and wanted to play the game at a very high level. And, like, top cutting at these locals gave me a lot of confidence, because a lot of my local scene, I was playing James Beck round 1, into Aaron Zhang round 2, into Judy Azarelli round 3, and Chuppa Cross, and Angel Moran. It was just a crazy time to kind of play VGC, but it was like back then where we didn't realize who was gonna be that, and then now fast forward, it's 2023, and all of those guys that I mentioned are those guys when it comes to VGC, and also Tristan Medine. Like, there was a pool of players that, like, you could, like, handpick that could kind of win an event on a regional level, and playing in this local scene. I think that it's a good experience for newer players to kind of get that confidence boost to know that you could play with the top dogs as well. And it's good to see that, you're doing really well at this event.
Yeah, like going into just playing VGC, I always seen them at Worlds and, like, tapped into a couple of Twitch streams here and there. So, like, at the end of Sword and Shield, I saw it. I was like, you know what? Like, I think I could do that. Me and my friend group, we were like, you know what? We're sitting there making the plays. We're like, no, they should have done this. And he was like, you know what? Let's put our money where our mouth is. Yeah. And let's go and compete. Yeah. So I don't know if you seen, but that's what I was saying. I started competing last year with Scarlet and Violet. Yeah. I didn't really tap in too much. I went to Hartford. I went to Orlando. Then for this season, I started going hard, going to Pittsburgh, Toronto. I was at
You
Charlotte
fell
and
in love with the
Portland.
game. It's all
Yeah,
good. It
you
happens
know?
to all of us. Once you get into playing, you kind of just want to keep going because you know you're at that level to kind of
Yeah.
play with the
Yeah,
the
like I
dogs,
always
but
had an insight in like playing Pokemon, so I was like, you know what, I really think that I could do that in person. And then, you think about the tri-state area, like you said, there's so much of big names and people who are really good at the game.
Yeah.
So like just constantly going out and competing and getting better and learning from the losses, it's been a great experience.
Yep.
And I'm glad to, be here at 5-1 at Pretty
That's
Stack
good.
Local.
So we'll definitely see you again here in Top Cut. Let's talk a little about the game now. Let's focus on game one. I think that you realize how much pressure Lando I puts into Gouging Fire.
That's
and
what
you
I
definitely put the pain
recognize.
in game one.
Yeah.
You definitely was hitting them moves. I need to learn a little bit about your card. I need to go check it out and inspect it. But, like I was telling Courtney, I was saying, like, we take those. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you went for the, the risky play of, going for the moon, but you got rewarded and it hit, and it definitely helped you a lot to win in game one. Game two, let's talk about your loss. How did you feel your opponent played? Because I felt like they adjusted very well with that torn Ogre Pond lead into your torn Lando I lead.
Lando, yeah. So, like, Ogre Pond was a very, like, tough mon to deal with, like, with my lead. When I looked at it, I was like, well, I can't really touch it, especially if it terras, which I assumed he was going to terra, two special attackers in front of you. So I tried to play around it by going into my Ogre Pond myself and waiting to set my tailwind because I'm like, okay, now he could set the tailwind. So I didn't want to be behind. So it was definitely tough, like, playing into it. And then, like, as the battle went, he, like, started gaining momentum on me. And as you see, like, I started making, like, scared plays.
Yes, and
he
was playing to your plays too,
Yeah.
which was really cool to see that, he basically said, I could play like
Yeah,
this too.
yeah,
You know
pretty
what I
much
mean?
he
He's like,
checked me.
basically said, respect me, which was really good. It's good to see that, you know what I mean? And then game three, like, I figured
I brought out the Dragapult.
You brought the Dragon Ball lead because you kind of figured, like, Torn Ogre Pond is his best lead into you.
Yes.
That's the one issue with Gouging Fire teams. I think that, like, you can't lead Gouging Fire into a Lando I team because, especially with a 3-attack Lando I, right? You have that Sentry, so you have that ability to kind of hit that super
swing and swing.
Yes. And even if Ogre Pond Water Terrors, it's still going to do a lot, right?
Yeah.
So it's just interesting to see your adjustment game three. I think I really liked it. I think I really liked the way you played. The one thing I will say that really caught me off guard was the damage on the Dragapult with that Terra Blast. Terra Ghost.
I was surprised that the Tornadus lived.
Really?
Yeah, I was surprised. I usually kill those things. So
Really?
I was surprised, and then he spiky
Without
shielded.
Tempo on the field, for real? Wow,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's good to know.
usually, like, back in the day when it was Arcanine, it usually, like, Dragapult torn for me, torn Arcanine, and then I'm like, all right, I'm going to just Terra Blast the Arcanine. It doesn't kill, but it does, like, 95%.
Okay, nice.
So I'm just used to, like, always going for that damage, and, like, that's what I like about the team, just, like, clicking buttons, but, like, also, like, doing the damage and getting the KOs.
Yes, I see what you mean. So I'm guessing you're not a fan of, like a balanced archetype. You kind of just want to hit hard.
I can't, man.
I respect it.
I tried it, and it just didn't work. But shouts out to the people who have been using Dragapult at regionals, at World Finals. Dragapult was, like, second. So, like, it was just a mon that I gravitated
second at World
among.
Finals, and it also won an Internets at
NAIC.
NAIC with Alex Gomez. So a very, I want to say, undervalued combination right now at Reg F. Like, since we're in that exploration stage in the beginning of the format, I feel like you using that, like, it probably opens up doors to other players that are watching this stream. Like, maybe Trump Out Dragon Ball is good. Maybe might add this to a 4-mon team and make it a 6-mon team with that duo.
And it can work with a good balanced core.
Yes.
Not saying that, my team, it's hyper offense. That's just because I struggle to play the balance.
Yeah.
But I definitely have seen it work with a balance, with a Ensign, Among Us, Rillaboom, like that. It could
and I think to just kind of highlight on, like, balance teams, the thing about balance is you need a lot of brain power. And I think I understand a lot of people on why not to run balance at a regional level event, or maybe even season showdown, is because sometimes you just want to click those buttons because you kind of lose steam after, like, 8, 9 rounds of thinking, all right?
It's a lot of brain power.
Not just saying that you guys aren't thinking, but it's like, I feel like with balance teams, it's more pivotal and crucial turn by turn.
For, like, positioning,
Yes,
like, constantly struggling for that position.
Yes. So, like, using, like, we could say, like, a form of HO, right? We could go with that
yeah.
analogy. So I think that HO, I've been playing balance. Like I think my whole VGC career, I've used HO. Like I got top 16 at Hartford with HO.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Actually, yeah. I used was it Torn Flutter Sun with
Yeah, with Chiyu.
no,
No.
yes, I think I had
Yeah,
Chiyu
yeah,
on the team.
like that's fun.
Yeah, it was fun. I was like, wow, I'm just clicking buttons and winning. But then I'm like, at the same
But-
time, it's just like my losses that I lost. I had no control and like
Yeah,
defensive pivoting and stuff like that.
that's
So I
very
think that's
key.
the weakness in a lot of these HO teams. Is like if you get the lead wrong, it's kind of easy to
You
punish
start on
them.
the back foot. Yeah,
Yes.
that's what like you saw. You seen
And
in
so game
game 2.
two. Yep.
You know, I got a bad lead, and so you're already starting from behind.
Yes.
With a team like that, you kind of like gotta hit the ground running.
Yes.
You know, if you start with a bad lead, you're kind of forced into trying to pivot around. And as you've seen, you know, I was trying to still find my footing, and every time I tried to get it, he checked me
Yeah,
on
and,
it.
and they have more ability to punish you as well.
Yeah.
To punish you as well. So that's interesting with HO. So I would say I'm just in favor. I could play both. Like I don't have an issue with but I feel like in a regional setting, I feel like for me, just personally,
just
right?
that balance.
I like that balance because I'm able to make a little bit. I make a lot of mistakes when I play. I'm not
Yeah,
perfect,
yeah,
you know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
I just feel comfort with that. But I like HO. You got me digging HO. Lando I like Lando I a lot.
Yo, Lando Eye is so fun.
It's
man.
really, really good. I think that it's a very strong Pokemon. I always felt like 3 attack was always better than the subset.
Then the sub.
But that's just me. That's just how I always felt. Like people are like, oh no, you need sub for Amoonguss. But I'm like at the same time, like
I got
follow me
wasted.
redirection
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Ogerpon.
You
like,
literally have an Ogerpon there. Follow me this board, you know.
yeah,
and
you
get
know.
it.
So like
Yeah.
that was my issue behind it.
What I will say is before on the team, instead of Lando, I had Fluttermane.
Okay.
It was like a booster special attack bulky Fluttermane.
Okay.
And it was cool until Regulation F hit and people started using Archelodon.
Yeah.
And then they started tearing the Archelodon. I had no way to deal with it. You
Yeah.
know, like I'm like four physical attackers, a Torn and a Flutter.
Yeah,
like
Arch
it
loves
wasn't-
to see that.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. So that's why like Lando Eye has been a great fit onto this team.
Yeah, the thing with Lando Eye is like if you're able to exploit its, ability and its 3 damaging moves, it packs a punch, right?
And you gotta hope to hit. Like I will say, luckily Tornadus did not fail me with the Bleak Winds
Today?
until it didn't matter. You know, he missed the Bleak Wind. It didn't matter. But when I needed it to hit, it hit.
Yeah.
That's
the games you play with Torn,
yeah.
right? That's the games you play with Torn. But I'm excited to see you in Top Cut. Top Cut will be beginning probably in the next maybe 10, 15 minutes or so. Just waiting to see on who kind of made it, and then let the judges do what they got to do, and then we'll proceed with Top Cut. But hope to see you win this tournament. I do think you have the team that has the ability to kind of win a tournament like at this event today. Torn Lando Eye. Like I didn't even pay attention to that duo, and I didn't realize I'm Torn Lando T. You know what I mean? I'm intimidated.
Oh,
You know?
yeah. You want to intimidate Scarf.
I want to intimidate
the
U-turn. Yes,
come back
I'm
in
that
with another
guy.
month.
I'm that guy.
My
But like I
goodness,
said, I
bro.
do like Lando. I see the vision. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
deny
yeah.
the vision. I see it. It makes sense. Rain Dance, Sandstream Storm. I like that.
Yeah.
Tailwind, Icy. Oh, Summer Running, Icy Wind. I like that. I think that's cool. I dig it.
Yeah.
But I see that a lot of players here have been just running that duo. So I gotta take a look and see what's going on
you gotta
with
tap
that
in,
combination.
bro.
And kind of,
What-
I might have to add an Ensign on the team though. That's the only thing. I might have to add Ensign. Might have to have Amoonguss. But other than that,
And then you may run like a bulkier Torn because usually people like I
yeah,
said, I
my
was
torn
surprised.
has to live certain strikes. You know what I mean? My torn, and it got to be Rocky
And the-
Helmet.
yeah,
You know what I
oh
mean?
my
I
God.
gotta punish the other. You know, I'm just gonna run balance at that point.
Yeah,
right?
Hey man.
But nah, like I said, I appreciate you having. This is the first time you're on stream.
Actually, yeah.
Yo, we were talking like, dude, you were enjoying yourself. You was like, yeah, it was going. It's good to see that. You felt,
Yeah,
you
I
felt
wanna
at
have
home,
fun.
which is good. You weren't nervous. You were comfortable playing the game, which is
Yeah.
like amazing to kind of see, especially like when you're new and like you look shocked when I said, yeah, you go on stream. I'm like, bro, you go on stream. You better play out. You know?
I was like, whoa, because I mean, I've played Smash
Okay.
for a while. I played Smash 4 since like 2016.
Okay.
So from the pandemic, I took a break. So I've played on stream, but
Okay.
never. This is my first time like at Pokemon, like playing on stream. So I
Okay,
was
well,
like,
you
yo,
got the
hopefully-
caliber. You got it
I was
in you.
like,
So,
whoa.
nah, it's all good. It's all good. We all feel everybody could, I think, attest to like that first stream match where it's
Yeah.
like, People gotta watch me. They're gonna
I
judge
was
my
like,
plays.
yo, I sent out to everybody, the Discord, my friends, family. I was like, yo, I'm playing on stream.
Oh yeah,
And they was like,
we
yo,
all
don't
trust
fold.
me.
I was like,
we all been there, and now that it's over, and like I said, you were grooving, you felt comfortable, which is always good to see, especially in a newer player. You know, you weren't shy at all. Even when you lost, like you're like, yeah, I accepted my loss. We're gonna get to game 3, which is dope to see. And like I said, I'm pretty excited to see like your future in VGC because it's always that one player that seemed like in this New York region, like they just start playing the game and they just kind of
like, pick it up.
Yeah, like we had Joseph Ugarte. I think he was the last one that really kind of like came to that New York local scene. I wasn't even around at that time. I wasn't playing, but I'm pretty confident he was that last one to kind of like go off, right?
Yeah,
like
right now he's in Liverpool.
Yeah, and I
So-
believe he went 8-1. So like, who's to
What's
say
up?
that can't be you next? You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
This game, the opportunity
Yeah.
just to be really good at this game is at open arms right now. They're pretty much there's so
With
much
the open
information
team
out
sheet,
there.
There's a lot of easier ways to like get into the scene
Yeah.
and like learn. Like every game is winnable.
Yeah.
I feel as long as you got the knowledge, you got the team sheet right in front of you, trusting your team. You know.
I think that's what
play.
changed a lot. Like back in my days, man.
Oh my God, closed team sheet.
We had closed team sheet. If you ain't know nobody, then
My
you wasn't
God.
finding out nothing when
Yeah,
nobody
you didn't
was
know
using.
nothing.
So it's good to see, you know, that the game is more welcoming
Yeah,
to
yeah,
newer
yeah, the
players.
barrier to
It's easy.
entry.
The entry barrier is not. You're not at a back foot when it comes to information because it's right in front of you. The only thing you got to figure out is speeds and stuff like that,
Yeah,
and you know,
speeds
determining
and-
bulk on certain Pokemon. But usually that will come from experience, from just playing the
Yeah,
game
just
a lot.
playing the game and feeling it
Yeah.
out and like seeing different stuff. You know,
Yeah.
just the experience factor.
Yeah.
You
So
know, that's all it is.
like I said, congrats on top 8.
Thank you.
Excited to see you do well in your future endeavors in VGC. Last question: what Smash Thing game did you play? What Smash? Which one? Smash.
I played Smash 4 and Smash Ultimate.
Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you mean?
Pikachu. I played Pikachu.
Okay.
Straight Pikachu. Nothing else.
We got some
Just
Smash.
Pika.
We got some Smash players. We got
Yeah.
Judy in here. We
We
got
got
you, and then we
Judy,
got the #1 Pac-Man player, right? Or something
Yeah, we
in
got
New York.
Sinji. Shouts out to Sinji.
So
we
shout
also
out,
got
shout out to my
Mezzy.
Smash player. Oh, Messi. Oh, for Messi
Mezzy,
too.
yeah.
He's a
Yeah.
Smash player too. So shout out to my Smash players out there. Shout out. Hugs. He doesn't play. He plays the old stuff.
He plays Melee.
Melee. Yeah.
Yeah,
Shout
yeah.
out to Hugs. That's my guy. So shout out to my Smash players. But we're gonna take a break, guys. We're gonna get back to you with Top Cut. Beach Me, like I said, appreciate you. Congrats.
Thank you.
Do your thing. But we'll be back with Top 8 in a few.
Peace.
Welcome to the top cut of the BrookLAN Mid-Season Showdown event. I'm here with Tyson. We're going to bring this electrifying top 8 cut. We have two players, Ofemezi, who people know have had a killer year last year, top cutting, I think, 3 events. I want to say 3 events, right?
Yeah.
And David, I'm not too familiar with his accomplishments, but we've seen on stream that, yeah, he could play this game really well. So I'm pretty excited to see this. Very interesting enough, both players rocking that instant Amoongus on this team, going from the EU stream and now, watching this stream. We've seen that duo, instant Amoongus, pop up frequently. Any thoughts on that, Tyson?
Yeah, I mean, Instant Amoongus, right? We've seen it all day. Are in an insane duo, just being able to fake out Spore. We kind of saw how in David's game versus Darsh, they're able to position their Amoongus and their Incineroar. And as long as you have like goggles or tools to deal with the opposing Amoongus and Incineroar, which I mean we see both these players here have, where both these players, that being Ofemezi and David, both have safety goggles on their Incineroar. Amoongus has Rocky Helmet. Doesn't have Citrus Berry like David's does, but something like the safety goggles on Incineroar having counterplay to opposing Incineroar Amoongus is like super important, I think. But there's still like lines like knockoff into Spore and things like that each player has opportunities to. But what's really interesting to me is more than the Incineroar and the Amoongus is the Golden Go that we've seen on the Messi side. I don't think we've seen a single Golden Go all day today, but I do think it has a place in this meta for sure.
Yeah, I think Golden Gold is a pretty strong Pokemon, right? Having that good as gold ability and just not dealing with, those spores and those status moves that Goldengo is able to avoid with just having that ability. And also that raw damage that Goldengo brings with that Nasty Plot and or that Choice Spec set. It's just a really strong like simple, very simple, strong Pokemon. It's very easy to use. It's very kind of cookie cutter kind of thing. Like, all right,
Yeah.
it's either you go Nasty Plot or Choice Specs. If you're going Choice Specs, you're literally clicking one button and just doing a lot of damage. And if you're going Nasty Plot, you're usually probably based around that Instant, Amoonguss, or better yet, let me say fake out redirection kind of setup. You know what I mean? To kind of better support that Goldengo. So, but this time we're having a Goldengo with the Choice Specs, so we're not going to see that, setup there. But I just think it's very interesting to point out on Ophimazi's team. He does have like Helping Hand for Graph, but I don't see really too many mons that want to take like usage behind that Golden Go. Obviously Helping Hand doesn't work with Golden Go due to that due to his ability. I mean, Ursh, yeah, you could kind of.
You don't have Rain Dance, I guess, right? You could go for the Helping Hand instead. I mean, Fergar does get Rain Dance, but Helping Hand, I guess, is overall better. Maybe there's a calc that Ophimazi is able to play for. I actually can see it coming up in this matchup is maybe if you lead Fergar and Incineroar, you could Helping Hand Blitz and get a surprise KO on like a Amoonguss or something like that. Yeah. Like, that's definitely something that he has as well. We see Incineroar Golden Go coming out from Ophimazi's end here, and Amoonguss and Fluttermane here from David as we start our game 1 of top 8 here between David and Ophimazi.
So I think, like you said, cookie cutter Pokemon, very simple. Terra Steel, Choice Specs, make it rain. Just get that damage off, right? Even if Sin were to switch in here, it's still going to do a decent amount of damage. And the good thing about Golden, though, you could just go for those big damages and just switch out and kind of repeat it, right? So we know that the Choice Specs on the end of David means that Fluttermane can't protect in this scenario. So it's either wants to stay in or make it rain and or just maybe just switch out.
And this Pokemon, and Golden Go, like you're saying, is very cookie cutter. It's very straightforward. It's a very honest Pokemon where, you can't put it to sleep. You can't status it. You just kind of have to take the damage and just play around it better. That's really how you deal with Golden Go here. As you see, David decided switching that Incineroar there for the Amoonguss slot, knowing that Fluttermane is just going to unfortunately drop here if Ophimazi does just lock in something like the Steel Translation. This makes sense, right? And this is the benefit of running Choice Specs and Terra Steels. You're essentially +2 right now. You have the Specs, you have the Terra Boost. So getting essentially a +2 Make It Rain is worth it, right, when you can just position around and switch out. I mean, David's probably thinking, oh, sure, you force out the Golden Goat Terrestrialization, you get the Force Steel, but I think Ophimazi's fine with that, right? And this Make It Rain, like you said, just that's so much to damage to Incineroar, a Pokemon that really wants to resist it. And if Ophimazi, this is, like we saw, it didn't lock in for Fake Out, so if this is just a Flare Blitz to follow up or even a Parting Shot or a knockoff, which we do see here, this could be into anything now from Ophimazi's end, like that Choice Scarf Urshifu.
Yeah, so we're just going to see that Parting Shot now. Ophimazi is able to kind of pivot and kind of pick what they want to just switch in here that could better deal with Incineroar and maybe anything else that David has in the back that Ophimazi might have an idea of. So I really like this. And also Goldengo, although at -1, it still packs a punch due to that Terra Steel that you mentioned before and also being Choice Specs. So Goldengo doing its job, getting rid of that Fluttermane turn 1. I think this is a really good position to be in. If I'm Ophimazi, I'm feeling really good. And then we're just going to see the Amoonguss just switch in here. Yeah,
this is where the ability of Golden Go is really good, right? Because you could try to bring in Amoonguss here, right? Go for if the Amoonguss wasn't there for Ophimazi, but it's so scary, right? Because 3 of these Pokemon are immune to that Spore, but in the same vein, you need Amoonguss to redirect some of these attacks from these attackers. But Roaring Moon makes a lot of sense to bring in here as well, right? Golden Go going -1, you're hoping that your Roaring Moon spread is just able to eat these Make It Rains in. Ophimazi might not be as inclined, but in that same vein as well, if you're able to switch out your Golden Go into something like that Incineroar as well, you can start threatening Fake Out here onto David's side of the field and, lowering the Roaring Moon down with Intimidate.
Yeah, lowering the Roaring Moon down with the Intimidate is probably the most accurate play that we'll probably see on the end of Ophimazi, but now which Pokemon decides to switch out. It's going to be that Goldengo here, doesn't want to stick in, doesn't want to maybe take a knockoff or take a Flare Blitz. Switching in that Incineroar is going to allow this Roaring Moon to now be at -1 and also this Incineroar. Let's see what David decides to do. We're just going to say Fake Out, not wanting Amoonguss to get off any Spores, and a Dragon Dance on the end of David, just bringing that attack stack back to neutral with that booster attack. And if I'm David, I'm not feeling too bad about this. My Roaring Moon is back to its original attack stat. I could kind of go for damage now, but at the same time, Incineroar does have that Fake Out ability, something that you have to be very wary about. If you decide to attack here, Fake Out Spore is just a very simple play. And we know that Amoonguss could definitely take a -1 Flare Blitz.
Yeah, so. And we see David kind contemplate going for acrobatics and going on the aggressive. We know David to be somewhat of a passive player, so a turn like that, right, if Ofamezi and David haven't played before, which I actually do think they played in Swiss, so maybe if if David does decide to lock in something aggressive here, right, Ofamezi might be reading a passive play that they're known for, as we see them kind of hover over that option. The Incineroar there from David's end going to be locking in that knockoff. I think just preparing for something like Amungus and see Ofamezi overreading just a little bit, right, trying to respect the fact that David has been playing so passively. Being able to knock off this Golden Go, though, is really, really good, I think.
Yes. What's curious to see, what does Ofamezi decide to do with the Amungus here? We know that this Roaring Moon now is at a neutral attack stack, but I believe due to that little chip there, I think that the Roaring Moon is just able to pick up the Amungus.
I think it has a chance to knock out with that attack booster and the fact that it's neutral as well. It could, there could be super bold, but Amungus does just drop to that acrobatics, and with this knockoff as well, following up from this Incineroar, if it's able to pick off in this Golden Go, that could be super dangerous there as well. And I mean, the +1 speed on this Roaring Moon is super valuable as well if Ofamezi does have something like the Flutter Mane in the back for them.
So,
the Flutter Mane or even the Scarf.
Ofamezi switch out there, right? Let's talk about it. I think that Ofamezi was probably like overreading the attack target. Definitely just banking on maybe David just to attack that Incineroar slot and Amungus protecting. I think that's the play that Ofamezi kind of saw. Like you said, they definitely played in Swiss, so this is not like a fresh game.
Yeah, there's so many levels to it.
Yeah, so they definitely have a read on each other. It's just all about positioning right now. Like who could just play better in this Incin Amungus type mirror, just with two different components. David having the Roaring Moon, and Ofamezi having that Goldango for that damage output. So I definitely do like this board position for David a lot. I think that there's a lot of possibilities and opportunities you could get from still having your Incin Amungus in play and Ofamezi not having their Amungus. I think that allows for David to have more chances to make mistakes due to just having that pivot and Pollen Puff ability on your side of the end.
Yeah, absolutely, and we see David going back to that back to basics, right? Playing very, very safely as the Incineroar actually goes for Fake Out, and David's there. Critical hit maybe adding up. If something like a Make It Rain's coming out here, that might add up. That critical hit, Fake Out. I do think without the specs, though, the Incineroar should be able to live this attack, but I'm always happy to be proven wrong by Golden Go, as it does. So that Fake Up, that critical hit, Fake Out, not saving Ofamezi there, but
I think, though, if I'm Ofamezi, this is not like the worst position, but nor the best, right? Roaring Moon's at -1 now. You're able to parting shot now. You have the ability to kind of switch out, but what do you have in the back here is the big issue. What does Ofamezi have to deal with this combination of Roaring Moon, Incin, and Amungus? Yes, you got that turn 1 and got rid of the Flutter Mane, but it seems like the core, like we've been talking about, Incin, Amungus, and just having that one physical strong mon or special attacking strong mon, it's just kind of just hard to break, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you really need a Golden Go if you're Ofamezi, but it took too much damage that I guess it didn't feel worth it to really switch out, right? Because if you are switching it out there, then you're preserving like a 2 HP Pokemon anyways. Like Golden Go is not eating any attack from any of these Pokemon here on David's side of the field. Parting Shot going off into Ofamezi's Incineroar, switching out back into that Amungus, and it's exactly that board state they were talking about before, where it's just the Amungus and the Roaring Moon next to each other, able to Pollen Puff. The Incineroar now stuck on Ofamezi side of the field, or excuse me, after this Parting Shot is going to come back and then be stuck on the field, and is only going to have one more turn to Fake Out as Ofamezi does go down to their last 2 Pokemon. And I'm really curious what this last Pokemon is. If it's Flutter Mane, I think there's maybe a chance. It's not a good chance, but I think Flutter Mane coming in here, but instead it's Urshifu, and being choice, Scarf is not what you really want to see in front of an Amungus and a +1 speed Roaring Moon.
Yeah, being Choice Scarf in front of an Amungus is like the worst scenario, but we do have the ability of Fake Out. The only thing is Terra was already consumed on the end of Ofamezi, and you're not able to go for the Terra or the Surgeon Strikes into that Roaring Moon slot. And although, yes, you could Surgeon Strikes the Roaring Moon, but it's not going to do as much damage as you need, right? And then also the acrobatics to return damage output back is not something that you kind of want to trade in that scenario.
And something funny as well is that Opamezi actually has Ice Spinner, but even that I don't think bails you out here. The Amoonguss, assumably is able to live a lot of the attacks that Urshifu could fire off, especially a same type attack bonus. Ice Spinner, Urshifu isn't an Ice type, right? So it's not going to get the Ice Spinner going off there. I think David hopefully sees the team sheet, though. Of course, there is a chance for critical hit. Again, David correctly in analyzing that you don't need to protect, just attack. Yep. You have more pieces, you have more resources, just go for it. And we do see Opamezi try to play into that, and Ice Spinner firing off, even with a critical hit. That's not KOing the Amoonguss there. And I think that all but confirms this game one for David here.
Yeah, and very smart targeting on David's end, not knocking off the Urshifu, right? Trying to just see what do you lock into. If you lock into Surging Strikes, my Amoonguss is sitting in a very comfortable position. If you lock into Ice Spinner, my Instant and Roaring Moon are not going to really... Sorry, Instant, Amoonguss, and Roaring Moon are not going to really take too much damage, right? Because of the Intimidate ability on the end of Instant and just being able to switch and kind of just intimidate and click Acrobatics. But I do think, like, if we do see some crits here, it could change the momentum to...
Did we see Roaring Moon lock and protect there, or...?
I'm not sure. I believe that they did protect.
I think if they protect here, this is fine, right? And then you have fake out pressure, and you can guarantee acrobatics off into this Urshifu. But otherwise, if you don't protect there, it could be a little scary. I mean, but acrobatics does go off first, right? It is -2 there, so the Urshifu might be able to live, which it does. Showing Ofamezi's bulk can lift that very comfortably, right? So if a critical hit does come out here, this could be very dangerous. And I think maybe Ofamezi actually went for a Flare Blitz as well, maybe. Oh, but it's into the Amoonguss slot there. I think if you doubled into that Roaring Moon slot, there was definitely a game there.
So I don't think Ofamezi's out the game just yet, right? I think
Amoonguss has too much HP.
It would need a double crit, I think.
Yeah.
But that's like...
Because you're taking Blitz damage. I mean, I guess Incineroar is pretty healthy, but I would think you're able to,
and Roaring Moon is faster than the Urshifu, as we've seen in the
so you just kind of guarantee that KO. You can't even spinner it. You need like a Blitz crit, and even then, Incineroar is obviously not going to have a lot of attack investment. Unless Ofamezi does, then by all means prove me wrong. If Ofamezi wants to be the only adamant Incineroar or something, it goes for a Blitz and just knocks it out. Like, shoot, take the game. Like, you deserve it at that point.
You deserve that win. But we're just going to see the acrobatics. We're going to see this Roaring Moon move first, knock out this Urshifu, only allowing Ofamezi to have one Pokemon left. It's Incineroar versus the world at this point. Roaring Moon and Amoonguss just sitting comfortably here. Amoonguss getting that Flare Blitz, just eating it up. I think
he needs to blitz the Roaring Moon there.
Yeah, I think that in terms of targeting, I think Ofamezi definitely needed to, like you said, target that Roaring Moon. If you crit with Blitz, you kind of just win the game, right? So, because Amoonguss cannot handle a 1v1 with Incineroar, but I think that this set is still winnable on the end of Ofamezi. That turn 1 was like really cool, right? You got rid of the Flutter Mane, but it was cool to see that David understood, like, okay, I can get a Shadow Ball off, and I'll trade my Flutter Mane for that damage into your Goldango, now allowing my Roaring Moon to put your now allowing my Roaring Moon to knock off and put you in range to get knocked out, right? Which is really good to see. So David showing that he understands the components of his teams and allowing himself to also just sack mons if he needs to, just to get certain pieces in at pivotal times. And that Roaring Moon switch after the Flutter got knocked out was really, I think, the pivotal point for David's positioning and just allowing him to kind of just steamroll from there. But like I said, I do think that this game is still winnable on the end of Ofamezi.
Oh, 100%. I think if Ofamezi has a little bit better time positioning, maybe the Golden Go, I mean, like, as you saw, it did, like, no damage to the Incineroar, but I think if you are able to position it, even in front of something like the Roaring Moon, maybe next to something like your Amoonguss, with the Rocky Helmet chip, and Terra Steel choice specs, Make It Rain, you probably have a chance to KO this Roaring Moon. But it can be a little scary, right? Because into something like, David has the option to bring Archer-Ludon. I think Archer-Ludon would really shine there with something like Snarl and Assault Vests. You're forcing the Golden Go to lock into something like the Shadow Ball there. I think David did a really good job that game of knowing when to switch on and off in terms of play style, where they were very aggressive some terms and then went back to the passiveness. And they were able to call turns correctly and very accurately play to their board state. And I think if Ofamezi tries to get a read on them. Like, again, they did play in Swiss. So if they're able to figure out, if Ovamesi is able to figure out kind of how David wants to play this matchup, I think Ovamesi definitely has a chance to bring it to a game 3.
I think if I'm David, though, I don't make any changes, right? I think that Roaring Moon into the Mungus is just super strong into the team. Maybe a fourth component could probably change, but I think that the core of, like, Roaring Moon into the Mungus is just super good, especially in a balanced mirror with Instant and Mungus. As long as you're able to parting, get those spores off into certain mons that you need to. I mean, Golden Goal was there, but we saw that David did not even really care about Golden Goal too much. Just kind of traded damage and got his Flutter knocked out to bring that Roaring Moon in and kind of steamroll the game from there. If we could have like a similar game 1 again on the end of David, I don't see how Offense could really just deal with the Roaring Moon. Because due to his Flutter main being like the Calm Mind, Moonblast, Shadow Set, it's kind of just hard to touch this Roaring Moon unless you commit to Terror with Flutter, right?
Yeah.
And that means Terror Grass. And if you Terror Grass...
Acrobatics,
exactly. So I think this is just... I think that David has the matchup in terms of having that Roaring Moon, but I want to see how Ofamezi could kind of show that, you have like good components in my team, but I could still win the set.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, as we see from David's side there, the Urshifu there. Also important to talk about is that David's Urshifu is also Choice Scarf.
Okay.
So, if we do get to see that speed play out later in the game, that's also important. But this is a decent lead from Ofamezi, I'd say. You are worried about fake out Surging Strikes from David's end here, but, Golden Go is not in the worst position. I would assume the Golden Go is eating a Surging Strikes, right? You do have to be careful about the Amoonguss. We see David here kind of contemplating how their game plan wants to play out. I like the Golden Go Amoonguss a lot from Ofamezi, though, because if there was something like the Flutterman Elite again, this plays a lot better. So I do like the pressure that Urshifu puts on a lot more.
So I see the targeting that David went for. I did like the Flare Blitz and Surging.
He's thinking about it.
And we're just going to see a Rage Powder. So I did like Flare Blitz and Surging, which said I should just pick up the knockout here on Amoonguss. But I think that on David's end is that he did not want to take too much damage with that Incineroar and kind of put it in range for maybe a knockout with another Make It Rain if Ofamesi decides to go for Terra Steel, Make It Rain twice. So I get that play. But Surging Strikes is going to go into Amoonguss. We're going to just see that Rocky Helmet chip kind of just put away this Urshifu into a range where potentially Shadow Ball just might just knock it out.
Oh, a Choice Specs 100 times over as the Urshifu just drops to the Shadow Ball. And it's kind of funny, right? Because I think David's still fine with it, I think, which is really, really funny to me because we see the knockoff go there to the Amoonguss. That's going to be most likely in range of a Flare Blitz there. Most definitely is in range of a Flare Blitz. But I think it's the same idea, right, is you still have those 3 Pokemon, the Incineroar, Amoonguss, and the Roaring Moon, and we see the Roaring Moon just come back in here. But it's the same thing as Game 1, right? David's okay with sacrificing a Pokemon, that being Urshifu or Fluttermane, to either beta Terra out or find out what Golden Go wants to lock into. It's like once you figure out one of those 2 options, you can bring in Roaring Moon safely and then play around Instant Amoonguss. And I think David has correctly identified that win con right now because you're threatening Acrobatics into the Amoonguss. You can Dragon Dance. You have a lot more flexibility with Roaring Moon in the field now. And like I said, you could even Flare Blitz the Amoonguss here. And Ofamezi is almost forced to bring in Incineroar. And it's the exact same game position where you found in Game 1 where David could just go for a Dragon Dance now too. And it's very, very safe.
Yeah, I definitely like the targeting there on David, right? You go for that Dragon Dance and you go for that Flare, but just to cover if that Amoonguss decides not to protect. Basically saying, all right, I'm getting this Dragon Dance off by any means necessary, and I'm going to cover that Dragon Dance by going for that Flare Blitz to kind of knock out the Amoonguss there. But we're just going to see the instant switch on the end of Ofamezi. Doesn't want his Amoonguss to stay in and get knocked down, and definitely get that regenerated boost on the end of Amoonguss. And Dragon Dance is going to be on the end of David.
And I mean, Ofamezi saw it coming from a mile away, I'm sure. So this is most likely a Shadow Ball, maybe into the Roaring Moon. Just to, again, use the chip at this point to get like start damaging this thing. And like that's not bad for specs, right? Non-resisted, resisted. So you're doing chip, but like you just need to do it there. And like I think Ofamezi realizes the situation that he's in and realizes that okay, I need to do damage for it. I can't spend turns switching out. Like Dragon Dance is going to get really tricky really quickly if I don't deal with it. So going for like oh wow. And if David calls his turn again, right? Like we saw the other game, right, where they didn't go for the protect, they went for Acrobatics. If they go for another Dragon Dance and get it this time, that could be really, really scary.
Yeah, and I think if I'm Ofamezi here, you could kind of call a turn, right? You know that the Shadow Ball is doing up almost like 30-ish% right into this Roaring Moon, and you know that David probably doesn't want to take that much damage with the fake out Shadow Ball play. So if I'm Ophimus, you can probably call this turn out. And just
Calling David's bluff there, though. Going for fake out. This is most likely a Shadow Ball into the Roaring Moon, which it is. Yeah, that's so much damage. And now that's in range of one more Shadow Ball. And something like a Terrestrialized Steel on the Golden Go, right? It would be able to live a knockoff. And you could actually threaten a KO on this Roaring Moon. So David getting a little ahead of themselves there. I think you just need to protect, right?
Yeah.
Like, you lose more from losing your Roaring Moon than you do taking chip on your Amoonguss.
Yeah, I think that protecting there's nothing wrong with that. You know, protecting and imparting. But I think that, like you said, they played a set earlier. There might have been a similar scenario earlier, and David's like, all right, I'm not gonna let you catch me this turn. But at the same time, if I'm David, I gotta think, right? Ophimus is going for Shadow Ball, and Golden goes faster than Ensign. So if he's gonna Shadow Ball the Ensign, if anything, it's gonna go into the Ensign slot. Before he switches out with Ensign. So
yeah, but we actually see a Golden Ghost swap there into the Amoonguss, knockoff going into the Amoonguss, knocking off that, no item. That just does so much. But parting shot there from Ophimus. I really think Ophimus, if you switch out Golden Go, you need it to blitz. Like, you need to damage the thing. I think it actually would have killed. Or knocked out, excuse me.
But I like this too, because now you have a board where it's Amoonguss and Goldango, and you could click the make it range, you could click the redirections.
But
right?
David has Pollen Puff now, and that's really, really scary, I think.
It's scary, right? But at the same time, Ophimus preserved this Terra. So now we're in a board state where it gets a little tricky. Like, I mean, Roaring Moon could protect, and he could kind of sack this maybe Amoonguss or switch into Instant, but you're just able to get off immediate damage with that Terra still making rage and Rage Powder, right? And eventually, David is going to have to deal with this. Instant coming back in might help David a little bit.
You do have to get this turn correct, right? Because Ophimus has the option to Terra Steel and switch an Incineroar for the Amoonguss slot. That's a very possible option as well. You could, of course, protect the Amoonguss on Ophimus' side, calling like a attack there. But I think David's best play is probably just clicking knockoff and switching in Incineroar. This is exactly what I was saying, though, is Ophimus switching the Incineroar there and going for maybe a Terrestrial Steel on the Golden Go there. But this makes a lot of sense as well, right? If you want to threaten fake out on the Roaring Moon, you just want to make sure you can. Oh, no terrestrialization, but Goldo hangs on with that Intimidate drop. That's really scary, though. Oh, Focus Blast. Oh. I think maybe calling an Incineroar swap there, but Pollen Puff.
That's.
I think a little bit of an overread there from Ophimus.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, I like. It's just tough. I get it. But, like, I don't know if I'm Specs, right? I think that, like, redirection, make it, like I was saying, redirection, make it ring. Make your opponent respect that. Because if they don't, then they just get knocked out, right? And
we saw David was not respecting in game one.
Yeah.
Like, so I would think you would click it again and force them to respect it. Like, even if the Incineroar switches in, you're threatening so much damage on the Amoonguss and the Roaring Moon that it's your best option to click it. And now, see, like, David, it just has so much leverage, I think. And, I mean, we see them hovering over Acrobats to click it and hold it, but
that momentum swing was pretty huge, right, for David, right? If I'm David, I'm feeling really happy. I'm feeling really good. Getting that chip on the Goldango, and now the Amoonguss switch in. If I'm David, I'm like feeling really good about this because it's like you don't have really nothing to touch my Roaring Moon now.
Yeah, and I like. This is so rough because Incineroar comes in here, right? David honestly could click Dragon Dance for all he cares, right? Like, it's the fact that you've been able to heal up and you've knocked off the choice specs, like, that's so big. Fake out just going off from the Roaring Moon, though, it makes a lot of sense. You're able to reposition your Amoonguss, but it's so dangerous here. Like, if you don't get these next turns correctly with from Ophimus' end, it feels really, really bad, right? Golden Go and Amoonguss not being able to take a Flare Blitz. Of course, there is that last Pokemon, so if it is that Urshifu that Ophimus had game one, that is a switch in, of course, but, you know, Blitz can burn as well.
Yes, and I like the targeting on the end of David, right? Going for that Dragon Dance, going for that Flare Blitz, basically trying to make Ophimus commit to a Terra. It's like, okay, if you don't commit with Terra, I'm going to get a Dragon Dance off. And if you decide not to protect and not Terra, I'm going to get a big damage Flare Blitz off and might potentially knock out. So I think that David is targeting here makes a lot of sense. And we're going to just see that Amoonguss switch out. And I know for sure Goldango does not want to eat a Flare Blitz.
Yeah, and this is your main damaging piece on this team, too. And it's exactly like Game 1, right, where it's like you need Golden Go to have enough HP, but Messi really hasn't found a spot where you're comfortable enough to do that damage, as you're always facing down a neutral Roaring Moon or even a -1 with that knockoff was doing so much damage. And as Golden goes down there, I'm really curious what's going through Messi's head of game plan of what you want to do in the rest of this game, right? Because whenever you Dragon Dance as well, as you're forcing the Incineroar to Parting Shot, otherwise it can't keep up with Intimidates as well, as you're going Intimidate for Dragon Dance. But with Parting Shot, you're at least able to keep up and go -1, and then you can switch Incineroar back in, and you actually get value out of your Intimidates. Otherwise, Dave is just gaining speed, and with the attack booster as well, you're essentially canceling out. I believe the Roaring Moon now is going to be at -2 if Incineroar does come back in. So, like, Messi's not out of this, but again, losing Golden Go just like Game 1 is really, really rough, and it's an uphill battle.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle. It's just the fact that you really don't have any strong damaging moves into the Roaring Moon, right? And the fact that David has redirection and fake out still with this Roaring Moon, it just makes it tough. It's going to be a longer game, but I think that with the pieces and tools that David has on his end, and this Flutter being not being like a spread damaging Flutter, it just allows the Roaring Moon and Mungus instant combination to thrive. Because if you don't Terror, then you're kind of just weak to everything out of neutral damage. Flutter doesn't have the best defensive stats, right? But if you do decide to Terror, now you're weak to Flare Blitz, now you're weak to Acrobatics, and now you're weak to even Pollen Puff. Like, it's just a tough position to be if you're Messi. But like you said, he's definitely not out of the game. It's just, how do you surpass this Roaring Moon Instant Amoongus combination we've been talking about?
Yeah, and it's really scary, right? Because so the Flutter revealing speed booster there, it makes a lot of sense with the calm mindset that Messi is opting in for, right? You have to still play this very safe if you're David, right? You have Terrestrialization, but the fact that Flutter Mane is still doing damage to you with Moonblast, it feels kind of telegraphed here. And the fact that Amoongus most likely, I don't think it eats a Acrobatics plus Flare Blitz, but of course Incineroar can switch in for that slot. I could even see a line where you switch Incineroar in for Flutter Mane and then like Pollen Puff S-Law or go for a Protect and reposition yourself, where you can go for Fake Out Spore if you call that correctly. But like you have to call these turns correctly, and that's the problem, right? Where in Game 1 we saw Urshifu from Messi's end and there was no Protect, but at least Flutter Mane gives you now an option where it's another level where David really has to think of Protect. But no, Messi goes for the straightforward play, which makes a lot of sense as well. Incineroar coming in here, and I think Messi's trying to force out a Terra from this Roaring Moon, which is kind of forced, right? You don't want to be taking a Moonblast and just losing all your progress. But we do see a Terrestrialization from here, from David, which makes a lot of sense.
So we're going to see the Terra. It's definitely going to be the Terra flying, get this Roaring Moon to have this flying stab now on Acrobatics. Even though I'm -2, like Roaring Moon.
Chip is chip.
Chip is chip, and we'll take it for what it is, right? I'm definitely like this positioning on David. Basically saying, all right, you got to respect this Roaring Moon now and have to target it, or else I'm going to.
That is more than I thought.
But we're going to just see Moonblast. It does a decent chunk.
Yeah, but I think Messi targeting correctly there. Hoping that David is going to keep the Roaring Moon in the field, right? And if you're able to preserve Incineroar, you can get yourself in a position where Incineroar, Flutter Mane are able to take down Roaring Moon. So if you correctly Moonblast or Shadow Ball the Amoongus switch in, right? If you get rid of that second supporting slot to the Roaring Moon, if you're able to get rid of it, then you can try to 1v1 this Roaring Moon that's been going down bit by bit, right? See, now David has to make the choice, right? If you do go for Acrobatics or you try to go for damage or Dragon Nets, you have to take that Parting Shot. It's exactly that trade we were talking about before, is you have to take that -1. Or you have to Dragon Dance. And I think that's what Messi's playing for here. Because the Amoongus on Messi's end is actually relatively healthy. It's at full HP, right? So even if the turns... Oh, Fake Out there going off there. If this is a Moonblast into the Incineroar, I think we have a game.
Yeah, Moonblast into Incineroar should do... lives with a slither of health.
Oh, no.
And we're going to see the Parting Shot into
We see the look on Messi's face, too.
Yeah.
You needed that to KO.
Definitely needed that to KO, but Instant showing off its bulk there. Not wanting to stay in. Going to switch out, get this Incineroar down to -attack, and bring the Amoongus now. And now this is like a very great position.
They're still not out, though. Still not out, of course.
Oh, no, not at all. I think that if I'm David, I think Eventually, I think I want my Roaring Moon to kind of be switched right. Yeah, like -2. You're not.
You don't need the boost at this point. You know you're already slower than the Flutter Mane. Like,
Yeah.
there's no reason to keep this thing in. Just switch in the Incineroar. Like, I think that's a lot of the traps that a lot of players are in is that as soon as the booster hits the speed, they're like, okay, this Pokemon's locked in. I can't switch it out.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think that's a trap at the same time, right, is there's a certain point of time where there's no point in playing the Dragon Dance games. Just switch out.
Yeah,
just
switch
reset
out.
everything.
Because even at neutral, right, with non-boost, you're still going to do a lot of damage. But
Yeah, and as long as you preserve your Amoonguss, right, we see you protect here from Flutter Mane, right, this is exactly what I think what Opamezi was playing for, counting on David, sticking with Roaring Moon on the field. Like, if Roaring Moon switched out there, that would have been amazing for David, but I think, like, Opamezi playing for how David has been playing, knowing that they're not going to switch out, and there's the parting shot games again, where it's like, just like...
Sometimes you got to make those calls, right, especially... but like I said, I'm not mad at this position for David.
No, exactly. I think both plays are not bad.
I think you're still in a winning position to say it's just it's going to be a longer game where crits are factor, and you don't want to play into that too much because the longer the game is, the more chances of like a crit or just something just not happening in your favor. And if I'm David, I think Instant is,
Oh, there he goes.
There we go. We're going to definitely switch it, but now...
But now that's a scary position, right? Because you just protect it, right? So something like a blast in that slot, you force the Amoonguss to maybe Rage Powder, right? Otherwise, you just get a knockout on the Incineroar. But I think what Opamezi is probably going to go for is you switch out Flutter Mane to the Incineroar, you Pollen Puff it up.
We could see that, and I also do like the Calm Mind, Terra
Put
Grass.
to sleep. That's a little scary.
Yeah, it's a little scary, but I do like Calm Mind, Terra Grass, because the idea is like, if I'm able to get like maybe a Calm Mind or two, I'm able to just deal damage into this Incineroar, right? But like you said, Flutter Mane switch out, probably going to go for the Palm Puff here. But I wouldn't have been mad at all if Flutter just decided to stick in and just go for that Calm Mind and just boost up its stats there.
I think Opamezi's scared, right, is because you don't want to burn Terra Grass or Translocation Grass, and then the Roaring Moon just kind of destroy you with Amoonguss support, right? Because even though you're able to ignore the Amoonguss, it's really dangerous. But, David getting that turn correctly as well, and both of them Pollen Puffing. I missed this so much. The Incineroar Amoonguss Pollen Puffing, oh, man, I missed it so much. But the thing here, and this is where it really comes down to move choices. This Amoonguss on David's side doesn't have Protect. So even though Incineroar's come in here, Flare Blitz is still going to hurt both of these Pokemon, and I think Opamezi is very safely able to Flare Blitz down and just Pollen Puff. What is David really able to do, right?
Yeah, I don't think David's really able to do anything here. I mean,
you have Knockoff Spore, of course, but...
Yeah, Knockoff Spore, but then it's just like, then you're playing with like Sleep Turns right after that, and I think that it's just a more in favor of Opamezi because you're just able to get off, Flare Blitz. Nothing in the back.
Both go for it.
Knockoff into the Instant. It's going to just remove that safety goggles.
Peak VGC.
We're going to see maybe a trade of spores here. So now we play the sleepy game. And who decides to switch first? And I, as a balance player, I love to see the scenario because I love calling out which Pokemon. You see Opamezi dancing there. I definitely love calling out the bluffs on if like a Pokemon decides to stay in. Like I definitely would, go for that maybe cheeky spore into the Moonguss slot to kind of get a read on like, all right, maybe you might switch in Roaring Moon because it's not in a bad position to come in here, right?
Yeah, see. And now me personally is like, I'm always going to spore the sleeping spot.
Yeah.
I know they're going to switch out eventually. Like, we could play that game of chicken where it's like, I'm just going to spore it until you respect me.
I mean, I'm like that too. But, also, I like to wait until they burn a turn asleep.
Yeah.
And then I would spore the Grassmon because, like, who spores the Grassmon?
Exactly. That's what everyone says.
But we're going to just see the instant switch here for the Amoonguss. Doesn't want to stick in here. Incineroar on the end of David's going to take one turn of sleep. And we're going to just see a Spore on the end of David into the Sleeping Instant. So not too bad. I'm not feeling too bad here if I'm Flutter.
But see, now you're playing the sleeping games. And this is where if you get the Terrestrializing Grass on Ophamezi's end and you get a Calm Mind up, that feels like it's game winning.
Yes. And also to be wary, the timer had just popped up, so players need to probably pick and choose their moves a little quicker or get damage off because now we might be going to the wire when it comes to the timer here. 3 Pokemon remaining on both ends of both trainers, and we're going to just see the Terra on Ophamezi's end going to get that Flutter into that Terra Grass, and most likely going to see a Calm Mind here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you are committing to the Terra Grass at this point, you need a Calm Mind so that you actually threaten damage on this Roaring Moon. And if this Incineroar, wait, just Moonblast straight up. That does so much. Incineroar stays asleep though on Ophamezi's end. I think maybe that was a blitz.
Yeah, seeing Ophamezi's face, he's not too happy about that play. Roaring Moon coming in at a very pivotal time after Fluttermane, burning that tear into that grass. And now if I'm Roaring Moon
I think
here,
you need the Calm Mind.
yeah, I like the Calm Mind too, but now, like...
It's really scary now. Now you don't click it, right? Because you're staring down in acrobatics. And as you mentioned before, that timer popping up is both these players are Incineroar Amoonguss. Like, it's just peak VGC, I think. And if you're David here, no need to get greedy with the Dragon Dance, I don't think. Like, just click the damaging moves.
Yeah, I see David going for Dragon
Like,
Dance,
Overmezzi
basically
can't
calling
stop.
the Fluttermane Protect.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I get it. But I don't see, even if at -1, I don't think you're going to, I think you'll be able to do a lot of respectable damage to the point where it's like you could click Acro and Pollen Puff at that point to just pick up that Fluttermane, right? Now it's just a matter of just picking up knockouts and maybe even just playing to that timer after you pick up that knockout. So, but we're going to just see David, Overmezzi here, just click that parting shot into the Ensign, going to get that attack stat back down to neutral. Ensign is going to pivot out into this Amoonguss here, and I don't know, if I'm... Like I said, if I'm
Again, none of these players are in a bad position.
Yeah.
That's the craziest thing is this game could go on forever, and like one of these players just needs to make an aggressive play. I think though the problem is there's 60 level. There's so oh my god, this is the best VGC. You have 3 almost full HP Pokemon, and Amoonguss and Incineroar are like at full.
So this is I'm not too sure on the.
Oh.
Okay, I like the instant switch.
No, and you Pollen Puff.
Yeah.
This makes a lot of sense. This guarantees you have the most HP at the end of the turn.
Yes.
But David has to acrobatics into a Amoonguss that can protect. That's
Yes.
super scary.
But I like this play a lot on Overmezzi's end because you could fake out the next turn and Pollen Puff yourself, which is really good. When you see acrobatics into Amoonguss here, it's going to do a decent amount of damage, and then Spore.
It doesn't matter though. 20 seconds left in the battle.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to HPs and stuff, but...
I think,
man.
I think that David might just pull this one out just due to the fact that if Amoonguss decides to switch, it's going to be that Fluttermane, right? And Fluttermane is Terra Grass, so
But
definitely good
there's seconds,
target on
though.
David.
You just protect. You just always protect.
Yeah, you always protect and then let it come down to HP. But the
really
timer's
pissed
going to
though.
run out.
And David does take it there, 2-0.
Oh, yeah, I think that in terms of targeting, I think that like David played really well. I think that one turn where I was talking about where Fluttermane should have Calm Mind. I think that was the opportunity to go.
You needed to it.
Yeah, just needed to go for it, and I think that you could see Overmezzi there just showing the margins and stuff like that with his hands gestures, but. I think that it was just well played on David's end. I definitely saw the match coming down to timer because at that point, I think that's the win con that I'm playing for, especially if I see a Terra Grass Fluttermane. I'm just going to try to just pick at things because Fluttermane doesn't want to take acrobatics, and you can play to that.
It doesn't care. You don't care if it's -6.
Yeah,
you don't want to take acrobatics.
Yeah, and you don't need per se for me, I wouldn't have Dragon Dance in that snare. I just would have went for raw damage, maybe into the instant at that point. Because if we're gonna play for timer, I just need to.
I just need damage.
You called the Flutter Protect, which is fine. Just acro the instant, get that damage off. Even Pollen Puff the instant. If you're that that concerned about just getting your damage off, in my opinion at least.
No, I agree with that take as well, but I think David did a great job of kind of outplaying Overmezzi a lot of the turns as well, very correctly calling the turns as you kind of mentioned before. And I think this team allows you to do that, right? As I think very standard, Incineroar with the goggles, Amoonguss with the Citrus Berry, things like that, just very standard, very straightforward gameplay as well. Making correct trades. Like I said, I was a big fan of David using both Urshifu and Fluttermane to trade damage into the Golden Go and kind of get in a position where Overmezzi wasn't comfortable switching it out and had to switch in on an Incineroar Flare Blitz. That gameplay from David, trading the Golden Go correctly and getting the amount of damage that you needed to it was really, really well planned, and securing Roaring Moon as an endgame piece, which was really, really well played.
Yeah, I think that the pivotal turn was the turn where the knockoff went into the Goldengo slot and Goldengo going for Focus Blast into the Amoonguss slot.
That was really rough.
Yeah, it was really rough for Overmezzi. I definitely saw what he wanted to do, right? He definitely wanted to call a switch in and kind of punish it.
Because if you do get the big Incineroar switch in, right, then that's just game.
Yes.
Then there's no more switching. That's just the Amoonguss Roaring Moon, and it's a lot more manageable. But getting that turn wrong, I think, meant that the game was going to timer.
Yeah, and for everybody that's watching, I feel like a lot of people don't understand when you play somebody in a set prior it's kind of like
It gets in
hard.
your head.
It gets in your head, and you kind of want to make plays because like I did this before. There's no way he just allows me to just do this again. So that turn where I said like maybe he should go for the terror steal, make it rain. That's just me playing off like the first hump of not knowing anything. You know what I mean? And you know that they played before, so definitely well played on both trainers. I think that David has a really strong team. I definitely like seeing Into the Moongas definitely balance.
I really like seeing Roaring Moon do well.
Yes, yes. Roaring Moon, that's what the money's at. Roaring Moon is where the money's at. So happy to see both these trainers running Into the Moongas. I'm happy we're at this point in the format where I think that balance is like I felt like balance was kind of shifting away. I'm like, no man, like HO is everybody's running like HO Trick Room, like Blood Moon, Ursaluna with Frograph and Instant Trick Room. Like I don't want to call it HO because it's still a form of balance, but it just has a hyper offensive component to it.
I agree.
Which a lot of balanced teams, I mean, they do have, but not on that level of Blood Moon. You know what I mean? It's usually a setup where Blood Moon clicking one button at that point and just getting off that big damage. So, but like I said, very well played on both trainers, and I think that David might have what it takes to just kind of win this whole event.
I agree. I think David's been on fire today for this entire event, and I can't wait to see what the rest of our players do here, but we are going to cut to a quick break before our top 4 as well. I think we're going to let the other top 8. I think the other top 8 matches played out. I don't think we're doing all of top 8, but we are going to cut back to a break. We'll give you a correct answer in just a few moments. But thank you for watching. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back with more VGC content. Welcome back, BrookLAN, here for our top 4 game. I am Tyson, and I'm joined here by Courtney today.
Hi.
And we are going to be your 2 final commentators today between top 4. We're going to do 1 top 4 game, and then we're going to do our finals game here. So very, very excited to, number 1, wrap up the day, and then number 2, get some exciting top-level sets in. We're going to have 2 players that we featured on stream here today, that being Darsh and Trista, both amazing players, getting to see play again in a top 4 game when the stakes are higher than ever, right, is always exciting. I think I always say this every stream, but Tri-State Locals are some of the most high-level games that you'll get to watch. So, if you have stuck around to watch this stream, we, number 1, would greatly appreciate you, and then number 2 as well, is you're not going to be disappointed at all. These games are going to be high-level, and they're going to be great to watch.
Well, I think that's so true, and especially coming from Chicago. I'm not bashing Chicago at all, but the Tri-State Locals I have seen so much about and how they're just so well planned out. First of all, big shout out to the professors and the TOs. They run such an amazing event, and the people who are here are also so amazing as well. And I know we've got such a electrifying matchup with Darsh and Trista, especially after talking to Trista earlier. It's going to be really tough after looking at both of these teams together. And I'm really well, Darsh is on his phone, but if it were me, I would be a little worried, let me tell you, because it is going to be very interesting because they're both such legacy players. They're both so well seasoned at the game, and they both want to win this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, winning this not only for the riveted title of the MSS, of course, there is a cash prize here, and as well as the clout, of course, yeah. Winning a Tri-State Local, like we just talked about, right, winning an event of this size in an area that is so dominated by a lot of these top players is nothing to scoff at, right? Like, a lot of the times is, people may get not necessarily made fun of, but you're like, oh, a PC win, oh, a MSS win. It's nothing crazy, right? It's nothing compared to a regional. But some of these MS's mid-season showdowns are kind of stacked. Oh. I mean, like the one today was there's a lot of good people, good players, right? And of course, since it is a doubleheader, there's the PC that's happening right now as well. But between all of that as well, there's just again, there's so much good talent. It's hard to highlight everyone.
Oh, and that's so true, because even just being in this space at BrookLAN, you see so many well-known players just scattered about, and you really realize that The tri-state area is not one to play around with, let me tell you. And especially these two sitting up there right now are both fabulous players. Like I said, both eager to win so much. And looking at their teams, it's a little bit interesting. I think we're going to see a really good matchup. It might be a little bit of a long matchup looking at the teams as well, which I know, Tyson, you just had a really long matchup just this last round.
Yeah, I don't know if I can deal with another Incineroar Amoonguss. So it's like I'm a little scared. But luckily, both these players might have Incineroar Amoonguss.
And Darsh is dancing up and ready to go. We see you, Darsh.
And, and as these players figure out what they want to get into, Darsh looks like a little relaxed, so maybe that's a sign that Darsh is maybe ready for this matchup, right? Maybe theoried it in their mind as well. I think Incineroar Amoonguss, the mirror is always going to be a little annoying. I think Trista definitely has some tools that maybe favor them as well. But Darsh also has Roaring Moon, as we saw last game, go kind of crazy if well positioned.
But I think that Porygon 2 is just, with that recover, is just such a vital set. And Trista could really stall this out and make it more of a fun type of game. So it will be a little bit interesting kind of going that way around. And I know they're kind of working through, it looks like some technical difficulties.
Yeah, they're talking right now. Like, I'm trying to figure out if they should be able to start. They should be able to start the game. I'm unsure why they haven't yet, but we'll figure that out. I don't think they're having a dispute or anything like that. I think
they're just having a conversation.
Sure.
Well, while this happens,
yeah,
Tyson, let me talk to you. Tyson, you have been very much into that casting scene quite a bit recently, but I feel like some people have to ask you the hard questions. So, first of all, what is your least favorite Pokemon in this regulation currently?
Least favorite Pokemon in this regulation? Yeah, that's all you had to say. It is Urshifu, and it will always be Urshifu.
Not the Urshifu.
It's always going to be Urshifu. Any format that Urshifu is legal in, it's Urshifu. Urshifu Single Strike or Rapid Strike, they're both equally annoying, and I think the majority of the crowd would agree with me. But how about you? Like, what do you not want to see in team preview?
Like I've kind of said throughout the day, Raging Bolt and me are just really not good friends. Anytime I go against a Raging Bolt and Louder, it seems like it always just kind of gets the one up on me. And maybe I'm just not running the greatest teams. I'm a Pow Knight girl to the day I die. However, I'm trying to change it up for Knoxville. So
yeah.
Just giving
hey, look, hopefully some of these teams that you found today are a good hint at what maybe is good going into Knoxville. I mean, even Liverpool this weekend, right, as it wraps up tomorrow with their day 2 and finals there, we're going to be able to see where the kind of meta is headed. It changes week to week. So, but we'll be able to see where it's heading from Liverpool into Knoxville. You have time to change your team if you want to, maybe figure out a Raging Bolt answer. But luckily, both these players don't really have to worry about that here as they, I believe, paired up now, and they're going to be matching up as we start to get into our team preview here and figure out what both these players want to do. As we kind of talked about before, they have their Amoonguss and Incineroar on both these sides, so that's always an exciting matchup. But how about the rest of their teams? What do you think about those?
I think it really depends because they do have a lot of matchups on the same side. I think that Lando is going to be a really interesting play if Trista wants to go ahead and bring that in. I do think it can have a little bit of a counter into things. However, it is such a fragile mon. So that's just one thing to keep in mind. And Fluttermane, as we've seen countless and countless times, it is just such a pivotal piece in so many regulation teams that I just think you can never really go wrong with a Fluttermane on your team.
Yeah.
So I think it will be really it'll be really interesting. I think Darsh has to play with that Roaring Moon. As we saw earlier in matches, they really like bringing that Roaring Moon. So we got to see how well that's going to actually play into this atmosphere and if they're going to continue that momentum that they had previously.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I want to speak of Fluttermane, right? Because you asked me my least favorite Pokemon. I think one of my favorite Pokemon is actually Fluttermane because of how flexible it is as a Pokemon. We only used to see the Choice Specs variant, right? But now we're seeing a lot of Booster Special Attack. I mean, once in a while you'll see a Sash Fluttermane, a Focus Sash Fluttermane. You see Booster Speed. There's so many different ways to run Fluttermane, but it's just that good of a Pokemon where it's like you can run it, and if you have a 6th slot on your team, you can usually slot a Fluttermane there, and it's probably good.
Probably good?
It's always good,
I was
right?
going to say that's 68% coming out of Liverpool shows that it's always good.
Just a little more than good, right?
But
that's insane.
What's even better is the start of our semifinals of top 4. So we're going to go ahead and kick it off from here, and we are going to see on Darsh's side the Ogerpon and Incineroar, and then on Trista's side we're going to see the Incineroar and Porygon 2. Very interesting lead.
And I'm putting my hands together and thinking that, there's no Amoonguss and Incineroar mirror from both sides here. Both players taking a little bit of a different approach to this matchup. I think realizing that Amoonguss doesn't come on lead anyways, things like the Ogre Pawn on Darsh's side is a little scary, and even the Porygon right on Trista's being able to threaten something like a Ice Beam into a potential Amoonguss lead. There's options, and Terra Blast obviously hurts as well. Incineroar there from Trista going to be switching out most likely into that Amoonguss slot, just so you're not taking Ivy Cudgel.
Yep. And I think if you saw that back, as Trista was going ahead and changing up her mons, we kind of got a little sneak peek of what's going on back there. And she's got that core once again, that Incineroar, that Porygon 2, and then Amoonguss core that just really, to me, is really unbreakable if you can play it right. And you're going to go ahead and see that parting shot on Darsh's side into that Porygon 2 to go ahead and bring it back home. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see what Darsh has in the back to go ahead and kind of counteract what Trista has on the field currently.
Yeah, absolutely. And P2 or Porygon 2 and Amoonguss here are kind of going to just be sitting in front of Ogre Pawn and the Amoonguss there. And this is the game where it becomes right. It's like, how quickly can you get rid of the threats that are immune to the Spore there from both sides? And Sludge Bomb and Trista's is something we talked about a little bit earlier in our stream as well, but I think Sludge Bomb is a super interesting move, right? Like Pollen Puff, yes, you do damage to Amoonguss, or to Ogre Pawn, excuse me, but Sludge Bomb does just that much more, right? You're able to do so much damage. Ogre Pawn here switching up from Darsh, though, realizing that threat as Incineroar comes back in on something like an Ice Beam from Trista's side or even a Tri-Attack, but mainly avoiding super effective damage from that Sludge Bomb.
Well, and I think one thing is that we have to keep in mind about Trista's, like you were saying, that Sludge Bomb is such a pivotal move that not a lot of people run on their Amoonguss. So we see the Spore into that Porygon 2, putting it to quite to sleep. We've had a lot of sleepy Pokemon this tournament, can I just say that? Because as we see that the Incineroar also decides they want to take a nap as well. I think it's really interesting that this meta has been changing a lot, especially just from Portland into Charlotte, and seeing how much Amoonguss has really come and taken it back.
Yeah, maybe NA overall doesn't really respect Amoonguss, but Tri-State sure does. Like everyone in CUT, I feel like, has used Amoonguss if you were to look at usage stats. They're Trista going for his switch there into Incineroar. I mean, there really is going to be no other safe opportunity. It's like, if Darsh does get the switch there, right, calling the Amoonguss swap out and Spore in that slot, it's like, okay, you deserve it at that point. It is going to be sleep games, I think. If the Incineroar does wake up here, you threaten things like a knockoff. But Spore going off in the wrong slot there.
If that would have gone into that Incineroar slot, or into that Incineroar switch in, that would have been such an amazing play.
Yeah.
And that really would have changed the tides of things. But now we're kind of even going off that one turn to sleep. We're going to kind of see what wakes up, what stays asleep, and how this game is going to kind of progress from there. We see that Darsh will go ahead and take out that Amoonguss, bringing in that Ogre Pawn back. You know, it's just one of those really quick pivotal Pokemon. And then seeing that Terra on Trista's side, interesting.
But I really like this, right, because Darsh is able to get Ogre Pawn in and reset that Intimidate drop, which does matter now. Or, excuse me, the Amoonguss comes out, and I think if you're Darsh, right, as long as your Incineroar wakes up, you're able to get out and potentially threaten Flare Blitz against this Incineroar that now decides to terrestrialize grass. Also very important as well is this Porygon 2 is faster than Darsh's, but neither of these sleeping Pokemon decide to wake up this turn there.
They're Sleeping Beauty, that's for sure. And they are just waiting their turn to go ahead and kind of wake up. And we're going to see that Trista's debating on if I want to bring that Amoonguss back up or if they want to go kind of on the offensive side of things. And I think in these types of games, it's really hard because the long game sometimes can pay out, but sometimes you just kind of want to go for the gold and just kind of, you know?
And it's really scary there because you saw Trista maybe want to go into the Amoonguss there. The thought process, I think, is if Porygon 2 wakes up, right, you go for Terra Blast into the Incineroar, and in combination with Rocky Helmet and Flare Blitz chip, that maybe the Incineroar knocks itself out if it does go into that slot. But you see Darsh there go for the Ivy Cudgel, and then the Amoonguss is doing small amounts of chip, obviously not taking Rocky Helmet, considering Ivy Cudgel is not a contact move, and Incineroar napping all 3 turns there, I believe.
What an amazing cat nap. Get it?
Yeah. You stole my pun. It's okay, though.
But I think this is a really interesting game state. Both players still have really healthy mons. And even though that some are asleep, it's still just very interesting. It can be in either favor. And I think me and you kind of talking before this is that this will be an interesting long match, and there will be a lot of mind games kind of going through this and seeing what you're going to swap out, what are you going to go ahead and heal, and what are you going to put to sleep.
Yeah, exactly here, and Trista just has to target correctly. We see Hornleash going off into Urshifu there, and Wicked Blow coming out from Trista's. That does so much. I think if a Sludge Bomb comes off in the slot, that should just be a knockout in the Ogre Pawn.
Oh my gosh, what an amazing play by Trista. Just really kind of reading that and just saying, hey, as long as the Ogre Pawn doesn't switch out or doesn't Spiky Shield, I've got a shot.
Yeah, and that knockout is super big as well, right? Because that's just one of those pieces where you maybe want that special defense boost with that Ogre Pawn's Wellspring Mask's ability. Getting that +1 to its special defense is super big, I think. Of course, you don't want to Terrestrialize in front of Amoonguss, but I think if you got rid of that threat, it's actually decently well. But not even having an option anymore from Darsh's end is going to help in this long game. Again, we see these Amoonguss and Incineroar mirrors. It's a game of longevity, right? Whoever is able to position and preserve their HP. And I think Trista's done an amazing job of that so far.
Well, I would love to pick your brain about how you feel about Darsh bringing in that Roaring Moon next to that Amoonguss, especially against what Trista has on the field currently.
I think there's no better time than now, honestly. You need to start threatening damage in this Amoonguss and get it off the field. The Urshifu having its sash being broken against it, right? Trista really can't click close combat very safely into the Roaring Moon, even if it wanted to, but we are going to see a Terra flying here. And now Wicked Blow is very safe, but the Amoonguss from Darsh is also something you have to worry about as well, right? Just threatening Spore into a slot and Acrobatics is more than enough sometimes. As Acrobatics goes off here, no switching from Incineroar. This is going to do so much and actually just one-shot the Amoonguss there.
And I think this is another pivotal Pokemon going down. First, the Ogre Pawn on Darsh's side, and now the Amoonguss on Trista's. I think this will be very interesting. And we see the Wicked Blow going into the Amoonguss and only doing half and getting healed by that Citrus. So she is going to have to double up on that slot or hit it a few more times, and then seeing the Spore going into that Urshifu and putting it fast.
That's a little frightening. I mean, Porygon has taken its turns of sleep a little bit, so it has the chance to wake up. But this Urshifu is going to have to take a turn of sleep. And having that your Incineroar is Terrestrialized Grass, it's going to be taking super effective from this Acrobatics. And Assault Vest, of course, only boosts the special defense of the Pokemon. So something like a physical Acrobatics here from the Roaring Moon is going to be doing so much damage, especially the Incineroar coming in here. Of course, you can go for Fake Out to stop the Roaring Moon and hopefully burn a turn of sleep on this Urshifu. But it's looking very, very grim for Trista here as Darsh kind of starts to position this Roaring Moon and get it in a spot where you're able to just do damage.
Yeah, this is a very interesting game state. I think Trista has to play this extremely well to try to claw her way back into this. And Darsh, I feel like, is just kind of sitting in a really good position, especially still having that Roaring Moon, that Amoonguss, and that Incineroar. And I do truly think that Amoonguss is such a pivotal Pokemon to have in this position. Just being able to have that sleep, have that healing abilities, and just being able to sit on the field and really not have any threat to it at all.
Yeah, and I do like Trista's play here of trying to force Darsh to click Protect there and maybe burning a turn and maybe getting Porygon 2 in for free there. But we see Darsh switching Incineroar. This is also very, very safe as well. You're threatening Fake Out next turn on your own Pokemon as well. I think if you're Darsh, though, you just accept the fact that they're clicking Fake Out. You're forcing them on the field. But Acrobatics into the Porygon 2 slot instead of the Urshifu, I guess knowing you're faster, right, is probably fine. So Wicked Blow isn't as much of a threat, but now I feel like you're able to very safely click Fake Out Acrobatics or even Fake Out Knockoff into this Porygon 2. As we do see the Incineroar from Darsh there taking its full turns of sleep, knowing he's going to wake up this turn, and Acrobatics firing off. If this isn't the Urshifu, that also makes a lot of sense.
I think this is a really kind of sticky situation for Trista at this point, having that Porygon 2 still sleeping and only having just that Incineroar in the back. And even though it is Terra, it's still just not going to be able to take it Acrobatics or any sort of fire move coming out of that Incineroar. I think this is just a really interesting match at this point, and I think Darsh really played around that Porygon 2 and that Amoonguss really well, realizing that it was a threat and that he needed to get rid of it.
Yeah, but Trista's not out of this yet, right? With Porygon and Recover, there's always a way. Porygon's bulk never ceases to surprise me, and a full HP Incineroar as well. There's no Amoonguss here on Trista's side to really be able to Pollen Puff and keep this Incineroar alive, so Trista has to be very careful how she uses Incineroar's HP with those Flare Blitzes, with those knockoffs. We do see the Roaring Moon just go for a Protect, and Trista locked in a double attack in that slot, and that can't feel good at all. So something like a Flare Blitz there from Darsh's side, or even a knockoff from this Porygon 2 is just going to do so much damage and get so much value. Porygon 2 does wake up there, but the Ice Beam going off into that Protect on the Roaring Moon. You saw Trista's face. Not really something you want to be locked into that turn.
Unfortunately, no. And you see that the parting shot is going to go out into that Porygon 2, and that Incineroar is going to go back into Darsh's bank. I think this is a really interesting situation because the thing is that if he sends back out Incineroar, you get that Intimidate drop, and that Incineroar is not on. Trista's Ice really doesn't want to deal with that. You see the Amoonguss coming back in against that double that across from them. So I just think it's a really interesting game state for Trista. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Tyson.
Yeah, and I think something like a Flare Blitz and a Ice Beam is something you want to go for an Amoonguss, or I actually agree with going with the Roaring Moon more. I like this a lot. I feel like it's bait to go for the Amoonguss there. Darsh, again, very correctly realizing you don't need Roaring Moon. You could just reset it, switch in Incineroar, threaten. You're resetting all the Intimidate drops, and Trista looks very, very stressed as the Flare Blitz and the Ice Beam goes off in that slot as well. And the funny thing, too, about this interaction, right, is if you do get freeze, guess what unthaws you? Flare Blitz unthaws you, too, so... But the Incineroar is going to be able to tank that very easily, and Spore going off into that Porygon 2 is not looking good at all. I mean, if there's a will, there's a way, though, right? So
that's true. And we've seen Trista, especially as such a veteran player, just really claw her way out of things. So it's not over till it's over. And that's just one thing to always remember, especially when playing Pokemon. And we see that knockoff going into that Amoonguss, and so that Porygon 2 is still asleep.
Yeah, precisely. And a knockoff going to that Porygon 2, getting rid of that Eevee, like just making sure you can do damage here. And a Pollen Puff going off for that Incineroar is going to get that Incineroar back up to a healthy amount of HP. Darsh is doing an amazing job of really preserving. So you have Flare Blitz and Acrobatics to threaten into Trista's Incineroar, and you're just able to chip it down. And again, this Incineroar has no way of recovering its HP. So as long as you're chipping it down very safely and you get rid of the Porygon 2 that can recover, right, as long as you're playing it out very safely, you have a chance back in this game.
And we see that Porygon 2 is not going to wake up and do that recover on it, and it's going to go down to that Flare Blitz. Do the critical hit matter? I don't really think so.
I think with the Eevee like gone, the Flare Blitz is doing a lot of damage, and Incineroar's not at -1 or anything, so that makes a lot of sense as well. And Pollen Puff going off the Incineroar, how much is it going to do? It actually does a lot to an Assault Vest Incineroar. I'm very, very impressed by that.
That little mushroom's not going to go down without a fight. I think that's one thing that we got to remember. But I think that on Darsh's side, that Incineroar and then Amoonguss just staring down that Terra Grass Incineroar on Trista's side, this is going to be a really unfortunate situation. But as we know, it's only game one, and we've seen some crazier things happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the Protect there, cool that you got it. I think if you're Darsh, you just double Protect. I mean, the Flare Blitz is most likely picking up anyways there, and the game one is going to go to Darsh there. But I don't disagree with Trista's game plan at all. I think the 4 Pokemon that Trista brought were correct objectively. I think maybe you can make an adjustment or maybe even an argument for Urshifu because you do have the Terra Grass on your Urshifu if you are Trista, but it's still really scary because you're staring down a Roaring Moon, and unlike the Water Terastallization on Urshifu, you have no way to Terastallize out of Acrobatics, which is really scary.
Well, I think that's just one thing that we have to keep in mind, and I think we might see a rise in Roaring Moon or even just Terra Flying Pokemon because Terra Grass is becoming such more of a bigger thing because Amoonguss is on the rise. And we're really trying to identify how we're going to go ahead and beat that Spore because as we've seen throughout all of today, Spore has really been such a catalyst for so many different teams. I know we've been on stream and seen so many sleep battles. Yeah. And trust me, I wish I could sleep that much. Yeah. But these Pokemon truly do love it. And Amoonguss truly loves to go ahead and Spore its opponents. So I think it's just going to be a really interesting play of how Trista is going to go ahead and kind of battle against that, but also to inflict it as well.
Yeah, and I think Trista made a lot of the turns in that game were a little tricky, right? Especially, I'm not sure if they played in Swiss or not, but I think the level of game that you are at in top 4 now, it's like we talked about, that skill level is the skill ceiling is so high that I think like Trista just has to be able to call those turns correctly. There are a few straightforward plays that you could go for, of course, but like some of the turns where you try attack, or excuse me, you Terra Blast and Icy, or going for Ice Beam, like those small optimizations in picking your move choices go a long way. As you do see a Landorus and an Incineroar switch up here from Trista, trying to put on a little more pressure, and a Water Ogre Pawn and Incineroar from Darsh.
And I feel like I don't mind that Landorus being on the field on Trista's side. I think she realized that she needed to add a little bit more heat onto her side of things. But I really am curious about what she's got into the back for the rest of her Mons, just to see if she did bring that Amoonguss or that Porygon too. I think those are going to be interesting Pokemon to kind of see in this whole landscape of things. But as we see, guess what's not there?
Yeah. And I think more than that as well is, I don't know if you saw it as well, but the Landorus, it looks like Poison Terra, but it's going to be a little different. It's actually going to be that Terrestrialized Ghost there on Trista's side, and that's really scary because you're no longer, you're now immune to Fake Out, I should say, right? So something like a Substitute is super, super free here. And Darsh has to knock off a Landorus, right? Number one, you already have to respect Earth Power, right? Like, as an option. Of course, Ogre Pawn can direct it, but it's super scary. We are going to see a Terrestrialization. Like, Landorus, I think right now in the meta determines, or excuse me, it requires so many resources to deal with, right? It requires your Ogre Pawn to Terrestrialize, to eat maybe a Sludge Bomb, Incineroar, going for the Fake Out there, not affecting the Landorus, that's Terra Ghost, and Earth Power into the Incineroar.
What an amazing play by Trista, going into that Earth Power, into that Incineroar, and thinking, I think you're going to try and Fake Out my Landorus, but I don't think that's going to work. And so we see that Incineroar going down and that Ivy Cudgel going into that Landorus and doing just about half. So this will be really interesting to see how Trista's going to go ahead and kind of navigate this Landorus. I know it's one of those things today, we've seen a lot of genies floating around.
Yeah, no pun intended there, as Darsh's Roaring Moon comes in here, though. But this is the scary part, is where Darsh really has to call when this Substitute is coming up from Trista, because even though you are at low HP, I think Substitute is still a very valid play. As is Amoonguss, both these players here on the field have redirection in it of Rage Powder and Follow Me, both able to redirect their opposing attackers, that being the Roaring Moon and the Landorus. So if Trista is able to weave in a Substitute here, this is definitely playable.
And I don't really mind that Amoonguss sitting on the field. Like, I think it's one of those things is that Roaring Moon is not being able to Terra into that Terra Flying anymore because of the Ogre Pawn going ahead and Terraing instead. So I feel like Amoonguss can last a little bit longer than we were kind of thinking about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the thing with Darsh is that they really have to position there. And we actually see a swap out there from the Lando, not even risking it. Triss is going to bring in that Incineroar, make sure that Roaring Moon is not getting that one-hit KO on the Amoonguss, as we saw before. This is still really, really scary, though. Darsh has to call these next turns correctly. Ivy Cudgel, if this is in the Landorus slot. Oh, but it's actually the Amoonguss.
Interesting.
But if this is in combination with Acrobatics, maybe it's just enough. But instead, it's a Dragon Dance.
Interesting move on Darsh's side. I don't know if that would be the correct one that I would do, but it does boost the attack and the speed. But Trista will go ahead and put that Roaring Moon to sleep. And it looks like by Darsh's face, he's not the happiest about that, unfortunately. I think this is a really interesting situation that we see now, is that Incineroar does have Fake Out pressure. However, I don't think it really needs it at this point. So we're going to see that Amoonguss going ahead and Pollen Puffing possibly into that Roaring Moon and just trying to take as much chip as possible, because it's not a threat at this moment, because it does have to stay asleep for a turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Pop-Puff's going to do a lot to Roaring Moon here. Ivy Cudgel is going to be able to fire off here into this Incineroar. It is going to be at -2, so Incineroar is actually going to be able to eat that at perfectly half. That's so satisfying to see.
Satisfying to see.
The 100 and then to 200 as well. But Pollen Puff there looking like it's going to be a 3KO to the Roaring Moon. Of course, Ogre Pawn can redirect those attacks as well. I think Trista was maybe expecting Darsh to maybe respect that Fake Out a little bit more and go for a hard swap, so that knockoff covering something like an Amoonguss switch in from Darsh's end, which we saw they were willing to go for before. The Pollen Puff here, though, I agree with this play 100%, though. There's no reason. Again, sometimes it's okay to not click Parting Shot. Sometimes it's like knockoff is your play, right? And Darsh has to respect the Amoonguss, right? You either are going for Rage Powder to redirect the Ogre Pawn Ivy Cudgel or you're palm puffing, and I think if Darsh is able to play around that, as we see here, where they're able to switch out, but Trista's also covering for that, and it's a two-player game at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think Trista's really playing this board really well, really realizing that she's not super afraid of kind of what goes in, and is going to go ahead and utilize that Incineroar as much as possible by going on that knockoff onto that Amoonguss, getting rid of that Citrus Berry, which we have seen time and time again today is so pivotal, especially when going against it. And then we see that Palm Puff going back into that Roaring Moon, and it's still sleeping. Will it wake up on this turn?
Yeah, I think it needs to, right? Because I'm not sure if you eat another Palm Puff, it might be very barely. I mean, we do see the wake up, though. Acrobatics is going off into the Amoonguss, and Amoonguss hangs on with 8 HP.
Oh my gosh, that is such a pivotal survival on that Amoonguss. And we see that the other Amoonguss as well survives. These mushrooms said we're not going down without a fight. But we see that Darsha's Amoonguss does get burned. And we see the Pollen Puff going off onto that Roaring Moon as well, just to heal it up a little bit. Is it going to be more than enough to keep that Roaring Moon alive after that Pollen Puff from that Amoonguss? But we do see that the Amoonguss is going to go down by that burn from that Flare Blitz on that Incineroar. But a very crucial Pollen Puff onto that Roaring Moon for them, just so that they could get enough healing boost to survive the Pollen Puff from Trista's side.
Yeah, and that terrestrialization, not terrestrialization. I think that turn, the Amoonguss revealing that it was faster than Trista's, is super important.
Oh, 100%. And I think at this point, with Trista realizing that Darsha's Amoonguss is now down, they can play a little bit more strategically and just trying to go ahead. It's not as, I would say, as pivotal Pokemon right now, especially with having that Pokemon in the back as well. I think Trista has a little bit more wiggle room to kind of play around in this match currently, and is now bringing back in that Landorus. So this is going to be a very interesting stage, and oh no.
Oh, but Acrobatics actually picking up the Landorus there is also really huge. And that Amoonguss is at such low HP, right, where Darsh is... I think you're able to just Ivy Cudgel everything, right? Because the Amoonguss didn't really get an opportunity to put it to sleep. The fact they're able to just threaten so much damage here on the field, the Amoonguss obviously is going to drop to that. This is looking, again, scary for Trista again, and where it was fine before.
And I think that's one thing that we do know about Ogerpon, is that Ogerpon loves to Ivy Cudgel. And I think this is going to be really hard for Trista to kind of maneuver around at this point, with the Incineroar being only at 50 HP and having that Flutter Mane in tow. It's going to be just kind of a really interesting matchup to see if she can kind of pilot these Mons to go ahead and take out all the ones that Darsh has in tow.
Yeah, and the scary part is that Darsh has access to Incineroar in the back as well, right? We just do see... This is interesting as well. Protecting the Roaring Moon, I'm a little curious, right? I would think you maybe you're okay with sacrificing that piece.
Yeah.
And then getting a free swap into Incineroar, but instead we're just going to see if it got into that Spiky Shield.
Which is not always the best, you know. Any chip is chip, as I keep saying throughout today. And then seeing that Dazzling Gleam going into both of them. So Darsha's really kind of seeing what Trista's going to do and get a little bit of chip on that Incineroar from that Spiky Shield. I think this is just a really uphill battle for Trista at this point, and I think it's been really well played on Darsha's side, really understanding what Trista is kind of maneuvering around and how she's piloting her Mons currently. I think it's a tough battle.
Yeah, it really came down to the Amoongusses, right? I think if Trista's Amoonguss was just a little bit faster than Darsha's, then you'd be able to put the knockoff going in there and the Flutter Mane that does so much damage. And, you know, before you had the option with maybe Choice Specs, Dazzling Gleam, Critical Hit, but with that off the table and the Choice Specs just being completely gone, Ivy Cudgel was going to fire off here into the Flutter Mane and just knock it out. And Incineroar cannot win this 1v1 if it came down to that.
And that's such a interesting side to see, because I think it's one of those things that Darsh really understood, that if he could go ahead and get rid of that Amoonguss and really kind of narrow down on Trista's Mons, that he could make this back. He could come back and really take this over. And as we've seen, he has just been playing so well today and knocks out that Incineroar. And Darsh Patel is going on to the finals.
Yeah, and with a very convincing 2-0 as well, nonetheless, against a player like Trista. I'm sure he's super excited, as we see there on stream. Pop-Off. I mean, Pop-Off King, right? You just made it to finals of another stacked MSS, right? So really well played set from both players there. I think I think Darsh had a great display skill where using Roaring Moon to its most effectiveness and being able to effectively position it and find a line where Roaring Moon is able to set up and click acrobatics.
Well, and I think that's just such an enlightening thing for me to see as well, because coming into this MSS, I wouldn't have even thought about Roaring Moon.
Yeah.
But I think it's one of those things, and I think with this regulation that we have to identify is that you have to respect some of these mons. And Roaring Moon has not been on my radar at all, but now I'm a little worried about it, especially going into Knoxville.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like a lot of the format right now revolves around what dragon type you want to play, whether that be Archaludon, sorry, bias, Roaring Moon, Raging Bull, even I said Roaring Moon.
Dragapult.
Dragapult, even we saw one on earlier
yes.
on stream. There are so many dragon types in the format, which is really funny, right? Because we were just talking about how dominant Fluttermane is.
Dragonite.
And Dragonite. How did we forget? Dragonite's a fraud. It's okay. He's like, in terms of the meta, right, it was good very early on when people didn't have their Dragonite Chanpao answers, but now that people have started to figure that out, and Frigoraph is at an all-time high usage, top 12 Pokemon, it's like, okay, Dragonite, you can take a seat back. We'll bring you back in another regulation.
That is very true, and we do know that in VGC, the giraffe is not liked too much, especially by some players in general. And so I think this is really such an interesting regulation because it is just so diverse and so rapidly changing. I think when the last regulation, we did see a lot of Torn Ursh, but now it feels like they might be sleeping a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, so Torn Urshifu or Tornadus and Urshifu are a really good combination of Pokemon, I think. You saying surging, right, or how swiftly the format is changing and things like that. It's really interesting, right, because we see the single strike Urshifu from Trista there on their team. And no Urshifu on Darsh's team as well is very important.
Yes, and I think that's something so interesting. But I think consistently throughout the day, one Pokemon we have seen rise above them all is Amoonguss. And I think that is just going to be the Pokemon to beat going into the next regional. And especially after seeing the statistics from Liverpool, I think we just need to be really cautious about it and make sure that even if you don't like mushrooms, you've got to respect them.
Yeah, and I think like even if that's a terrestrialized grass on one of your Pokemon or safety goggles somewhere on your team, I think it's definitely necessary going into Knoxville, going forward to any of your regionals as well. But I'm very excited to see Darsh in finals. We are going to take a quick break before our final set, but stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss the finals here, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the moment we've all been waiting for, and I know we have as well, seeing all these amazing matches at this BrookLAN mid-season showdown, and we have our finals, Darsh against David, a rematch of the century, it seems like. I am so excited for this match. How about you, Tyson?
Yes, I'm very excited to be joined by you, Courtney, again for finals. I wouldn't want it any other way, to be honest, right? So the fact that we're here on the mic, getting to cast the finals of what a stacked event, right? BrookLAN is always great. So thank you, shout out to BrookLAN as well for production and TOs and the judges and everyone involved as well for setting us up this event in the first place. But to be able to cast here and actually sit down and get to watch these matches from an analytical point of view and actually really be able to sit down and see the game from a perspective that a lot of people miss out on and be able to provide that commentary to you all is it's heartwarming. So
Well, not only that, but for everybody watching at home, I know myself, I've received so many wonderful texts and messages just from everybody who's been watching, and it's just truly been the most heartfelt thing ever. So really, shout out to every single person watching, every single person that has helped on the production team, and every single player for being here, because it is a long day, and for them to play Pokemon all day and still be in such amazing spirits and have such a great attitude about everything, it's so beautiful, and I'm just so lucky to be a part of this community, truly.
And it feels like a regional almost, mental-wise. Again, we could talk about Tri-State all day. I could yammer about it all day. But we do want to get out of here at a reasonable time, so we are going to hop into our finals here between Darsh and David. Both these players we've seen on stream before. We've seen how the matchup is kind of played out and the tools that both these players really have access to as well. I'm really, really excited now. This is like their third set where they have to figure out, okay, they've played like this. They've also played like that. Like, how am I going to adjust? How am I really going to figure out what the most solid, concrete plan is into the opposing teams? And I think both players have the tools to do it. It's just a matter of executing and coming to terms.
And I think, as we kind of look at the games from earlier today, that Archaludon played a huge factor into their matchup and really allowed David to go ahead and kind of take that upper hand. So I really am curious about how Darsh is going to go ahead and kind of target that and really kind of work around those different things, because their teams, as we've kind of talked about earlier, are very similar, especially running that Roaring Moon. And I know that has been such a big catalyst for us today, seeing it over and over again, just like that Among Us. And it's really kind of played a huge role in today.
Yeah, if you told me 2 Roaring Moons were going to be in the BrookLAN MSS finals, I would have laughed at you. I would have been like, okay, Roaring Moon, you're joking, right? Like, that guy's washed. He's not that guy anymore. But seeing both in finals joined with Incineroar Amogus warms my heart, my VGC heart just a tiny bit, right? It's so nice to see, I think. Incineroar Amogus, right, a lot of people may look at it at face value. Oh, this is so boring. Everyone's leading Incineroar Amogus. They're just pressing Spore and then Sleep turns. But I think in the same way that Tornadus Urshifu was very skill expressive in the mirror specifically, where Incineroar Amogus feels like the same thing. It's like it's very skill expressive in terms of items and spreads, and each player really gets to shine and determine of who has the better spread, how do they position their Pokemon, who's managing their pieces better, as we see our leads here as we get into the BrookLAN MSS finals between David and Darsh here.
Yeah, and we see on Darsh's side that Incineroar and Flutter Mane lead, which I think is actually really good. I know we saw it at an earlier match today, and seeing on David's side that Incineroar and Amogus, as we were just talking about, just kind of those mind games at this point, I think that Flutter Mane is a really pivotal part of Darsh's team at this point, and really being able to navigate that around David's team is going to be really important. I'm really curious to see on what David has in the back, especially if there is that Archaludon. I think that is such an important player of that team, especially if it does go ahead and tear it into that Grass Terra once again. I think we'll have to kind of see how this all plays out, and especially this first turn. I think that will tell us a lot of different things and how these players are going to play today.
I mean, it's so uphill as well, right? Because already, like we talked about before, that Darsh's Incineroar has to terrestrialize grass to avoid a Spore, which is really, really annoying. And we already know from the last game as well that David's Incineroar is faster. I mean, it does take that Moonblast and the special attack drop, maybe not affecting it too much. And the Spore going off in the Flutter Mane there. It's so scary, though, because knowing that David's Pokemon are faster than yours in that sense, and that Incineroar is very scary. You have to be able to call those fake out turns correctly. And David just has so many tools at their disposal and so much information on their side that they're able to use it against Darsh very effectively, I think. And in this Roaring Moon mirror, having any leg up, even if it's your Incineroar being faster than the other, is a leg up, right?
100%. And I think this is going to be an interesting way that Darsh navigates that, and they decided to keep the Flutter Mate in to try to go ahead and try to burn off of that sleep. And we see that on David's side, they go for that parting shot onto that Incineroar just so they can kind of go back home really quick. I think that's not a bad play on David's part, especially knowing that there's a little bit faster and they can get that off from the preamp. But we also see in the back now kind of David's bread and butter, especially kind of talking about the earlier match between Darsh and David, is that Roaring Moon and the Archaludon. And we know, as we saw earlier, that Archaludon doubled with that Bullet Seed Amoonguss, which was, I know, a little crazy for us earlier, is such a threat going into it.
Yeah, and I think it's very funny as well because Darsh actually preferring to have the slower Incineroar there, getting the parting shot after the other Incineroar being able to get in essentially a free Pokemon here. I would assume it's something like the Amoonguss or maybe the Ogerpon Wellspring here to be that Spore immunity, knowing that, you know, that's a key matchup here. It mattered a lot in that other game as well. We see Darsh nodding their head kind of in affirmation of, hey, this was correct there. But the problem, right, is you bring in Ogerpon, it's still not doing anything to this Fluttermane, and very safely is Darsh able to go for Follow Me here, redirecting those heavy slams, but you have to respect, as Fluttermane takes another turn of sleep, it seems like Darsh's game plan is play the sleep games with Fluttermane, which isn't the best. Unfortunately, it's very, very scary in this Arch. The Roaring Moon's already a hurdle, but on top of that as well, this Archaludon is just doing so much. It's just a wall.
Well, and not only that, but that we all kind of know, and as Fluttermane has gone through the regulations, is that it's rather frail as a Pokemon, and in a lot of different ways, and that Heavy Slam is just not a good thing that Darsh wants to see, especially from that Archaludon. This is going to be a really interesting play. It's going to be kind of an uphill battle for Darsh at this point, and especially kind of navigating around those different things. One thing I do want to note is that Archaludon, its little feet kind of look like the Eiffel Tower. Random thought, but I was just looking at it. Kind of looks like it.
Yeah, and we do see the Ogerpon go for Follow Me. Like, this is unfortunately the sad thing is that Fluttermane is another turn to sleep, unfortunately, there. I'm not sure how much it's going to, like, of course it adds up, but even if you are able to Moonblast, it's like the Fluttermane is at -1, right? And with a Amoonguss on the field, you have no pressure into it at all. So the fact that you're just able to Palm Puff in front of this Arch, like, it sucks that the Fluttermane's asleep, but at the same time, you have no way to break this.
Exactly. And we did see that David did not go for the Palm Puff into that Ogerpon, because if David would have done that, that Ogerpon would have gone down, which would have been a really interesting play on their part. But they did the safe play about going to that Spore just to make sure. But we do see the Fluttermane wake up, go for that Moonblast into that Amoonguss, and not doing barely any damage. That Body Press going into the Ogerpon, and it's living, surprisingly, and that Spore going into that Ogerpon spot. Interesting play on David's part, and also on Darsh's.
Yeah, so funny enough there, I actually think they preferred the fact that the Ogerpon wasn't KO'd there, right? Because now you're able to reset the Spore on the Fluttermane if you get it, right? If you go for a Heavy Slam and a Spore into that slot, that's relatively safe as well, considering there's no switching unless there is the Amoonguss in the back there for Darsh. But I think, like, you really need a way to break through this Archaludon if you're Darsh. Otherwise, the matchup is looking very, very rough. And I really like Archaludon in the mirror where you're able to kind of wall out the opposing Roaring Moon, where otherwise it could be very annoying. Heavy Slam going off there, picking up the KO on the 1 HP Ogerpon there. If this is a Spore from David, you've just reset the Spore turns and Darsh has to play that game again.
What a tough matchup, as we've kind of see, and you see that the Bullet Seed is going to go into that Archaludon, and something that we saw in an earlier match, and that defense boost is just going to keep climbing up and up and up. It's just going to be such a hard battle for Darsh to come against this, because we saw that Fluttermane really couldn't do that much damage onto that Archaludon. So how is this going to be played out? But we do see that Darsh is going to go back into that Roaring Moon and kind of see if that can take a little change in the game.
Yeah, and the scary thing is here, right, is now that you unfortunately do have the Roaring Moon on the field, is you have to be very careful of when you Terastallize your Archaludon. I mean, there's no need to Terastallize it, right, because there's no Amoonguss staring you down this time. But it's like knockoff plus Moonblast. I think David did a good job of snarling down the Fluttermane. I think maybe that was kind of Darsh's game plan, is where you're able to just chip, force them to Pollen Puff themselves, maybe instead of putting things to sleep. And if you can get yourself in a position where Archaludon is chipped enough and you can threaten with a Moonblast and maybe a knockoff, knocking off that Assault Vest as well, that could be super big for Darsh.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting play, especially with that Flutter Mane and that Roaring Moon, and seeing if that Darsh is going to bring any of them back, because it seems like a lot of things are in David's favor right now. We do see that Flutter Mane returning back to Darsh, and then Incineroar coming out to get that Intimidate drop on those Pokemon across from them. It's still just such a tough matchup at this point, especially since that stamina boost has just gone like crazy on that Archaludon. It is just such a monster of a Pokemon at this point, and it's just truly so bulky.
Yeah, and I think that Bullet Seed play is going to start paying out dividends for David there. Being able, the fact that you're able to be at such a high defense now you're not worried, I should say, as a from a knockoff plus a Moonblast, which I think is why we saw a swap there into Incineroar. So Darsh could guarantee that damage. The only downside of Assault Vest, right, is that you can't go for those protects. We do see Acrobatics instead, though, going off in them, assuming that Incineroar slot. Going to be picking up that knockout, but I think David is fine with that. You want the -1 on Darsh's Roaring Moon, and as Body Press goes off there, it's not super effective, but anymore. But you're doing damage, and you're able to get either your Roaring Moon or your Amoonguss in here for relatively free. As we do see, it's the Roaring Moon there from David.
And I think we're kind of back to what we saw earlier, that Roaring Moon against that Roaring Moon. And like you were saying at the beginning of this match, it is very strange that we're seeing this kind of in this regulation, because it's truly not been something that's been brought up, but you can see that David is kind of dancing around with what they want to do, and especially if they put up this Dragon Dance, it will be a very interesting play. I did not mean to make it like that, dancing around, dragon dancing. Yeah. Very funny. But I think Darsh has just really got to play this strategically to bring this back, because there's so many stat boosts on David's side of the field.
Yeah, the only problem there with sacrificing your Ogre Pawn in that game plan, redirecting your Heavy Slams and things like that, the scary part about that is that you do unfortunately have to lose that Ogre Pawn piece, right? So you have no redirection the rest of this game. So it does come down to positioning your Incineroar and see those bullet seeds are already paying off, right? That Body Press being able to one-hit almost that Incineroar from full HP nearly. The Flutter Mane is forced to come in, and we know it's choice specs, where it's going to have to lock into most likely something like Moonblast and knock off into these into this Archaludon. And you really have to make the correct choice here if you're David to make sure you're not getting immediately knocked out. I mean, of course, Darsh could call that out and go for an Acrobatics plus a Moonblast, but that's very, very scary looking down this Archaludon for sure.
Yeah, I think it's a lot about reads for the rest of this match, especially since David just really seems like he has the upper hand, especially with that Amoonguss being in the back. We do see the swap out on that Archaludon into that Amoonguss, so this will be an interesting play to see what Darsh targets, and especially if he does target that Amoonguss, this will be kind of a pivotal moment at this point. So we'll see that knockoff goes into that Amoonguss, doing a ton of damage. Holy cow, knocking off that Citrus Berry, and the Flutter Mane going for a Dazzling Gleam. This is an interesting play by Darsh, and also I feel like very safe in my opinion. It does not knock out that Amoonguss, which is unfortunate, even with the crit, but I think that was really in Darsh's favor for that one.
Yeah, for sure. I do think, Darsh isn't out of the woods yet. There is still a Terra flying, or Terrasilize flying there, Acrobatics being threatened into this Flutter Mane, and of course, depending on how it is EV'd, it might not be able to eat this hit. I'm assuming if it's choice specs that it might have a little bit of bulk on it as well. This Amoonguss, unfortunately, is going to go down this turn to whatever attack that Roaring Moon goes off into. Obviously, you're going to want to redirect that as well, but if your Roaring Moon is able to do damage and possibly knock out this Flutter Mane, of course, we do have a game.
Yeah, and we do see the Terrasalization of that Roaring Moon on David's side going into that Terra flying, especially that going into the other side of the field. Darsh is looking a little bit nervous going into this. You see that the Amoonguss is going to go for that Rage Powder to make sure that everything is on them, that center of attention. And so we're going to see that Acrobatics going into the Amoonguss, knocking it out. And so this will be an interesting kind of mind game at this point.
Yeah, and Dazzling Gleam is going to come out here and do a lot of damage, right? Getting it in range of a Acrobatics from the other Roaring Moon, bringing it to about half HP there. Acrobatics really needs the knockout here for David into the Flutter Mane, and it does, picking up that KO. Maybe the bulk on Darsh's Flutter Mane not paying off there. We are going to be able to see that the Archaludon switch in there, and I mean, this is still a game for Darsh. I was thinking it was maybe a little bit more secured there, but I think, between Draco Meteor into Heavy Slam as well. I mean, you could miss Draco Meteor, right? Don't get it twisted, but I think this is very, very safely David's game where it's a 2v1 and you know there's no more Incineroar or Ogerpon. We see a knockoff go out in there, can't even knock out the Archaludon there, and unfortunately, you know, as long as David's Pokemon decide to hit their moves, this should be a secured game.
Well, I think it's one of those things that we've seen a lot today. There's been a lot of hits, but there's also been so many misses. So I think it's one of those things you just have to remember that it's the game. Some of these 90% moves, 90% is a lot, but there is still always that 10%, always that 5%, things like that. But we're going to see that David is going to take game 1 into the finals, and we're going to kind of see how we should navigate about that now. What do you think Dar should do to kind of figure out a way around David's Archaludon?
Yeah, so David's game plan was very solid. I think Darsh's game plan, honestly, probably has to stay the same. It's so cutthroat of a matchup that I think Darsh really has to. I agree with that game plan of you need to damage the Archaludon with Moonblast, but get it on a turn where you have damage with your own Roaring Moon as well, and you're able to threaten off with a knockoff, but get it on a turn where it doesn't have those stamina boosts. And meeting all those conditions, I think, for Darsh is going to be very, very difficult and definitely an uphill battle. I think Archaludon, like we talked about before, makes the mirror 10 times harder.
Yeah, I think this matchup is just really difficult between these two, and I think it's going to be kind of interesting to see how this is all going to play out. David has really been playing amazing Pokemon today, and so has Darsh, but it seems like the matchup is just a little bit more
uphill.
It's so uphill, but Darsh, as we've seen, has really been able to pull through as a player, and as we know, is just a very well-rounded player as well, but it is the Tri-State. Yeah. It is one of the toughest areas for Pokemon around. So it's really one of those things is that no matter how good of a player you are, you're still going to have all these different battles because everyone is so talented here.
Oh, and of course, I mean, I think so. Man, I'm trying to think of a line that Darsh can maybe follow to guarantee, but nothing in this matchup feels like a guarantee, and that's the scariest part, right, is because the amount of tools that David has as well, being able to switch a Moongus, the terrestrialization options that they have as well, it's very scary that you can't. Moonblast plus knockoff is not guaranteed, and meeting the requirements that they can't have a stamina boost is also not guaranteed. It's very, very scary, as we just see. David's bread and butter. I think every single time I've seen David on stream, they've led Instant Amoonguss where it does not matter the matchup. This is just their lead. They own it.
And I think
Paul Chua, you have competition.
Oh no! Yeah, Paul, watch out. David is coming for you. And I think this is one of those things is that we do see the same lead on Darsh's side as well with that Fluttermane and Incineroar. I really am curious of how Darsh is going to pilot their team this time to go ahead and navigate around this. That Incineroar and Amoonguss is just such an amazing core, and truly is something I'm going to definitely add onto my team.
Oh yeah, I mean, if this didn't make you respect it, what will, right? And I think Darsh's mindset is that, hey, I can probably play this game as long as I don't get sleep turns again like that, right? As long as your Fluttermane wakes up just even a turn more, that's just that much extra chip into something like the Archaludon. As we see a swap here from that Amoonguss into the Archaludon, this is very interesting. I think Spore's pretty free, but Shadow Ball going off from the Archaludon there.
We'll see how much damage this does. Wow, quite a little bit more than I thought it was, but it is going to get the Spadef drop, and then it's going to go ahead and rise that defense. I feel like that is quite a big play on Darsh's part, saying, I'm not scared of your Amoonguss.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and Shadow Ball it.
But I think that's what Darsh is okay with, right? Is Darsh is realizing that I'm okay with putting a Pokemon to sleep. I just need to roll better sleep turns. And this is one of those matchups where that's the case. And as long as you have Fluttermane and Ogerpon next to each other, the Archaludon actually isn't a problem. But we see a double up there into that Amoonguss slot, bringing the Archaludon to about 50%, but giving it another stamina boost is going to make it a little scary here.
But that Shadow Ball will probably be able to KO that Archaludon if they do keep it out. It really will depend. It will be very close depending on the roll. But we see that Amoonguss is going to go ahead and try and heal it up to see if it's going to survive in that scenario. But also that Archaludon attacking into that Incineroar slot. I think this is a really tough call on Darsh to see if they're going to go ahead and try and take out that Archaludon, which I think is such a pivotal Pokemon in this matchup, as we've seen throughout all of these matches between them. I don't know. This is a really tough call on Darsh.
Yeah, I think the problem there is that the parting shot went off into the Fluttermane there from Darsh's end. So the fact that the Fluttermane essentially trades the Shadow Ball drop as with the parting shot, as we see them, Darsh decided to switch out the Fluttermane, which makes a lot of sense. Ogerpon coming in. This actually might be a Terra Grass here from Darsh. I think this might be what it means. This makes a lot of sense, right? You have 2 Spore Immunities on the field. You're not excusing to Amoonguss, and you're not weak to Body Press either, right? So you are able to do something like a knockoff, and you're setting up your Flutter Mane for a Dazzling Gleam or even a Moonblast.
And throughout so many teams we've seen today, Incineroar is just not the cat to mess with, truthfully. And that Body Press goes into that Incineroar and does so much damage. And unfortunately, that Incineroar cannot knock out that Archaludon, even with a critical hit. But it is knocking off that SLS. Truly, though, as we know, not a huge pivotal thing. However, it is going to get healed up a little bit by its best friend sitting right next to it and give it back quite a bit of health. So I think this is really... David's kind of playing it safe, just making sure that Archaludon is going to be healed, that he can keep providing that support for it, because as that stamina boost happens, the harder it's going to be to take it down.
And that's the scary thing is, right, is because Darsh really has to call these turns correctly as well, is because you've burnt so many resources respecting Amoonguss, and David was like, well, I knew you were going to do that. I'm just going to Pollen Puff my Archaludon. And that's the dilemma, right, is you have no consistent way to break through this Archaludon if you're Darsh. You need 3 Pokemon to break through it, but you can only have 2 on the field at a time.
Which is so, so unfortunate. And I think like it's one of those things about respecting that Pokemon. And I feel like Archaludon is really showing its stardom right now, is showing that I'm very strong, especially when I'm right next to that Amoonguss. And we do see the Heavy Slam going into that Incineroar and that parting shot coming right back into that Archaludon. So going back, seeing what they're going to go ahead and bring out. This is such just, like we've kind of said, it's just an uphill battle for Darsh at this point. But you never know. Pokemon is Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely here. And I mean, if Flutter Mane comes in here for Darsh, you are able to just threaten Dazzling Gleams, and those are going to start to add up. And it's going to come down to, you know, is Dazzling Gleam without Assault Vest on this Archaludon going to be enough? It's really going to come down to how Darsh's Flutter Mane is EV'd. I mean, we saw it wasn't able to eat an attack earlier, so that maybe is more leaning that it has a lot of special attack investment and is able to do enough damage, right? You just follow me here, redirect those Heavy Slams that you know are kind of coming out. So it depends on, you know, how many Heavy Slams and Pollen Puffs you're really able to eat here. Dazzling Gleam,
ooh,
that does so much to Archaludon on this Pokemon. It has no special defense at all.
But it said, I might have defense, but special defense, I don't even know what to do about that. But we do see the Snarl coming out of Archaludon and seeing those drops on Darsh's side of the field, and that Pollen Puff going into that Ogre Pond and doing a bit of damage, but not down into the yellow range. So this is going to be kind of interesting to see how David's going to go ahead and pivot around this, because he knows that that Flutter Mane is now kind of a threat on Darsh's side of the field.
But I think Darsh found that line, is Darsh is now able to just follow me and click Dazzling Gleam. Yes, you're able to click Snarl, but I'm going to just chip you down slowly and surely, and soon your Amoonguss isn't going to be able to do enough, right? Incineroar does come in here, and you are able to get off and Intimidate into the Ogre Pond, but Dazzling Gleam, and we actually see the Ogre Pond not go for Follow Me. Is this Ivy Cudgel?
No.
And it was calling the Incineroar switch in, or maybe just doubling up to guarantee the KO on the Archaludon there. Pollen Puff going off the Incineroar, but...
Oh, what an amazing damage, an amazing play by Darsh, but also one back onto David, realizing that there could be that double up on that slot, and so making sure that no matter what happened, that they were going to make sure it was taken care of. I am surprised that that Spore did not go off, but it is one of those things. David is, I think, playing it a little bit differently than we've seen in previous matches with them, especially not going for so many heavy sleeps along the way.
It's really hard to respect, or excuse me, to Spore a Pokemon when there's an Ogre Pond with Follow Me in front of you. It's like it goes against everything your body is trained for, right? Where it's like, okay, do not click Spore in front of the grass Follow Me mod. Like you have to like break so many barriers, mental barriers, and again, this is like their 3rd set playing. There's so many levels to it, I think, as these players. And I mean, see, Darsh switches out here, and this is just going to be into that grass Incineroar that we saw before. And the fact that it was able to live that turn before, because David decided to go for a Heavy Slam instead of a Body Press, I think, reading that Flutter Mane switch in a turn too early. And Ivy Cudgel is going to come out here into the Incineroar and not picking up a knockout there. Parting shot going off into Darsh's Incineroar. And what do you think this is going into, though?
This is really interesting. I'm honestly really not sure. I don't know what Darsh has in the back. And I don't know even David could go for that Roaring Moon into that Archaludon. Oh, this is really tight. I don't know if I would have necessarily gone for the Archaludon, but David kind of read through that. Said, yeah, I'm going to resend it back out, and I'm going to heal it back up.
I don't disagree, right, because there's no reason to Spore. What do you get out of Sporing the Flutter Mane anyways? the amount of healing that you have with Amoonguss as well as you're able to just pollen puff up next to your partner Pokemon and gain so much HP rack, right? Ivy Cudgel, these attacks are going to have to go off. Notably not proccing Citrus Berry there on the Amoonguss, so something like a Flare Blitz could knock out the Amoonguss and remove a big threat. But it doesn't, and Amoonguss lives on 8 HP!
This is insane. That Amoonguss says, I'm not going down without a fight, and it lives on 8 HP, and it's just... David, I don't know what calcs they are running, but they are running some crazy ones as it takes that Citrus Berry, munches it all up and goes back and restores a little bit of health. What a pivotal survival on David's side.
And knocking out the Ogerpon there.
An amazing, amazing play by David. And really, so unfortunate on Darsh's side just to not have that knockout from that Flare Blitz. And then Darsh sending out that Roaring Moon right there. I think this is one of those things that we really have to realize, especially watching Mons and especially playing around people that we've played multiple times before, especially looking back at the Charlotte Regional against Wolf and Nick. They've played against each other 3 times, and the lines are just so tight, and it's so hard to go and overcome those certain things. So I think that it's just such an interesting thing here that David has really kind of identified how Darsh is playing and really kind of conditioning him into trying to think about, what are you going to do? I'm going to go ahead and heal up instead.
You really needed to knock out the Amoonguss that turn, I think. The Roaring Moon's going to switch out there into the Flutter Mane, maybe baiting out something like a body press from this Archludon there. So Darsh trying to find any way back in this game. He knows not knocking out that Amoonguss was super big. Incineroar, wait, the Amoonguss stays in there. Parting Shot actually coming out of the Archludon. I think I would have liked to see a Flare Blitz.
I really would have liked to see a Flare Blitz there, Tyson, truly into that Amoonguss. I think that Amoonguss is just such a pivotal Pokemon on David's... Huh?
You have to get rid of it.
It's a problem.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't like mushrooms, and that mushroom's really causing me problems today. And you see that the Spore is going off on David's side into Darsh's Roaring Moon and putting it fast asleep. And as we've kind of seen throughout today, Darsh's Pokemon really like to take their cat naps. So this is going to be a really interesting kind of table of this. The state is just so interesting at this point.
Yeah, and the problem with Grass and Incineroar, right, is now that you're weak to the Roaring Moon aspect of the team, and like the fact that you didn't get rid of Amoonguss that turn, and given that extra turn that David kind of gave you there, that Spore was a little risky. I think if you were Darsh, you need it to just attack it, regardless if Incineroar comes in, regardless if Roaring Moon comes in. You need to try to get rid of this Amoonguss if you're given the opportunity by David, which was given to them there. So the fact that they got that turn, like, semi-correct, right? The Roaring Moon is asleep, the Flutter Mane comes in. Shadow Ball is threatening off into that slot, but it's so scary because this Amoonguss is going to be able to regenerate her and heal back up. And as long as this Archludon is getting those defense boosts as well, it's really scary. It is -1 because of the Parting Shot from the Incineroar, so it shouldn't be able to one-hit KO this Flutter Mane, but the fact that it is a possibility is scary. And this Amoonguss with the Pollen Puff, as we know, is able to just over and over again. I mean, if you were to take a step in the right direction, right, knocking out that Incineroar is a great first step, right? Intimidate into this Roaring Moon, and you can start to claw your way back in. Darsh is definitely not out of this, but it's an uphill battle not getting rid of that Amoonguss.
100%, very much an uphill battle as we see that Roaring Moon on David's side hit the field, and seeing that Darsh's Pokemon is still asleep. It could wake up this turn. I'm sure Darsh is crossing their fingers right now, hoping that it does. And I just think it's going to be a really interesting play. I think they really need to identify what Pokemon they really want to get rid of at this point and seeing how they can navigate around this. David, like we've been kind of saying, is in a really good position. However, that Incineroar is down now, so he doesn't have any more of those Intimidate drops or any fodder to go ahead and switch out into.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is such a scary end game. Like that turn, I'm gonna be hung up on that Amoonguss turn forever. But we do see the Flutter Mane switch out into the Incineroar there. Again, just trying to get Intimidated, just trying to find a way back in to where this Incineroar can maybe fire out of a fake out, maybe some Dragon Dances with Roaring Moon if you could weave one in or out. But Dragon Dance there coming from David's end, no Protect from Darsh's end there. If this is a body press into that slot on Darsh's end, this could be very dangerous. And the Roaring Moon takes another turn of sleep on Darsh's end of the field. David locking in body press on that Roaring Moon, knocking it out, and Darsh is now down to the last 2 Pokemon.
what a bad situation for Darsh right now, only having that Incineroar and that Flutter Mane to go ahead and face 3 of David's Pokemon. One of them being that Amoonguss that has caused everyone so much trouble throughout the day. You do have David who has that Dragon Dance up on their Roaring Moon and going ahead and going to protect it just so that it stays a little bit safer. But that Archaludon is still just such a bulky Pokemon at this point, and that Incineroar really doesn't have a lot to do with it. Flutter Mane could try to come out a little bit more, but we see that that Fake Out is going into that Roaring Moon slot that is protected. And what are we going to see this Flutter Mane do? It looks like it's going for a Moonblast, doing quite a bit of damage onto the Archaludon.
It does not matter, though, right? You're not really using it for a special attack right now. We've seen it really. I mean, Snarl comes out there, but body pressure just giving so many stamina boosts. I think the scary thing is, right, is because you have the Dragon Dance here on your Roaring Moon. I mean, it's at neutral, right? But you have the attack boost. I mean, last game we saw Acrobatics was able to pick up that Flutter Mane. You don't need to preserve it here. You can force the Moonblast to go off into that Archaludon, and you're faster. So this is a guaranteed end game, I think, here for David, and just masterfully played as well, where David was able to really narrowly able to live some of those key attacks, and being able to sit there on the field and have your Amoonguss survive that turn and position this Archaludon amazingly in front of Darsh, and realizing that was your win con. Getting this Acrobatics, firing off into the Flutter Mane, picking up a KO there.
Wow, what an amazing play by David. And I think really just holding on to that Terra till the end as well, really preserving it, understanding that they didn't need to go ahead and put it out at the beginning of the game. And we see that Incineroar in easy range on that side and not even taking that knockout.
Yeah, Flare Blitz not even able to take out Archaludon. Come on, David, show us. I know it's at like +6 now. You got to show us. You can't tempt us like that.
Right now.
But we see the Acrobatics fire off. The battle's canceled, and David is going to be the winner of your BrookLAN MSS.
Wow, what an amazing set between those two incredible players. And David and that Archaludon really just came full circle. Seeing the earlier match today and seeing them play today at this second one in the finals has just been so amazing. And just so, I guess I'm an Archaludon fan now.
Yeah. I have to rescind my tweet.
Yeah.
He's no longer a toilet bowl. Archaludon actually put in the work.
You heard it here, folks. If you do not see a tweet from Tyson later tonight about Archaludon, a fraud for real.
It's okay. That Pokemon proved itself today. But more than that, I think the Roaring Moon is really what shined for me on that team. I think the Archaludon definitely helped in the mirror, but the fact that David was able to position the Roaring Moon in a way where Dragon Dances started to add up, and if you're able to get rid of the Incineroar and deal with the Amoonguss as well as you're able to.
Oh.
Okay.
It's going to be a Jersey special. It's going to be K-Sun versus Arvin.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Love
Perfect.
that.
I mean, but as I was saying before as well, is that the Roaring Moon, I think, in balance of, as long as you get rid of the Incineroar and the Amoonguss and deal with those threats effectively, you have so much presence with Roaring Moon. And, of course, Flutter Mane can be a problem if you don't terrestrialize as well, but it does so much damage. But
yeah. And I think, honestly, my fan favorite from today is that Amoonguss. Amoonguss just shined over and over and over again, and I think that's just one of those Pokemon that no matter where their percentage lies after all these different regionals, it is such a big Pokemon to have on your team just to be able to support, to heal. But I also really like the Sludge Bomb variants and all those different types that we've seen. I think it really shows
just
how—
this was one of my favorites.
Oh,
yeah.
I know,
Yeah.
right? And I think that just really shows the caliber of these players, is that they can take a Pokemon that seems to be very ordinary, but just really amplifying it. So I'm really, really excited. So happy for David for winning the MSS here at BrookLAN in the tri-state area. That's a major accomplishment.
Yeah, and I really that's my favorite thing about OTS, is I think is it really shows in spread building and in moveset selection, right? Even small adjustments like we saw Trista with the Sludge Bomb Amoonguss, is that you don't really you get away with that stuff in close sheets, but you want a lot of I don't want to say consistent either. I can't find a word. It's not coming to me right now, but you have a lot of skill expression, I think, in your moveset selection and your spread building, and we really got to see that here today. I think that Amoonguss, in particular, lived on 10 or 8 HP each time, right? if I'm David, I'm thanking my Amoonguss. I'm like giving it the best bath. It's getting like the best sandwich later tonight in the picnic. Like I'm giving that Amoonguss everything. I'm giving it a crown. It's sitting in my box forever. I'm never using another Amoonguss again.
I'm just saying, David, if you want to invite me to that picnic, I am there because I
I need some of that luck. I need some
of that luck too.
Yeah.
Like, let me tell you that, especially the sleep turns that you were able to get off of it. But truly, such an amazing day, such an amazing MSS here at BrookLAN, and just such amazing people, and just such an amazing atmosphere too, and such an amazing casting host,
you as well.
co-host. And also Lorsi, he left already, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, a shout out to all the commentators today, both you, Courtney, and Lorsi, being on the mic here with me today. It's always a pleasure to have new talent on the mic. Not that you both are new, but like having people come back and actually speak about the game on such a deep level, right? The understanding that we all have as well is, I think, is so insightful. And honestly, what got me into the game as well is a good commentary, someone who's actually able to understand the game and insightful and, bring a little joy to it, right? So hopefully everyone has been enjoying the stream at home as well, and really, hopefully we've brought a lot of the energy that, I hope to see on streams.
Yeah, same here. I know that they were thinking about running another match as a little surprise.
Yeah, do you need a break or anything? I think they're getting into it. I'm not sure I'm not sure the levels of like why this is happening, but it's happening.
Oh, it's a PC finals. Okay.
Oh, whoa. Okay, there you go. I was like, when he came up behind us, I was like, okay, wait, why them? But okay, PC finals makes a lot more sense though. So K-Sun there and Arvin, both very talented players. Arvin, again, we could talk about, just came off of a top 4 as well. They were telling me about their MSS run a little bit earlier. It wasn't the best, but now they're in finals in the PC, so if they win that, it's all worth it, right?
And I think, as you've been talking about, Arvin is such a pillar in this community, and also really coming off such an amazing top 4 finish in Charlotte. Just truly a player to just watch out for.
Yeah,
honestly.
absolutely. Arvin is a great person in and out of the game. For the few brief times that I've actually been able to speak to them and actually communicate with them, they're a great friend, and they're always looking out for everyone in the community as a TO, as a player, as a human being, and that's super respectful. And K-Sun as well is no stranger to these tri-state locals, comes out to all the Jersey, and I've seen him at a couple Philly locals as well at our local host. Twister Wars there, but K-Sun definitely knows how to play the game as well. They bring a lot of unique teams as well. They actually used Iron Leaves at Charlotte as well. Yeah, so that
Iron Leaves.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they decided to cook up today, but we are going to actually see our cut here into our game 1 of our PC finals.
And we are seeing that on Arvin's side, you've got that Farigarath and that Ursa Luna, which is such an interesting kind of setup. And then, Zap, I love that nickname. Hold up.
Yeah.
Amazing. But then interesting leads on this side of the match. What are your thoughts on this? Because this is very interesting, again, especially going against that Ursa Luna.
Yeah, so this is really scary, right? I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about, is K-Sun has these really interesting teams. The goal of this team, right, is that you really want to enable your Raging Bolt by going for that electric terrain and getting off those strong rising voltages. It's really funny because Raging Bolt, got rising voltage, but it got kind of made as a signature move, but it's the only Pokemon that gets it. But it was, I believe, Regieleki's signature move, but I don't even know if it still gets it. I feel like it doesn't. But Electric Terrain comes off here. The scary thing is you're obviously staring a ground type of Ursa Luna, but I think this rising voltage is just probably going to go off in this Farigarath. That's so much chip, and Spike there getting a critical hit. This Ursa Luna, though, is just going to be able to fire off Blood Moon after Blood Moon and Hyper Voice after Hyper Voice.
Well, we do see that Ursa Luna
That's so fast. That is such a fast bear.
And just totally just demolishes. My gosh, that Thunderous on that side is such an interesting play, such a well done play with that Ursa Luna, and then that Raging Bolt going into, and just.
But that's such a cool animation, right? Is you're trading so much damage there as you have Terra Norma, Life Orb, Hyper Voice. And then you over here on K-Sun side, you have the same type attack bonus, Electric Terrain, Rising Voltage boost hit, and just picking up knockout after knockout on that turn is super huge.
K-Sun was cooking with that one. I am very surprised that Farigarath had nothing that it could do, and they brought it.
There's the Iron Leaves. That's not what I was expecting today, but there it is.
Oh my goodness. Honestly, I'm kind of really excited to see that Pokemon hit the field. It's something that I truthfully have never gone up against, nor have really seen that much of. I also
have Scarlet, so I personally have not even caught it either.
Yeah.
So this is so fun to see, and to see how it's going to play around. And we just saw a little glimpse into what's in the back.
Yeah, but no
what
spoilers
regulation
as
are we in?
well.
What
No
regu-
spoilers. No spoilers.
I would say what regulation are we in?
And I think that return of that Mon is definitely interesting as well. I think Case, like this, it's really funny because you see this PC finals, right, and you compare it to the MSS finals, you have the Incineroar Amogus, and then you immediately jump to two, like, the biggest damage dealers, right, is Electric Train, but I can say it again, right, all the damage modifiers just going head-to-head and just clashing is, like, who can hit the bigger damage button here as the Heat Train switches in here as a Tailwind goes off for Arbin there. Again, this Blood Moon is just going to go fast. And Hyper Voice is coming off here. It's going to do so much damage. Is Iron Leaves them? Like, do they eat this? And it does.
They do.
I do not know Iron Leaves bulk, so I would definitely expect that to KO as well. But close combat going off from the
And it's
Ursaluna.
going to take it out. I think I need to know a little bit about the stats on this Iron Leaves because this might be something I want to go ahead and cook with as well, because as we saw, just totally took out that big old bear that we've seen multiple times today, and that Heatran just sitting so pretty next to it as well. Such an interesting game state, especially I'm really curious to see how Arbin is going to go ahead and go against this, as we see the Fluttermane hit the field with that Tailwind still behind it. So even though that Fluttermane is very fast, it's just something that we have to keep in mind.
Yeah, and it's really funny because it's not going to matter as much, I don't think, but you have Ally Switch on this Iron Leaves, which I'm very curious what it's for, but Bleak Wind Storm obviously is a spread hit move, so I mean, of course, if it's reading it for something like Arbin going for a Shadow Ball into that slot, it makes a little bit of sense. You sacrifice it.
Oh my gosh.
As we do see, and they get the turn correctly there.
Wow.
So that makes a lot of sense there. This Bleak Wind Storm is obviously going to do no damage to a Heatran, but what's Heatran really doing back, right?
This is...
Air Slash.
That is amazing. I have really not seen Pokemon play this way, and this is just such an interesting play done by them. And taking that Heavy Slam into that Fluttermane slot and just totally saying, you're not a threat to me. I'm going to go ahead and take care of you from there. So
Yeah.
Wow.
And the how this game has changed back and forth as well is really crazy. And I didn't even realize, I totally forgot that the Farigiraf got knocked out by Rising Voltage.
Literally.
So it's
Right
like,
at the start.
oh wait, okay, they don't have the Farigiraf to switch in. Now this is a totally different game, and now it's a Heatran and a Rising Voltage, or excuse me, a Raging Bolt staring down a Tornadus.
Can I just say, Casson is cooking right now, because that was an amazing set that was just played.
I don't even know what I witnessed, right? We just came out of it. It's Incineroar, Amogus, Roaring Moon Mirror, one of the slowest matchups into, again, just explosion buttons.
Oh, it was so exciting. I am so excited right now.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, going through the Amogus and Incineroar and those Porygon 2 matches up today, it's a little tiring.
It's fun. It's fun.
But this,
Yeah.
electrifying.
Give
Get
me
it?
this every round, yeah.
Yes, and I think this is such an interesting way to play Pokemon, and playing with Pokemon that we don't typically see together as well. I think this is just something that, honestly, if it were me, if I were to grab that team sheet after playing against them, I would be like, what do I do against this?
Yeah.
Because it's not something I would probably ever see laddering in the game and things like that. So
For
I
sure.
am really excited to see how Arbin is going to go ahead and try to counter this matchup, because that Ursaluna just went down so quick, and
Yeah.
so did that Farigiraf.
But I think what Arbin could do in this game, too, as well, is Arbin is no stranger to this, right? So I think Arbin, knowing that the Ursaluna is that much faster than a lot of Kayson's Pokemon as well, is that you're able to threaten off with a Blood Moon, right? Instead of going for Hyper Voice, maybe threatening a Blood Moon off into that slot, just getting rid of the Raging Bolt might just be what they go for in this game as well. As we see our leads here, as we get into this game, too, we see the Urshifu there on the side paired with, I can't really see it, but Raging Bolt and something else.
Well, I think one thing to keep in mind that I think that we're seeing a lot in this match is that Raging Bolt has really kind of made a comeback and on these Mons, which is very surprising. But we do see on Arbin's side that Farigiraf and that Urshifu, and that on Kayson's side that we see that Thundurus and that Raging Bolt. So kind of the same setup that they had at the first game, but Arbin switching it up. They said, you're not going to fool me twice.
Yeah, so I think Arbin realizing that they just have to make the better damage trades. Kayson knowing that they can get rid of this Farigiraf, they can't let Trick Room go up at all. If Trick Room goes up, I think the game is almost over. Of course, you have Scary Face for yourself that you can use, but it's not really applicable, I don't think, into a mon like Ursaluna, where you don't even have to terrestrialize, right? You can't hit any electric moves into this, this Raging Bolt, but Wicked Blow picking up the one-hit KO!
Holy cow, what a wicked move on Arvin's side. But that was such an amazing play, and we see that for Rigraf, not even worrying about Trick Room and going for that Hyper Voice and taking that Thunderous down to over half. What an amazing comeback on Arvin on that first play. Like you said, really understanding that they need to hit the damage.
And I don't even want to mention what we just saw in the back. I thought the Iron Leaves was the craziest thing I saw on that team. Okay, wow. There's a lot to digest there.
You will all see it very soon, I promise. Because once it hits the field, you might miss it by all the mons around it. But I promise it will make a statement.
Yeah.
So we see that heat run going back to Kaysen. And then what we're going to go ahead and see, drum roll please, is that Kofi.
That is so interesting. And it's really funny here, too, as an interaction, as we see the Wicked Blow actually go on in that Comfy as well. This Wild Bolt Storm needs to be able to hit this Furgraph, because if you're able to hit it, you can get rid of it down. But if you don't get rid of this Furgraph on this turn, which slot does that miss? If Voice the Urshifu, that's fine. You're not KOing the Furgraph there. But the thing is really funny because you can't... Oh, and Hyper Voice just knocks out anyways. But I was going to say, the Furgraph is actually blocking the priority, the triage ability that Comfy has. You can't even priority Draining Kiss the Urshifu.
And I think that's such a pivotal play. It's going to be so hard for Kaysen to come back with that. That for Rigaraf saying, hey, I'm here this time. Don't worry about me. We'll figure this out, I promise.
This is just such an explosive game, and I'm so scared of even cutting back to a debrief, because there's almost no time to debrief. I'm trying to understand turns that happened 10 minutes ago.
I feel the exact same way. Like, I need this VOD because I don't understand what's happening right now. Like, I can't even catch my breath, because not only is so many things happening, not only do we not have sheets in front of us, which is like, we're like, wait a second, like the Kofi was crazy for us, but it is going so quick.
Yeah.
And these players are just making an explosion right now, and I think that is just so fun to see.
I think that was the wake-up call I needed from the balance mirrors that we've been seeing all day.
Yep.
The Comfy Heatran, Rising Voltage, Iron Leaves team was definitely what I needed to see. And I love both of these the players, right? So seeing them both with their own respective teams that they kind of own up to, right? Kaysen is known for using kind of those off-meta picks, and June, coming off that top 4 as well, using their top 4 team, right? Using that Blood Moon team makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's really funny as well, because when we're talking in the MS as well, they were using Gouging Fire, and then they're like, okay, this mon isn't it. And when they go back to what they're using, right, now they're in finals of a PC, so it makes a lot of sense here. And I think Arbin's game plan made a lot of sense as well, being able to just go for Wicked Blow, knowing that the Terra Dark Wicked Blow was able to KO the Raging Bolt was super, super big, I think.
Well, I will say that I'm a little bit worried to ever team build with Kaysen, because this team is a little bit insane to me, but I think if they really do position it well, that they could go against Arvin really, really well. But I think Arvin's really kind of figured it out. They've really decided that I just have to hit hard and see if that Comfy's going to come back.
Yeah, I think their damage trades are definitely a lot better in that of the Terra Dark, Wicked Blow from that Urshifu. You have things like the Focus Ash, you have the Throat Spray on the Farigiraf, and as long as you just click the damage buttons into the right slot, which luckily you get to do with the spread damage moves as well, and I mean, Wicked Blow going through Protect as well, just guaranteeing that as well. You can very safely bring Ursaluna in the back, and into everything except the Iron Leaves, you're doing a very good chunk of damage to Kaysen's team.
And the Iron Leaves, an amazing Pokemon to bring to this, and it makes me so excited to see it make its debut. But we are going into Game 3 of this BrookLAN PC, and we are seeing the leads on Arbin's side of that Torn Ursaluna, and on Kaysen's side ooh, wait a second, hold up. Had to read the screen a little bit first.
That is what you think it is.
That
is what you think it is.
Oh my goodness, that took
And that is what you think it is on the Heatran as well.
Oh my Lanta. Interesting movesets. This is so fascinating to me right now. So I'm really curious about how Arbin's going to play this, and if they're going to set up that tailwind to go ahead and gain that speed control on their side of things.
Yeah, and we do see Earth Power going off the Heatran. calling that K-Sun has to terrestrialize there. But I think that makes a lot of sense from Arvin's side. Is I think from a player point of view, right? It's like, oh, K-Sun, if they go Terra Bug, it's a 50-50. But I think very realistically, Arbin is okay with them Terra Bug, or even if it was Terra Grass, right? Because then you're doing super effective damage with the Bleakwood Storm, and you're able to Hyper Voice next turn. So Arbin realizing that that's just the safest play in that moment. I mean, the Stellar Terra there, that does so much damage to the Ursaluna. You could be getting a knockout here.
This is really interesting. And
Yeah, it's not over for Kaysen yet.
Oh, not at all. And I actually am a huge fan of the Stellar Terra. I think, first of all,
it looks so pretty.
Oh, so pretty.
Look at that little turtle.
Especially with Flutterby, like, come on. And so I'm really interested to see how this is going to play out. You do see the taunt going into that Thunderous. So this is really interesting. Just how Kaysen is going to go. Oh, they went for Scary Face as well.
Yeah. I mean, that play makes a lot of sense as well. I do actually think if you're going to go for the taunt, I think Blood Moon into the Fluttermane slot makes a little bit more sense because then you throw in a KO. But the fact that you're able to get a double KO now with that Stellar Terra is going to guarantee you a double KO if you are Kaysen here. And I mean, Heatran for a double KO on the Ursaluna and Tornadus, I think that's kind of worth it.
Like, you could, like, it's like when you're trading Pokemon cards as a kid. Like, you're like, like someone had a really cool Pokemon card and you're like, hey, can I give you like 2 of these ones for that one?
Yeah.
So kind of the same thing, but maybe not in the favor of Arbin right now. But we do see that for Rigorath and that Urshifu hit the field on Arbin's side. So this is going to be a little bit interesting of how that Kaysen is going to go ahead and navigate around this because that Iron Leaves is still hiding in the back.
Yeah, but the Iron Leaves in the back is actually really sad, I think, because it's not going to be able to take a Wicked Blow, I don't think.
No.
Unfortunately, it's Grass Psychic, it's not fighting. I couldn't tell you what type it was, but the fact that the Iron Leaves is Psychic type, it's going to be taking super effective from that Wicked Blow, super effective damage from that Wicked Blow. Fluttermane is going to switch out here, maybe trying to catch Arbin on like a Sucker Punch, unnecessary Sucker Punch read, but you do just see that Arbin is going to lock in most likely a Terra Dark here and just try to just damage, right?
So much damage. And I think one thing that we need to do after this, Tyson, is learn about these Paradox Mons that we might not know the types of that well, because let me tell you, you couldn't have asked me what the type of Iron Leaves was as well. But we do see that Wicked Blow coming out and going straight into the Thunderous and taking it out. So that Iron Leaves is staying alive, which is a little bit interesting.
Yeah, for sure. So the side shot going off there into the Iron Leaves. I mean, how much does this even do? Okay, not very effective, right? Not that much damage, but the Fluttermane here is going to just, Sucker Punch. You have that last turn of Tailwind. If you are Arbin, you could just Wicked Blow here very, very safely, I think. Of course, you can click that Fabled button there and pray for...
Honestly, that is such a fun button, let me tell you. I've seen
a lot of people would disagree with you. Fun is a strong word.
I don't know. I think that's a little bit fun, but Arbin is not risking that and is going to go for that Wicked Blow into that Fluttermane, taking it out. And all that stands in between Arbin and the winning of that PC is that Iron Leaves. And honestly, the odds are in his favor.
Yeah, and Side Shot going off there, there's no reason to really risk it as well, right? Hyper Voice, not going to be able to hit that Fluttermane, so if you do get that slot in correctly, it's like you want to be able to short your Side Shot so you know you're able to KO the Fluttermane. Just Arbin playing to the correct, blocking the correct moves, close combat there, firing off in the Urshifu.
And it takes it
does
out.
Actually take it there, but going -1/-1, this Paragraph, I think, is able to deal with it with just a Hyper Voice. Now that it acknowledges that it has to go -1/-1 there, Hyper Voice should be able to pick up.
Yeah, and I think that Paragraph just really likes to spread its voice, just likes to talk a lot, just like us. And we're seeing that Arbin is going to take out that Iron Leaves and win the BrookLAN PC.
Yeah, so congratulations to Arbin there, coming off of a top 4 finish, but straight into a PC win as well has to feel really good, right? Especially with a team that you've decided was probably better than the Gouging Fire team you used today, just by a small margin, and it clearly has a level of comfortability knowing the damage as well, and we see him holding up the Arm Rouge plushie. There you go.
I love it. Look at how cute. But I think that last matchup was so amazing, and especially that game 1. Seeing just how electric it was and just how detrimental those certain turns
You and these puns.
What can I say? Yeah. I'm only here for a little bit longer before we cut it off for the rest of the day. But I just think Arbin also played that really well, analyzed that game 1 kind of got a little bit cooked and realized that what do I need to do to strategize this back? And I think, honestly, I was really excited to see that Iron Leaves and that Comfy and that Heat Ram back again. It's one of those Pokemon that I've missed a little bit, and seeing that it actually has a place, especially making it to the PC finals, is amazing.
Yeah, and congratulations to also K-Sun, right? It's no small feat to go second place in the PC as well. Congratulations to all the players who made it to Top Cut today, and thank you to all the players for showing up today, to the MSS and PC as well. We've had a blast here being your commentators. Again, I'm Tyson, joined here by Courtney. And, you know, Lorcy was here too. I wish she was here to say goodbye, but shout out to Lorcy as well. Appreciate all of you, both of you, and, of course, all the staff here at BrookLAN. Shout out to them as well, being an amazing host of this venue. This venue is probably one of my favorites to come host and commentate at. It's always a blast. They'll always look out here for us here, and man, it's been such a blast today. I wish we could do this forever, but unfortunately we do have to go.
Yes, thank you all so much for joining us today. For all of those who have stuck around throughout the day and just maybe even popping in now, we really do appreciate it. We do appreciate everyone who has been here, all the amazing staff, and just the Pokemon community. Truly, you are some of the most amazing people I've ever met, and I just can't wait to continue to keep leveling up.
Yeah, okay. Last pun of tonight, though, but thank you, BrookLAN, for showing up tonight. Thank you to everyone coming out to play the PC. We'll catch you soon. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you enjoy the stream, and we'll catch you later.
Peace out, Girl Scouts.
Pika-pee, Pikachu. Pikachu.
Metapod.
Porygon.
True.
danger, danger lurks somewhere in the darkness. We are set for surprises, even battle. We're a team, no one better mess with us. If we stand as one, there's nothing to fear. We'll beat the darkness and we'll stay right here. See, time after time.